o'clock, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. Normal announcements, mobile phones, please make sure you've got them to silent. And fire alarms, if we hear one, we have to leave the building through one of the two exits either side of the room. We have to go down the stairs and congregate in the council's car park. Obviously don't come back in until we're told it's safe to do so. Everyone all right with stairs? Yep, good, thank you very much. Right, so today we're going to hear Mrs. Dickinson, and we must finish, obviously. So let's just, so obviously there's going to be her evidence in chief, and then Mr. Young is going to cross-examine at about 12 o'clock online.
That's the plan, yeah. Could I just check? I know they've just left. We've just been told by one of our team that we might not be live streaming yet, so I don't know if...
It should be, because it's saying on air now.
Oh, it is saying on.
Is it? Yeah, you have a look.
Thank you. And obviously at some point, I mention it just to make sure that Mr. Young can actually
Have we arranged?
log on. He's got a link.
Got a link, right. Okay, so that's good then. And so after that, then, is it Mr. Pereira is going to...
Yes.
Yep, I can't remember how long you said you were going
I said an hour to an hour and a half. I think it'll be about an hour and a half. And what I'm going to do is I've got some general points and then mostly stuff on DM8. And I think what I'll do is I'll do the DM8 things first so that I know they get done, and then pick up the general points towards the end of the cross. I think that's...
Right. Mr. Young said he was going to be about half an hour, didn't he? Mr. Bell?
So I've put down 40 minutes. We've got points in respect of DM8, but once Mr. Pereira's been, it may be that I'll be significantly less.
Well, let's put 40 minutes. And at the moment I've got quite a few things to ask, but they probably will be asked by one of you, hopefully. Yes, we are. Yes, thank you very much. So, it's going to be quite tight, I think. Yes, and you're in chief, did you say 3 hours?
Yes. It could be quicker, but if we just say 3 for now, but I mean, if it could be quicker.
Okay, well, let's see how we get on. Right, okay, with that, anybody got anything to raise?
There's only just one thing, not for now, but just to ask, and this might not be possible, given that we're late on in the day before tomorrow, it would definitely help us thinking about our solicitors, thinking about prepping for tomorrow, but it's not a requirement. If you were able, at some point, God knows when, to give us some pointers as to the big issues that you wanted to cover.
And gone through the
106. I know you mentioned commuted sums was one, for instance, yesterday.
Well, yes, we touched on that, didn't we?
Touched on that. If there were any other big headlines like that, I know it's putting you on.
I haven't even finished reading the Northern one yet.
The new what? Sorry.
I haven't finished reading the Northern one yet.
Fine.
So
well, it might not be possible. Then we'll just have to see how we go.
It will.
Okay. I just thought I was told to ask, so I asked. But no, understandable.
I mean, basically, what I wanted to do is just go through the documents, really.
Yeah. Do you like almost a page turn sort of thing? Yeah.
Can I ask a question about that? When I looked at the documents and the 106, I think it was yesterday, and I was trying to look for the affordable housing things, and Schedule 13 wasn't there, and I wondered what we're using tomorrow.
We're not doing affordable housing, are we?
They've been divvied out. That's the right word. They've been the highway schedules have been separated out because they've been the subject of separate negotiations. So the PDFs that are online. The most recent PDFs online on the core docs are just highways.
Okay, fine.
For tomorrow.
Yeah. And the sort of like the start of it.
Okay.
The sort of.
You're right. The affordable housing schedules are separate.
Got it. Okay. Thanks.
I mean, we haven't got the I don't think we've even got the affordable housing even in the draft.
So there is in the earlier 106.
Sorry.
In the earlier 106 draft, I think the one from June, the schedules for affordable housing are within those.
Really?
But I think they obviously have more detail.
I don't think.
Anyway, it doesn't matter for tomorrow.
But it doesn't matter for tomorrow. But I was looking for them in relation to this witness, and it's Schedule 13.
Yeah. I was looking at them in relation to this as well and couldn't find them, so I...
No, exactly. And it says... Yeah.
So It's CD 3514 and CD 3550. Yeah, I was looking at them last night, and they've got schedule 12, I think.
Sorry, what? Where are we looking?
So, I think Mr. Bell's right. Let me just. So it's CDs. Excuse me. CD 35.14 for the north and 15 for the south. And in respect of both of them, just see. Yeah.
Well, this isn't the one that I asked for an up-to-date copy, and I was told that the up-to-date copy was this one,
Oh, okay.
which is not that one. And my one says Schedule 13 affordable housing and viability to follow.
It's followed in June. I didn't know about. I don't know what date the one that you've got is, but the schedules are in. The two documents that I've just mentioned.
I mean, very unhelpfully, doesn't give you a date or anything.
Oh, I'm
on
sorry
it.
about that.
Which I don't think, unless I missed it. So,
Good morning.
oh, hello. Whoever you are. Can't see you.
I don't know. I don't know if the detail of the schedules is going to be relevant, but
I don't know.
If it is, if you could introduce them in chief, if it's going to be, then that would be helpful.
Okay.
But
let me just do.
But anyway, can I please request that before we go tomorrow, I have a up-to-date copy of the Section 106 in hard copy,
Yep.
properly bound. Thank you.
Yep. So okay. But just will they be relevant? Let me just download them and get the right references just in case they are.
Because
relevant.
the copy I've...
It's not opening.
Sorry?
When I'm trying to open
The
it, it's just blank.
Oh, is it? Yeah, don't forget your mic. They're no, but they are a bit, as you know, prone to. Anyway.
Dickinson can access.
I can access them. Talking admin, but I can access them generally. But that one isn't opening properly. I don't know if we have a hard copy of the 106 anywhere, but it's not opening for me.
Which one? The
Section 106.
Right.
It goes up to page 10, and then I can't see any more after that. It's blank. Unless, Jack, we can open it on a separate... Get one of the other laptops, and if I need it, I can open it on that.
You could try downloading it. Maybe you'll be able to access it then. Maybe sometimes that's...
Okay. Well, maybe
Right.
if it could be downloaded onto your laptop,
Yeah.
you can have it because it has got things like the review mechanism in it and all the rest of it. But I don't think we're going to be planning on going into the detail of it in chief. But it can. We'll see how we go. Right then. So. Mrs. Dickinson, if you turn your microphone on, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, Ms. Dickinson, Inspector, has produced a proof of evidence in its core document 37.10.2, and you explain in that proof of evidence on page 7 of it in your section 2 who you are. You're a senior director at Quad. You list some of your clients, including Oxford, Cambridge universities, the Wellcome Trust, Grosvenor, TfL, Lendlease, Quintain, L&Q, lots of other folks, Imperial College, London Square, and others. And some of the work schemes that you have worked on include, as you explain, on 2.2 King's Cross, Stratford, Northwest Cambridge, Brent Cross, Euston, Earls Court, Battersea, Power Station, Citroen, Brentford, Shell Centre, and some other places. You've given evidence at planning inquiries many times before, and indeed you've given evidence to the High Court too on matters, as you explain, that relate to affordable housing and viability, both
Correct.
of which will be things that we touch on over the course of this morning. The focus of your evidence you explain at 2.4 to 2.5, and this is certainly the first thing I want to ask you about, is one of the issues on which the Secretary of State has asked to be informed in the call-in letter. And in particular, it's this idea about, as you italicize it at 2.5, whether the proposals would be consistent with the objective of significantly boosting the supply of homes in order to meet the borough's market affordable housing needs.
Correct.
So, housing needs. If we start with the context within which you say that the Inspector and the Secretary of State should be considering housing needs, what are the key things you say the Inspector needs to have regard to?
I think we're all very aware that there's an acute national housing crisis, so I'm not going to major on all of the dramatisation associated with it, but all I can say is it is the absolute number one priority for us to be able to deliver more growth, and critical to that is the delivery of more housing. In section 6 of my evidence, right at the beginning of that section, I just provide some very high-level stats, but I think they're impactful. In terms of just showing at page 36, the bottom of that page, there's a graph. And I think it just encapsulates that we have a very long-term failing. We have a big target, 370,000 homes nationally per annum. We've never achieved it. We've never got anywhere near it. If you look at that, there's 150,000 home shortfall in 2023-2024. So the task ahead of us is huge. And I think that's really, really important in framing decision making, because as I sit here and listen to the inquiry, I'm incredibly concerned that if we enter planning determinations informed by financial appraisal rather than what the government and policy is actually asking us to do, we are going to have a catastrophic failure far bigger than anything that you see on that graph. So I think that framing is really, really important. And then at the beginning of my proof, this is the bit I get really passionate about, but paragraphs 2.7, 2.8.
2.7, 2.8 on page 8.
Page 8.
Yeah.
I think this is where the energy comes. Mm-hmm. And this is all about the forward looking. And this is about what are the government asking us to do to step up as planning professionals, as developers, as consultants, house builders. What are they asking us to do as a nation to be able to deliver their ambitions? And they're asking us to rapidly drive up planning consents. Now, we don't do that by being really cautious. We do that by being innovative, by taking risk, by encouraging new investment, by getting new players to enter the market. We do it by really embracing infrastructure, economic growth, jobs, homes. And that framing, I've not heard that so far in this inquiry. Mr. Dobson's evidence starts to go there. But that's why we're here. We're not here to do a financial scrutiny of an appraisal. We are here to get a planning permission that gives the government an opportunity to see a step change in delivery. And we're told that difficult decisions are going to need to be made. Mm-hmm. And we're told that it may be necessary to look at sites that aren't currently allocated to be able to achieve those outcomes. We're told we need to be innovative. So
we're told those things by the Secretary of State?
The Secretary of State. And obviously, I'm giving evidence to the Secretary of State on how she achieves those ambitions.
What about Swale? If we that's the sort of the national picture from Angela Rayner. If we start to zoom into the area within which we find ourselves, what are your key headlines for the context here?
So, Swale isn't any different to the national picture. It's got its own crisis. It's declared its own housing emergency. It doesn't have a 5-year housing supply. It doesn't have a local plan with up-to-date housing policies that's responding to the MPPF and the change in government and the need for growth. It's got an accumulated shortfall of housing delivery. And it's facing significant uplifts in housing targets moving forward. So not only has it got shortfalls based on its previous targets, but now it's got to deliver 1,048 homes per annum, and so it's 34% more than it's had before. And it has no means for doing that. 34%
You're talking
increase.
about local housing need, the local
The
housing
1,000
number.
so it's got a target now of 1,048 homes, which is 34% higher than its previous target.
Previous target is local. Right.
So it's not delivering its own evidence. Paragraph 621.2 of my evidence quotes from the council's own reports.
If we just find that's on your page 41.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. You were saying 6.21.2, I think you said.
Yeah. So this takes from a council cabinet report, and I have used all council data when I've been reporting. So it's the council's own stats. They've been delivering 64% of that target.
64%.
Of the 1,048 target. So it's a pretty scary prospect when there isn't a ready supply of homes when we look forwards as well.
What about that's sort of Swale wide, as it were. What about the spatial approach that the local plan takes in terms of the direction of growth within Swale?
That becomes more worrying. 85%, let's step back. There's a really good reason for this as well. 85% of growth in Swale under the Bearing the Fruits local plan should have been going to Sittingbourne.
85%.
85% Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey. Now, Sittingbourne is the tier 1, the primary settlement. It's the location that the plan passionately talks about needing massive improvements. And there are huge, huge inequalities in
What kind
Swale.
of inequalities are you talking about?
So in section 3.7.
This is back on your page 12.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm dancing around, but I'm trying to bring it all together to really make the connections as to why this is so important. But 3.7 to 3.9 summarises the pronounced social and economic challenges Sittingbourne is facing. High levels of deprivation, lower skilled employment, the human cost of delaying growth here is massive. It's real. You don't get the regeneration and the investment in Sittingbourne unless the policies actually achieve what they're meant to. And when I go back to look at the council's own reporting, in, I think it's CD 13.15,
Let's just get...
which is a January 2025 cabinet report. Yeah, I think it's a really important one.
13 point... 13.15.
Yeah.
Is that yes? 13.15. I'll just go get that out.
And it's a massive document. You have to go to page, I think it's 84.
Okay. This is, we see, an agenda first for a council meeting in January of this year of the council, and we can see that to it are appended a number of reports to support different agenda items on that meeting. That were being discussed at that meeting.
Page 84. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just to say, let us get there.
It's paragraphs 2.56, that sort of area. 2.5? Yeah, and then 2.6 is the big one.
So this 2.5 and 2.6, just for the inspector's note, just before we have a look at what they say, this report in particular starts on the previous page, and it looks like it was actually, this particular report looks like it was been written for a meeting of August of 24 of something called the Planning and Transportation Policy Working Group.
Yeah.
And they were being asked to recommend that the local plan housing target is adopted and includes a buffer and all that kind of thing. So it's all about housing numbers that are taken forward through any emerging local plan exercise. Just for context, say what it is.
Yep.
So, but anyway, you were taking us to 2.5 and 2.6 on page 84.
This is a document that Mr. Dickinson and I both rely on for our evidence, so it's a piece of shared information. Mr. Dickinson takes from it the fact that the council, there's a strong indication that the existing plan strategy will continue to perform well against its historic targets. And he makes references to good progress against the targets.
Is that a reference in this report?
Yeah, so that then is set out in this report, and he's taken those comments from these reports.
Right.
But he misses out a really important bit of the paragraph. And the bit of the paragraph that he misses out is that growth in Sittingbourne and Queensborough and Rushden are falling considerably short of the target. It goes on to say this means that whilst lower tier settlement targets have been broadly met, targets for two of the borough's highest settlements have been completely missed. Now, just stepping back from all of it, when I read that, I was really concerned because this is...
You see where Mrs. Dickinson's reading from? And it's the... Yeah, sorry, you were saying... Why were you concerned?
Well, I was really concerned because we've got a council that have announced an affordable housing emergency. And I addressed that in section 5. If you want to, we don't need to go through it, I don't think, but if you want to read it at your leisure and the associated core documents, but it's 521 of my proof, page 33. So we've got a council that is declared an affordable housing emergency or housing emergency. It's a council that is appealing to central government. That's one of their big actions. Please, can you help us to deal with our housing emergency? Their housing emergency is particularly prevalent in Sittingbourne. Sittingbourne is the location which the local plan directs all its energies towards and says it really needs growth, it needs help, it needs support, it needs homes, it needs jobs. But the council don't report that in their case. And there's an opportunity here to step up and to do what our Secretary of State is asking us to do and pull all of those things together. There's an opportunity for 8,400 homes. There's an opportunity for new infrastructure. There's an opportunity for significant investment in new commercial employment spaces. There's an opportunity for jobs. So if we're going to achieve what the plan wants to achieve, and if we're going to achieve what the Secretary of State wants to achieve, and if we're going to achieve what Swale are currently sadly failing to do, I consider this proposal needs to be given very substantial weight in terms of the housing benefits.
Could you give us a flavour, before we get on to what the scheme actually comprises, by way of the housing offer, if you like, on affordable housing delivery, when it comes to that, in particular on affordable,
yes.
How do the numbers look? How do the numbers look there?
So their current target is from the 2020 SHMA. That's the latest one. That's the local plan was informed by the 2015 SHMA. So this is an updated SHMA from 2020. So it's the most useful, helpful, up-to-date position we have on their needs. That identifies an annual target of 287 affordable homes.
287. Right.
They've actually delivered 146 per annum. So we've got, as we sit here today, a cumulative shortfall, seemingly, of 769 affordable homes are over the past 9 years. And so that's pretty dramatic. But again, as with all these things, if you look a little deeper, it's actually worse than that. Because baked into these numbers is their their affordable housing emergency, where Swale itself are admitting that because they've relied heavily on smaller sites or sites that are being determined through appeal, because it's been incremental, not planned growth, that you've got smaller sites. I think 90% are under 50 units.
Are less than 50, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got very small sites, which means affordable housing numbers as a proportion are very, very low. What that means is that RPs really struggle.
Why do RPs struggle?
They struggle because they can't get the efficiencies and the economies of scale. They can't have little sites dotted all over. Those sites are often quite challenging in terms of their viability, so they're probably going to be delivering low quantums. They can't get the critical mass to be able to get the grant funding and to be able to have a proper programme that Swale needs in terms of delivery. And that is reported by the council because it explains to us that there's 500 affordable homes that Swale have secured through Section 106 who they have no RP to contract with and deliver. So that's a product of small sites. That's a product of RPs really needing to be able to partner, to plan, to work with grant funding and to be able to utilise their internal resources in a strategic way. They need to business plan for 10 years. They can't just be dealing with lots of 5 units here, 7 units here. So those units won't translate into delivery of any meaningful scale and give certainty to the growth of Swale without some very large sites, which will really, really help.
Okay. So, in a nutshell then, what is on offer by way of housing related development and benefits associated with the application proposals?
So, Section 4. And I've worked really hard since being appointed. I was obviously appointed in November. I've worked really hard with the client team to make sure we're really clear on what we're committing to. And my intention has been that has been translated into the 106. I'm happy once this has progressed further, if you need a further updated note to reconcile the commitment with the 106 and say this is the paragraph, more than happy to do that. But it was work in progress and I didn't want to confuse my proof by referring to a document that was constantly changing. at the benefits, the homes, we've got 8,400 homes across the two sites, 1,250 in the north, 7,150 in the south.
Mm-hmm.
So first off, that's brilliant. That excites me because it's a big number, and that's what Secretary of State asked us to do. So when I go in and look at the benefits, to me, that's exactly where we should be. The MPPF, paragraph 77 and maybe 65 are saying large sites are really, really important. Large sites give us that confidence in terms of delivery. Large sites that bring together infrastructure, economic growth and homes is what we should be doing. So starting point, the homes overall in a tier 1 settlement is the starting point for our proposal.
Mm-hmm.
The affordable homes, all defined in accordance with the MPPF. So they all meet the MPPF definition of affordable housing, RP delivered. The amount of affordable homes, I'm working off the 20.83 combined, which is split 11.28% in the north and 22.5% in the south. So we're looking at over the scheme, that would be, if we were to deliver the 8,400, obviously things will move. That's 764 affordable homes.
1,000?
764. Now, just to give some scale to that, that's more affordable homes than Swales delivered in a decade from one site.
And how does the review mechanism play? I appreciate that it sounds like the inspector's not seen it before. I'm trying to get it printed. Huh?
I know what a review mechanism is.
Oh, no, I know. No, I know that. I mean the specific review mechanism that we've got.
You looked at the specific one.
No. No.
Different?
But how does it, in your understanding, and then we'll obviously have to come back to it in October, I suppose. How does it play into that and those numbers that you've just been through?
So there's provision for the review if there's an improvement in the viability of the scheme. It never goes lower. If there's an improvement in the viability of the scheme, then there are in the south the proposal, and obviously this needs to be agreed, but our proposal is that there's 3 reviews in the south. They are done at key stages and they are done at points of occupation. So you can't occupy more than a certain number of units until you do the review. But critically, it's done by the master developer. And this is really important because if you look at somewhere like Chilmington, the review was passed on to the plot developer. Now that causes really big delivery issues because you've got someone trying to buy the plots that don't know what their end liability is going to be. You've got someone that's tied in potentially to all other plot developers, and it's an absolute disaster to try and work through with certainty for a council what the position is, and that really contributes to risk in terms of delivery. So here the review is undertaken by the master developer so that any subsequent plots that come forward for reserve matters that get sold to plot developers could have a higher proportion of affordable housing than the base provision in the Section 106. And we're proposing that that goes up to the SHMA target, the level of housing need that's been identified. So that's 27.7% across the entirety of the site.
That 27.7%, just the inspector understands, that is it the SHMA need target for Swale as a whole?
That's correct.
And so that's the anticipated, as it were, cap so far as the upwards turns on the viability reviews?
Because that's the need for the borough.
But that, presumably, I mean, it's 2020, the SHMA, isn't it? So I should have thought they'd probably do another one fairly soon.
Yeah.
that's like, I mean, as it's a cumulative shortfall, that's likely to go up, isn't it?
So
what
no, really
provision
good
is
question.
made for that?
So between 2015 and 2020 SMAR, the change was actually very, very little. So that gives you a 5-year comparison. The change was very slight. I'm just trying to see if I've got the exact figure. I'm sure I have. It was 25% and went up to 27.7. Now, I need something with evidence, and I would hope that with our delivery, it may go the other way. If you suddenly have your large site that's actually giving you really good, consistent delivery, potentially delivering another 100 units a year of affordable housing when they've only achieved 148, I would hope that they'll be in a situation where we've shored it up, and maybe that need could stabilise or even go down a little bit like it was in 2015. So on balance, without there being an updated SMAR, I consider that to be a very fair target.
I don't think that there should be some provision for reviewing that.
What, in light of a new SMAR, you
Yeah.
mean?
I hadn't considered it, Mum.
I don't think.
I mean, we're talking about over 20 years, so, I mean, there might be, I don't know, 3 more SMARs, mightn't there?
Yeah, I guess I need to balance what we do with deliverability.
Yes, obviously.
So, and what I know is that certainty is really important and having some clarity.
But we're talking about a review, aren't we? We're not talking about...
But in terms of for the delivery of, so if, for example, then a SMAR was done and they used a different method, we had no control over that methodology.
Yeah, true.
So I guess I would be a little bit concerned if suddenly that was back solved, because just so you're aware, and this actually is a really important point, if you look at the base need, it's a lot less than that. It's actually only about 15-16% of Swale that need affordable housing.
So how do we get up to the 27?
What the SMAR does is it says, oh, actually, looking at the availability of affordable homes, and it compares supply, it says, well, we'll up it, we'll increase it. So it already builds in a significant uplift, nearly double, what the actual base needs assessment is showing.
So why in that case then is the, you said it hasn't changed much since the previous SMAR, which is what the local plan was built on.
Yes.
But that's got, for some areas, a 40% target, hasn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
So if the need's only 15 to 16%, which seems terribly low to me, but still, why, you know, it doesn't seem to chime somehow.
So I can explain that.
Yeah, go on.
So prices are really low. So in terms of affordability, it's a different type of affordability issue in Swale than perhaps some other places, particularly in Sittingbourne. So it's a different economics in terms of the housing market. But the reason that you have the difference in DM8, and it does explain it, it's just then quite hard as to how everyone's applying it. It says our target is 25%. That is our need. Our need is 25% affordable housing. That's what our 2015 SMAR tells us. Mm-hmm. But we know we've got some really challenging areas in our borough. And there are areas like the Isle of Sheppey that can't make any contribution towards that 25%. And there's Sittingbourne in the wider area like Iwade, etc., that can make a bit of a contribution. It can contribute 10%, but we can't put any more on them because then development might not come forward. So what it says is, in the areas where prices are really high, because there are some really successful bits of the borough and some lovely areas where prices are great and much bigger houses and it's all lovely, so Faversham and some of those other rural areas, their viability is very different. So it balances, it uses a balance to say where there is inherent, where it's a housing market with much better viability, you need to contribute more. Where you're in a housing market where the viability is really challenging, you deliver less. So it isn't that there's a need for 40% affordable housing, it's that there's a need for 25, which is now 27.7. There's a need for that, and they've had to say, how can we achieve it? How do we order our policy to be able to get there?
Yeah, whether the actual local plan actually does that, because there's no plan or anything, is there, to say which are the higher value areas and which aren't?
Well, I want to come to DMA.
Better not go into that, I don't think. But thank you, that's
thank you.
good explanation.
I would like to sort of, that's an intro, if you like, to DM8, which we will come to in a few minutes, because I want to go, it's one of the things that Mr. Pereira wants to ask you about, is what that policy actually says. But we'll come back to that. Before we leave what's on offer, though, if you
there's
like.
lots more.
There's more. So we've talked about the overall quantums of market and then affordable homes. You've talked about the viability review mechanism that the inspector can pick up on later in 106 discussions. What about the mix situation within the affordable? You've said it all meets the definition of affordable within the MPPF, but what about the mix?
It's 60% social or affordable rent and 40% intermediate. Again, with the intermediate, the Section 106 has intentionally kept that quite wide. One of the issues that was reported back at Chilmington was that the definition of intermediate was too constrained and it wasn't progressive enough. It's a tenure that is evolving, which has different types of product in it, and this government is being very innovative. So we've ensured that we're future-proofing it to be able to respond to change. I mentioned all provided by RPs. The unit size mix, my proposal so that there can be confidence in terms of a mix of homes is that we have tables with minimum and maximum ranges for market and affordable. And my proposal is informed by the SHMA and also by the client's own advice in terms of for the market housing where the market needs are. My proposed mixes are at table 4.2 and 4.3 of my evidence, which is page 23. And again, I hope that's a sensible way forward to balance flexibility for the future alongside giving confidence now, as per the MPPF, that we are delivering a range of unit sizes, because family housing is important, homes for single people is important, first homes are important. We then go on, and again, another area of the MPPF that's really important is that we provide homes for specific needs. So we've ensured that in the 106, we're not just providing housing, we're providing lots of affordable housing. The mix means that we're providing homes for families, but we're also providing homes for older people. So there's a provision for over 65 population housing, and that's supported by the SHMA. It identifies a need for homes for older people. We're providing homes for people with disabilities. And again, that's included in the 106. And also self-build. So we're making sure that there's real diversity in terms of the homes that come forward.
Right then. What about then delivering all of this stuff? You've heard, you actually comment also in your proof on the, I'll just give the inspector the reference, you don't need to read it all, that's on page 18 of the proof, 1.8. You've got a section, approach delivery, and you talk there a bit about the what you describe as the master developer model, master developer approach, you say. Coordinating strategic infrastructure, de-risking plots that are sold to house builders. You heard about the way that Mr. Gearing explained, you were here when Mr. Gearing gave his evidence and talked through the way that Quinn do it. It's been just, I don't know whether you were here for all of it, as in the other days of the, whether you saw all the rest of it, but that model has been challenged quite a bit, it would be fair to say, by Kent, as being, among other things, totally unrealistic and leading to, you know, uncommercial, unviable consequences.
Just for the, I'm really sorry, just for the avoidance of doubt, the developer model isn't challenged.
Oh, sorry.
The developer model isn't challenged. Mr. Spilsbury makes clear he accepts that.
Oh,
there are
good.
issues about delivery rates, but we're not challenging the concept of a delivery model, which you'll see from his evidence. He's been involved in several.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I hadn't appreciated that because I thought that the note that had gone in. Let me just find it. The note, just for the inspector's note, at 100.56, inquiry document 100.56, goes reviews in the context of cash flow from Mr. Spilsbury and says that what we've set out in terms of phased payments of plots and all of that stuff that Mr. Gearing's talked about isn't realistic, isn't credible, would end up flooding the market, would end up requiring 50 house builders and all of that stuff.
Just for the avoidance of doubt. So it's the rate at which you assume the money comes in and the number of plot sales.
Okay.
The master developer model is used all over the country and everybody is familiar with it. We haven't challenged that.
Okay, good. So having heard Mr. Gearing's evidence about the delivery model that Quinn would seek to, through which Quinn would pursue the delivery of the scheme set out in the 106, what's your take on the approach?
I start by stepping back and say, we've been told we need to do things differently. If we just keep moving forward with a large number of house builder-led approaches, we fail. And it's brilliant that we've got, and I work on lots of them, master developer-led schemes because they're really special. They do something really brilliant, and we're at risk as a country losing that mastery of development if you miss that middle bit out. Because what you do is you have people coming in who are able to coordinate, have vision, program, secure different investment on different terms and for different reasons, and be able to differentiate product and be able to invest in placemaking and to be able to forward fund infrastructure delivery in a way that house builders just can't, because that's not their business model. So when I was appointed, before taking on the instruction, I did a lot of research into what was being assumed, does it seem sensible. I've done a lot of my own due diligence, compared it to a lot of the schemes I'm already working on, and looked at it in the context, even the most recent there's a working paper just came out that's about how do we get more built more quickly, and one of the things in there is we need more master developers. So I have stress tested it, and in my evidence I've said that it's going to take a while for sales to stabilise. You're not just going to rock up on day one and sell loads of homes, but I am comfortable with the figures that are in the models and in the cash flows do track through. They do reflect a range of payment profiles of a combination of different house builder types, so national house builder, alongside some SME house builders, alongside extra care, older persons, alongside critically affordable housing, really important for the cash flow because you get that pace of delivery. So I'm happy in terms of the approach that's been taken, is not out of kilter with other things that I'm working on. I've got to an average of about 400 homes per annum over 20 years, and I've said that would be between about 250 and maybe up to 500. Now that's pushing it, but when I look at the diversity of what we're delivering, the planned approach, the multiple developer types, along with the multiple outlets, and I use my experience of urban and civic, or I look to Barking Riverside, 700 units last year. So our EBS fleet, I think, has been in the 500-600s consistently. There are schemes that are getting there, and we are told, the Letwin review said to us, we've got to do this if we're going to get up building rates. So just in the same way that I heard Mr. Spilsbury say, you can't look backwards, you've got to look forwards. There's new things coming in. We do need to look forward. And the government is talking about how can it incentivise more delivery. The government is talking about how can it penalise lack of delivery. The government's setting up a national housing bank to enable delivery. There's huge investment in modern methods of construction. There's innovation in terms of what we're going to be doing. So our world is changing, which means we can be positive when we look forward over a scheme of this duration, that it is right to be targeting consistent, moderately high levels of delivery, which are not out of kilter with what has been achieved and is being achieved elsewhere.
Thank you. Now, turning on to the policy then, so far as affordable housing is concerned, the wider policies obviously Mr. Bashforth's going to go into, but you've set out some evidence on in particular affordable housing related policies. We'll get to DM8 in a moment, obviously. National policy, though, lest we forget, what's your evidence in respect of accordance with MPPF policy, insofar as affordable housing?
I think you've guessed. So my section 7 goes through this in more detail. Section 5, I do a summary of the key bits of the MPPF, and section 7, I assess the proposals.
Just give the inspector, sorry to interrupt you, there's a specific assessment against the MPPF on page 46 in section 7, just for the inspector's note. Sorry to cut you off.
In a nutshell, my overwhelming conclusion is that this is a proposal which is doing exactly what the government is trying to achieve through its reform of the planning system. I think I keep saying it, so I'm sorry. Infrastructure, jobs, homes. Those three things together, that triangle, that's what we need. We're not sat here trying to start from somewhere that hasn't got a science park. We're taking a science park and we're making it bigger and better. That's a great thing for Sittingbourne. So we're linking up those three key things that are the tenets through the MPPF, and we're doing it privately led, master developer, with vision and at pace. We're meeting the needs of all of the groups that are being identified in the MPPF. We're delivering affordable housing, and we have provision to deliver it to the level that is identified as needed, which is another big MPPF point. And we are also delivering a huge quantum of homes, so the boosting side of things. So my take is that we're doing really well.
Now, to zoom in to local policy on affordable housing, and in particular, really, there's one policy that I want to ask you about, and I'm just going to give the inspector reference to where it can be found, because it probably is just worth having it out in its original form. It's DM8. It's in the local plan. The local plan is core document 13.1. And this is where you will remember I've got slightly different page numbers to everyone else. My DM8 is on page 2, PDF 241, but I've got a feeling that's not going to be where everyone else's is. It's in that neck of the woods anyway. It's in section 7. It comes after 7.3.15 in the paragraph numbers. Thank you. Might be 240, thereabouts. Yours is on 241. I don't understand that. Anyway, all right. Well, at least we've got it. So, DM8. Obviously, you give evidence on this policy as well, Mrs. Dickinson. Do you want? You've introduced it already, actually, or in an earlier answer in terms of those different percentages in the first sub-paragraph of it, the 0% in Sheppey and 10%, etc., and up to 40%. Do you want to just talk us through how you say it works?
Yeah. So I just realised my power lead isn't working here, but I can sort that out later. Okay. So, policy DM8. I think the first point is it doesn't align with the MPPF. So we just need to remember the timing.
And just to say, when you say that, so what do you mean?
Well, the MPPF is obviously 2024, and this is a 2017 document, so it hasn't been prepared in the context of the most up-to-date.
Contrary to it.
I think when you try and interpret DM8, if it gets misinterpreted, which, in my opinion, the council are misinterpreting the policy, that if you use that policy as a barrier to delivery by setting a bar that is clearly way too high for the local housing market that the site is located within, that to me isn't boosting. It's not significantly boosting housing delivery. So I'm concerned that it isn't clearer in the policy as to how it should be interpreted. I mean, there's no maps, there's no clear references. Sometimes people refer to settlement boundaries, sometimes people refer to postcodes. It's all completely random as to how it gets approached. And actually what the policy says is local housing market area. Like, that's what part 1 of the policy says.
Yeah.
So my worry, just going back to the MPPF, is that lack of clarity, which is really hard in preparing applications, say for applicants, but it's also really hard for decision makers. So that's my worry, that we should be speeding up. We should be giving certainty to. We should be enabling more consents. And I think in the beginning, in section 4 of the MPPF, it says we should be creative and positive in how we're making decisions. I'm not feeling that vibe with this policy, so that's my worry.
If we work it through, so there's just talk us through it really. You're worried about it being misinterpreted. How do you say it should be interpreted?
To me, it's quite straightforward. You apply the policy sought for the relevant local housing market area, and the Sittingbourne and its wider area. So you look at where, and I'm sorry if I say this wrongly, is it Iwade?
No, I think that's correct.
Is that correct? So you look at where Iwade is, which is specifically identified because it has a location that can be referenced. That line in the sand has been put there, and it sits, a way out. But everything else is left to interpretation. But if you step back and look at what is the local housing market area, I mean, it's pretty obvious that the policy only seeks to say, if you're in a local housing market area that's different to the one where your site is, it's because the values are higher. So Faversham, the values are a lot higher. And there is a graphic that does show the 33% difference, which is a local authority graphic in my evidence. But the house prices are very different. So by logic, if we were to have if it was the intention of DM8 for the 40% bit of the policy to be applied, we would need to have house prices that were higher than Faversham.
Could you just unpack that just so that it's super clear? Why do you say that we'd need house prices here that were higher than Faversham to get to the 40%?
Because the policy is entirely based on viability and what can be afforded. And the policy says because the viability is really poor in the Isle of Sheppey, it's 0. Because it's really challenging in the Sittingbourne local housing market area, it's 10%. Because it's a bit easier, because house prices are higher in Faversham, you can afford 35. And any of the remaining rural areas, i.e. they're not really a proper housing market probably, they're pretty special, so that's 40. But the house price has to be higher than Faversham to be able to afford more affordable housing. To apply a 40% requirement to an area which has lower values than Faversham would be really challenging for me, as that was the intent of the policy.
Now, on your analysis then
Yeah.
of this policy, of its meaning, of the words, what would be under number 1 in this policy, DM8 number 1 and then the boxes, what is the affordable housing percentage in respect of both of these planning applications?
10%.
Sort by the council, you mean?
Sort by the policy,
policy.
in the
By the
box.
policy,
So what I'm asking is, I need to ask it a bit clearer. Which box, in your opinion, on this policy, on DM8.1, do we fall into?
We fall into the local housing market areas, Sittingbourne Town, urban extensions and Iwade. 10%. The second box down.
And so, how does the offer that you have outlined through the 106 and your evidence, etc., what's actually offered, how does it square in terms of compliance or non-compliance with DM8?
It exceeds it. So it complies.
Before we leave DM8, might just be worth noting a couple of extra bits in the policy that come later. There are 2, 3 and 4, I don't think I have anything to ask you about them. Number 5 says, in exceptional circumstances and in accordance with an SPD to be prepared by the Borough Council. There's A is something about commuted sums. B is about something else, cascade mechanisms, not asking about them. C, 5C, where an applicant can demonstrate providing the full affordable housing provision would result in becoming the scheme unviable, a reduced requirement may be considered and will be subject to a legal agreement to ensure that full provision is reconsidered should land values rise prior to commencement, etc.
Yeah.
Is that well, I suppose is that bit of the policy relevant at all on your approach to DM8 as a whole in this case?
I think technically we could have come here and tried to say no. But I'm also stepping back and looking at this in accordance with the MPPF and significantly boosting market and affordable housing. And I'm looking at local need. So my advice to my client, the applicants, was that I felt on a scheme of this scale and duration, it was appropriate to provide the reassurance that there would be a review, multiple reviews in the south, one in the north, to be able to deliver to the level of housing need identified in the SHMA.
The only problem is with that, there is case law, isn't there, that if it complies with, there's got to be a local plan justification for review mechanism.
Yeah.
Now, if you're saying that what the local plan says, if it doesn't comply, there might
We've not finished yet. There's another.
Yeah,
But it's,
part
look at
6.
6. We're going to
Does that
if
for
you
you?
just put a pin in that question,
Yeah.
and we'll
Yeah.
ask it again after number 6 because it is important that there be a local plan justification.
Yeah.
We say the local plan justification. On your case, the local plan. On Mrs. Dickinson's case, there's no local plan justification in 5C.
Right.
So, but let me ask you about 6.
Sorry.
No. Don't apologise. 6. If evidence demonstrates that economic conditions or the proposed characteristics of the development or its location, so I suppose anything really, if any of those things have positively changed the impacts of viability of the provision of affordable housing, the council will seek a proportion of affordable housing closer to the assessed level of need or higher if development viability is not compromised.
Yes.
So what do you say about that?
So this to me is the assessed level of need is the 27.7. I consider that this scheme is one where it would be right for the council to say we don't know what the economic circumstances will be over the next 2 decades, potentially longer. So I consider there's an absolute justification for them to have a review mechanism. And I consider the 27.7 to be the right figure because I picked up as well on that or higher. And I questioned myself as to what was that meaning in the policy. And I managed to square the circle by saying, of course, if we're in Faversham or one of the higher value areas, we should be making a bigger contribution to that overall 27.7. So if you're in Faversham and you deliver 15% affordable housing, you shouldn't be capped at 27.7, i.e. the local need, you should be capped at 35. So that was my interpretation that we are correct to be targeting the assessed level of need for the borough, which is the 27.7.
Didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you finished. As I understand what the council say about this policy, as I understand it, I think what's being said is that there is a conflict with DM8, and the conflict arises from the failure to provide 40% affordable housing. So, and that has weighed as a conflict, I think, in the council's planning analysis of Mr. Dickinson. So really just to round up on DM8, what's your response to the allegation of a conflict on that basis?
Again, I've tried to be really sensible and do stress test. If I genuinely thought it should be 40, I'd be sat here saying 40. So I've tested it. And page 51. 51. Yeah, 7.3, figure 7.3 of my proof of evidence.
This is the heat map?
Yeah.
Okay. Do explain.
So when the council first brought this policy in, it was a little bit basic in terms of the analysis that was undertaken. It was quite a long time ago. And they used postcodes because that, I'm presuming, was an easy way of getting information.
Postcodes to do, sorry to be slow, postcodes in order to
look at the value.
To look at value. So looked at value by postcode.
The zoning of the policy and how it should work. What it did is it just took unit value. So it didn't say, is this for a 1-bed, a 2-bed or a 3-bed? It didn't say what's the pound per square foot rate. And it was very, it had these random boundaries that have no relationship to if there's a river or a road, or it had no local housing market relevance because postcodes don't relate to local housing markets.
Just to say, we can see that, can't we? Just on the previous page, you've reproduced, I think, some of the work that, some of the postcode boundaries that went into that the policy when it was drafted up.
But now I've updated it. So I've done I should also mention something else I found out, that the rural analysis was based on 22 units. So 22, it is in my evidence, but I went back and looked at the data set that would have been used to be able to, and this is why it's so dangerous when you just put one colour across a whole postcode area, and it's not analysed in terms of sliced and diced in terms of what the evidence is. So I do set that out at 722.3. That there wasn't a reference to sample size. So we've got a whole policy that didn't consider, is this the right approach to be taking? Have we got a good sample size to be able to inform this? Which just highlights the danger of these one-size-fits-all sort of bland approaches. So I've updated it and I've said, is there a case? Is it really, my hypothesis was, are the bits of the site which are going to have housing on in our proposal, are they located in pricing areas that are more aligned to the local housing market pricing of Sittingbourne or Faversham or somewhere more expensive. And so we used the land registry over 2 years, and we used a heat map to be able to show it. And you can see the purple, it should be bigger really, sorry. The purple is where we've got residential development. And we are not as low as parts of Isle of Sheppey, but we're definitely not as high as the east of Swale. So that differentiation very much remains today.
So, sorry, purple is the housing, is it?
Yeah, that's the...
So how do we know? Sorry, I can't see underneath the purple.
Because I can provide it without the purple on it, but it's just a continuation of all of the yellow. There's no red around there. It's yellow, blue. It's very, very low values comparative to where you see
It's quite
the
like
red.
Orange, isn't there?
Not where the purple is. No. And then to back that up further, and that was to say this is an up to date, because the local plan's very out of date, and a more technical way of looking at it that gives you greater clarity. But then to back that up further, we have the evidence on the values that have been submitted to the inquiry, where, for example, there's a statement of common ground on the values, and the values that are being used and have been agreed by the council and by Mr. Spilsbury are not Faversham values, they're Sittingbourne values.
The new sales values that have been agreed.
For the scheme. So we can be on, in my mind, and just another further example of it is paragraph 383 of page 12 of my proof.
Page 12. Yes. 3.8.3. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, in your proof.
Yeah.
Page 12.
Sorry. Right. Okay.
Yes, far away.
It just, again, see that sort of cyany quad blue is Faversham.
Yeah.
Orange is Sittingbourne.
Yeah.
And darker blue is Isle of Sheppey.
So it's showing us prices they're higher in the east, basically, higher in Faversham
again,
in
it
the
just
east.
shows that scale of difference. So if when we did the viability work, that's 33% difference.
Mm-hmm.
If when we did the viability work, we wouldn't be in the 380 region, pound per square foot, we would be materially higher because there's this third difference. So whichever way I try and look at this, I can see no justification for a policy that is intended, going back to its intention. Its intention is to differentiate and zone on the basis of value and local housing market.
Mm-hmm.
Sittingbourne is a defined local housing market area by the council. It includes ME9 and ME10 postcodes. It is identified as having significantly lower pricing than Faversham and other higher value areas outside of its local housing market area. So I can find no logic as to why you would reconcile DM8 with being 40% for this site.
And I suppose, put another way, would the values in the viability inputs that you were just talking about, those are agreed between us and Mr. Orst for the council Pathfinder in the viability work that we've done with him. Would the values that the council's agreed to be consistent with an approach that says 40% affordable here is the appropriate approach?
Absolutely not, no.
There are a couple, I'm just saying this now to the inspector's benefit, there are a couple of appeal decisions in Swale in the last few years that look at this topic of how to interpret DM8. And I think what you could, I'm not suggesting we go into them in any detail, because in some ways it doesn't really, it's all very interesting, but it's for you to decide what you think it means, really. So I'm just letting you know that they are there, and I'll give you the most recent one is core document 30.1, which is Ufton Court Farm, which actually refers to one of the others as well. So that might be a good one to look at, because that's Inspector David Spencer talking about in July 2024, talking about DM8, and he's using a postcode-based approach on pages 13 to 15. He talks about how what he's saying is consistent with what another inspector's saying. But I mean, I'll ask you, you don't have to, is there anything about the appeal decisions that you'd like to bring to the inspector's attention?
I think I mentioned them in my evidence. I don't like to try and piggyback on appeal decisions, etc. I think I say that what was the name? The
Ufton is the most recent one.
Yeah. I consider...
One of our what, sorry?
One of our listed building sites, isn't it? I mean, it's a non-designated heritage asset. I think that was one of the questions I asked about, whether the house and
I think it might be a different one. It's on the other side of, it's in towards Tunstall, so it's actually on the other side of town, as it were.
I think it might be one of them, the one. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
So there's
I think
Ufton
it's
Court
730.
of your proof, sorry.
Yeah, paragraph 730.
No, of course. 7 point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No,
well,
it's...
we do agree with it,
Yeah,
so that's helpful.
So I just said that the inspector was faced with similar issues and accepted the site was predominantly within low-value areas, Sittingbourne, when I reread the decision, it again talks about how the council hasn't got any plans. There is nothing that says it should be postcode-based, etc., they concluded that it should be 10%.
And it does say, just for our inspectors' note, because this is a site that we do know where it is, that if you see at the end of 7.30, Mrs. Dickinson says the inspector, which is to say Inspector at Ufton Court, talks about Swansea. That's also in the documents. It's referred to in the Ufton Court, but we know where that is from the plans that we've seen. And that was another one where the interpretation of DM8 was a live issue between the Swale Borough Council and the appellant, and was resolved at 10%.
But I've adopted it completely afresh from my perspective.
That's why that was why I was wary about going to it, but I just want you to know that those are there.
Yeah.
Okay, right. We're going to pivot in a moment to a different part of your evidence that is in particular more of a response to what Kent County Council have been talking about. But before we do, and it might then be quite a good moment if we're looking for a sort of a morning tea or whatever to do that in a few minutes' time. Not quite. We'll keep going then. But fine, we'll keep going. But before we pivot, in any event, Mr. Bashforth in October will be giving evidence on behalf of the applicant on the planning balance. You're here to talk specifically about housing inputs, if you like, to that planning balance, market affordable and everything else. What is your judgment on the weight to as material considerations that the things that you talk about in your evidence should attract as part of Mr. Bashforth's balance, obviously part of the Inspector and the Secretary of State's balance, and why?
Okay. So I summarise page 57 of my proof, paragraph 8.8 onwards, and I've identified 3 areas of benefit, and one is overall housing, the other is affordable housing, and then the other is the range of tenures and types of homes, and the specific needs that we're meeting. To bring them together rather than go back through them all, I get to very substantial. Because, one, We're doing what the government's asked, and it's a really hard thing to do, and we're stepping up and doing it. And I think very substantial weight should be given to the schemes that are hitting paragraph 77 of the NPPF that are then linking, I think it's paragraph 65, homes, jobs, infrastructure. Like, that's stepping up. That's different to a standard home builder application that's going to be determined in terms of its delivery based on very, very different metrics to a master developer that's placemaking, investing, creating really positive change, new parks, really changing hearts and minds and creating opportunity for Sittingbourne. So that was one element. Secondly, because we're securing more affordable homes than the council itself has over a decade. I think that's really, really important. Thirdly, we're getting the homes to where the local plan said they should be and where the borough are failing. We're getting them into Sittingbourne, the Tier 1 settlement, which was the priority. And the council have no strategy, no policy, no basis for doing that. We're then also helping much way beyond housing in addressing those inequalities that are so deeply entrenched in the borough. We are providing a response to the council's own self-claimed housing crisis. So the council's asked central government to do it, but we are making a very significant contribution to being able to do that. And we're providing a pipeline supply of affordable homes that will overcome some of those very significant challenges that the borough is facing. So when I assess them each individually, I go through them each and explain how I've got to where I've got to. I consider this is I think you've called it for like once in a generation or this is really special. And that's why I was excited to be appointed to represent the applicant, because we need more schemes like this. We need to be able to be stepping up. And if a scheme like this can't be given very substantial weight, what scheme can?
Thank you. Now, pivoting to viability, really, not the detail of viability. I'm sure everyone will be pleased to hear, thank goodness.
Definitely
no
not.
spreadsheets today. But no, more about the role of viability which is something on which you have just a little bit of expertise. If you could tell the inspector about the way that viability in planning is something that impacts on your practice.
Yeah. So, I mean, all of the schemes that are set out in my experience. See, I'm here housing, but all of the schemes I set out, and a load more, some of the most complicated, infrastructure-heavy, master developer-led schemes in the country. I've done the viability and the housing. So that's my bag. You know, Battersea Power Station, King's Cross, Brent Cross, Woodwharf, Shell Centre, Cambridge University, Oxford University, Imperial College, Silvertown. It's what I do. Viability for big, complex schemes that need to find ways through that are not easy. So that is my expertise. Mm-hmm. And what I do for clients is I work with them, and hopefully the same way I have with this client, to maximise the package of planning benefits, and specifically the affordable housing. That's my real passion. And what I have to do in working with them is to be able to say, how far can you go while still having sufficient incentive, i.e. potential profit, to be able to build this out? Because if you go too far, it's pointless, it won't get built. But all of my clients make their own commercial decisions, and they balance what they're doing. So they're all incentivized by different things: how much profit, how they realise it, how they deal with risk, how they structure delivery, how they realise their returns, when they realise their returns. There's not a one size fits all. And that isn't part of planning. Like, it could never be. It would be impossible for that to come into planning decision making. But it's really important when the planning system looks at what they're proposing, that the decision maker is confident they're getting the best possible package of benefits for its communities. And none of them would make that decision using an FVA. Like, I have to be absolutely crystal clear on this. No funder, no investor, no developer, no house builder, nobody would ever use an FVA. They use completely different metrics. They would use return on equity, return on investment, IRR. Oxford University may be looking to do, we want homes for our workers because we're having problems with recruitment and retention. So they don't want any massive return. They're doing it because they're doing something great to boost their business plan. So sometimes things don't seem logical when you translate them into an FVA, but we have to put them into an FVA. So that's a massive part of my job. So the role of the FVA isn't you do the FVA and then it churns something out and then that's the planning answer. So and therefore my role is to take that FVA and understand what it means in the context of the client's business plan, and to make sure they're not over-committing commercially, but also to make sure it gives the decision maker confidence they're getting the best possible, the maximum they can in terms of planning benefits.
I want to ask you then, a big step back question really, because we've had lots of evidence about viability in FVAs, and indeed Kent's case is predicated on the idea that the FVA shows non-deliverability of the scheme. The FVA shows non-deliverability without public subsidy of the scheme. That's what Kent's position now is. So let's examine the logic of that. Why do FVAs? What actually are FVAs for?
Okay. So the only planning requirement for an FVA is if the scheme is not delivering policy compliant benefits. It's the only reason for it. There's no other reason. Therefore, the sole purpose of the FVA is to demonstrate why a scheme cannot afford more. It's not the role of the determining authorities to try and get the developer to deliver less to make more profit. The only purpose of it is to say, are you making the maximum reasonable contribution to your planning obligations? And because that's the only purpose, and because it needs to be transparent, it needs to have consistency, it needs to be accessible. The way it's done is using an agreed and consistent methodology, and it uses standardised inputs. So I think this feeds into the what if, when you put those numbers in, we're making a proposal on any of my schemes, and it's more than the FVA shows, seems to stack up, that we're not hitting the targeted profit level. Well, yeah, or the revenue's less. So it's just you're returning, say you're returning a 7% profit, whereas the agreed risk margin that would be appropriate for the scheme that you're bringing forward. So it's agreed that you can have up to 15%, but when you do the today appraisal, it's only 7%. What does that mean? It means nothing. It's irrelevant, provided what you're delivering is the maximum that the viability can secure. And that's why we have fast track in London, because the incentive, and it's interesting, Matthew Pennycook was talking, last week, and he uses the same term actually, incentive. Developers have to have an incentive to build out. It's not a guaranteed return. We need to let the development industry work out what it's doing, find its ways of doing it, be innovative and commercial, but the planning system can't just believe what they say. It needs to test that it's getting the best out of it. So that's what the FEA is for. And I have to say, I don't know if I've ever seen an FEA where there's agreement between what's submitted and the independent assessor. There's a lot of subjective assumptions, there's a lot of unknowns, there can often be very, very significant variances. No one's right, the outcome isn't a determinant, it's not a definitive, it doesn't give you a planning answer, it's a consideration, it's about you take it as part of the wider picture. And clearly if we're not delivering enough on something, then there's an issue, because if we can deliver more, that's a concern. But it doesn't trump other planning considerations. It's not in any way definitive. And actually, paragraph 59 of the MPPF says the decision maker can actually decide to give no weight to it at all. So it's quite, it's been quite hard to hear how the emphasis has been on this trying to get to this perfect outcome, when what I hear is everything that everyone can throw in about the cost could be higher. That means you can't afford to do what you're doing. There's no planning basis for that. We're delivering the maximum, and that's what policy asks us to do.
What are your reflections on how viability has been positioned as an issue by Kent through this inquiry, so far as what the purpose actually is of doing FVAs in the first place?
Yeah, I've seen, I guess the things that I've been really concerned about that maybe haven't been intended, but which I've heard, maybe I'm being oversensitive, but I've heard that the scheme has to be viable at the time of planning consent being granted, i.e. you have to achieve all of the costs have to be covered, including a return, have to be covered by the revenue. That isn't right. It rarely is, if ever. That isn't a requirement. I've heard that each and every cost has to be in, and it's expected that all costings have to be prepared on a very detailed basis. With detailed designs, with known contractor outcomes. And I look at Euston, or I look at King's Cross. I mean, Battersea Power Station. There is absolutely no way we could have met the bar that is being set. And I completely understand the sensitivity, and I understand the council are concerned about their reputation or that they've had bad experiences. But I have to look at this from a planning perspective and as an expert witness. And I'm really concerned that that's very misleading. There's also a viability should price in all of the risk. Absolutely not. That's not correct. Where risk sits is with developer profit. And guidance is clear that the decision maker should expect the developer to take the risk, not the FVA price it in. Because if we do, we won't have any affordable housing anywhere. We would have nothing. And we would be decimating the Secretary of State's ambitions for growth. I can keep going, but things like market value. I've heard references to the actual landowner deal going in.
I mean, the promotion agreement.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely not. That must not go in. It's clear as day written in the PPG. You have to use EUV. Under no circumstances will market value be accepted.
Yeah.
So I understand there's an interest, but it's not a planning consideration. I heard that if you progress without public subsidy that you might later decide to go for, whether that's a loan or whatever it is.
Or a grant, yeah.
That then you're prejudicing your ability to get that in public subsidy in the future. Absolutely not. Like, actually, what you need to be able to get grant funding is evidence that you have got planning permission. I've got schemes where we've got the two, which is a problem, where the client's saying, well, we're not going to take the risk on getting the grant, and and therefore we can't make certain commitments. But the grant is saying, well, we can't give you the commitment until you get the planning. So that is not how the system works in practice. And I get grant funding, like that is part of my role. The interchangeable use between viability and deliverability.
I'd like you just to dwell on this one just for a moment, because these two words, viability and deliverability, have been used a lot in the context of Kent's evidence in particular, where it is said, I think, to cut it short, that the scheme is undeliverable, or they think, on account of it being unviable. It's the unviability that we obviously disagree with it, but their case is unviable, and in consequence it's undeliverable. Tell us about your approach to these two terms. And the logic of Kent's case?
Deliverability isn't a planning consideration in the context of deliverability. There's no planning test for it. I think, as I set out in my scope, all of my clients approach how they're going to deliver and how they assess delivery in completely different ways for different purposes. So it could not ever be assessed on the basis of a standardised input FVA, because they don't use that to make their own decision making. And at the end of the day, it's the applicant, the developer, that decides if they're going to deliver something. So what happens with FVAs is it's a snapshot at a point in time where the developer is saying, with this package of benefits, there's enough in it for me to continue through to delivery and to hope that I will get to the return I need to get to by the time the scheme is finished. It's not I'm not going to start unless I achieve a certain return level. So the two are not interchangeable, completely different. I mean, you know a lot more about the Wimbledon case, but again, I think that reaffirms that this deliverability should not be sent to court when it comes to these matters. That was actually a genuine slip. I do that a lot, sorry. And then I think the final point is, so if it is inviable in this technical, standardised, hypothetical assessment, should you do a pound for pound reduction? Oh, costs have gone up £1, so the planning benefits have to go £1 down. No, that risk sits firmly, squarely with the developer, and that's for them to sort out. And I guess, I mean, I did do a sanity check, and I went through all my schemes. Not one of them would have been consented, of all those ones I'm listing, if we'd have used what's being set here as the test of all of those misrepresentations of viability. So you wouldn't be seeing Battersea Power Station, you wouldn't have had the Olympics, you wouldn't have King's Cross, you wouldn't have the Shell Centre, you wouldn't have, I mean, just so many amazing, wonderful schemes, because that's what developers do. They take risk. If they weren't taking risks, they'd be contractors. And they would absolutely know day one what their return's going to be. And we would not be in a housing crisis because life would be a lot easier. It's hard. Doing development is hard, and there's no certainties. And therefore, we have to be very, very careful where we take this FVA discussion.
Can I just ask a question, actually,
Of
on
course.
that? I mean, it could be said, couldn't it, that one of the reasons why viability has had such a big impact as it's happened on this inquiry is because although we're told that all the Section 106 obligations are fixed, like affordable housing, education, all the rest of it, there is, if it is unviable, there is the opportunity then for the developer to come back and basically change under provisions of the regulations the level of affordable housing, or they wouldn't deliver the school or whatever. Now I know that is obviously one can't assume that will be the case, and that is a decision for another decision maker, obviously. But one has to sort of bear in mind that if, or does one, I don't know, if there is a doubt about viability, not just a sort of marginal one, but if there were to be considered to be a considerable doubt about viability, that might be a realistic option which has to be taken into account. What would you say to that?
I think that's a really fair comment, and professionally, I wouldn't be sat here because that's not what I do. But B, and so I've asked the questions. So I've had really, so when I took this on, I went through due diligence, not just on housing, because for housing to be given the benefit that I'm suggesting, I need to know that it's real housing. So I sat down with the developer, I sat down with the wider consultant team, and I did a lot of due diligence, and I feel confident in terms of what's been provided. But aside from that, my logic is, if that was ever the intention, this applicant wouldn't have appointed me or Mr. Mitford Slade, because what they would have done is they would have just said yes to everything. Oh, how do you want us to interpret policy? Yeah, we'll do that, not a problem. What community sums do you want? Yeah, we'll put that in. If your strategy is genuinely that you don't just want to get spades in the ground and get going, then you agree.
Yeah, but I mean, they might have, I'm sure they've got very good intentions. I mean, no one's saying they haven't got good intentions, but, obviously this has been, subject to a lot of scrutiny now, which perhaps hadn't been, I'm sure, they've obviously done all their due diligence and everything, but it has been subject to a lot of scrutiny. So, I don't think they sort of use their witnesses in bad faith or anything like that, but there is obviously one has to consider that with all the evidence one's heard, is there a realistic possibility that maybe they wouldn't be able to afford all these things in the future?
And I think the reason I feel reassured speaking to you is that some of the areas of really big difference are just not what you'd ever have in an FVA. So the outcome that you're getting is very, very misleading.
So let's go over the areas that you think are misleading, or the biggies anyway. What that have reassured you?
I guess stepping back first of all, well, perhaps it's not relevant, but if a council was to be doing their viability, for their local plan, they wouldn't be expected to do all of this detail. And if we then complied with it, we wouldn't need to do viability work. So the applicant can't be being asked to do something that's completely different to what would go into the local plan process. And then I listened to, I think it was yesterday, there were references to the North Essex authorities.
The garden community.
Yeah, like 43,000 homes we want to deliver somewhere at some time, doing something. And I've done Green Book work as well, historically, not recently. And the level of contingency, which is an issue, risk allowances, the contingency on contingencies, as a starting point, which is what Kent County Council rightfully use in their business cases. Mm-hmm. So the starting point of that is an outlier, in exactly the same way that Mr. Spilsbury referred to another inspector decision as an outlier. This is an outlier.
Why so?
It was 2020.
What, you mean the North Essex?
Yeah, the comments that inspector made about using business case levels of contingency and sort of getting to the 40 or 43 or 44%, whatever it was, since 2020, that no one else has adopted that. It hasn't become common practice. It's not an approach that is being widely used. I mean, BMPP have done 100 local plan studies for councils on viability, and in none of them, not a single one, have they ever used more than 5% contingency on infrastructure.
Let's put it like this: the inspector's concern about, the inspector's question was predicated. Let me rephrase that. I didn't mean that.
Yeah.
The inspector's question was predicated on a potential concern, a theoretical concern, that goes to viability. The contrary viability evidence to the effect that it can't be paid for, if you like, I'm summarising, comes from Kent, because obviously the original Rule 6 evidence suggested that it was, if anything, more viable than we'd said, but obviously they've fallen in behind Kent. But putting that to one side, so we're talking about Kent, and Kent's viability evidence is based on road costs with £100 million of risk in there, rough and ready figures, which Mr. Birchall's confirmed is what Kent would how the Kent would risk a road for one of their business cases to central government or to whoever. So the viability issue in this inquiry between us and Kent turns on that. It turns on this approach to risk.
Yeah.
I asked Mr. Birchall about whether he thought that including that business case level of risk in an FVA was appropriate or inappropriate last week, I think. And he didn't know because he doesn't know anything about FVAs. But you do. So here's my question. Is what Kent have done, in your opinion, which is to say taken a business case approach to risk and contingency and inserted those figures into their Spilsbury FVA, is that an appropriate thing to do?
Absolutely not, no.
You need to unpack why not.
First of all, because the level of risk being built in the first place is, as I just said, using a barometer of what local plan viabilities do. It's 5% that's used. It is never more than that. It's we have put in a higher proportion on the a higher quantum on the strategic infrastructure. So we have recognised there is a specific risk and we have accommodated that. So as a starting point, it would never ever be acceptable to assume as a base point those levels of contingency and risk allowance in your base assumption. And any independent assessor, if on, I don't know, King's Cross, I added that level of contingency, they would turn around and it's in the PPG, they would turn around and say to me, no, you use a normal level of contingency and then you change the risk return of the developer because the risk sits with the developer, which is completely different to a business case approach. Absolutely, it's not apples and apples at all. So you cannot put in that amount as a starting point, and if you did, an independent assessor would put a line through it because the impact of what you are doing is to reduce the benefits, and that then would be unacceptable in planning terms because you are double counting. You're having the risk of the return and you're having the contingency. But what's even worse is when you put that into the FVA, you're making it even worse because
What do you mean?
The cash flow will mean that you're adding finance costs to that. And then you're also applying developer profit to that.
Which applies as a percentage
of the cost. So you're magnifying this problem increasingly. So that's why, from my perspective, I don't see the numbers in the way they're being presented. So I don't see that risk coming back to Section 106B as being as we sit here today, because the numbers that are going in are not what would be acceptable in FVA. So use the numbers that would be acceptable in FVA and you come up with a different answer.
So overall, how would you characterise what Kent have tried to do with their FVA exercise?
What do you mean by characterise?
How would you describe it? And it's the weight it should bear when it comes to the inspector's reporting.
In my opinion, the way that the costs have been put together and how then they are used means that as an outcome from an FVA, it's not fit for purpose for planning decision making. You wouldn't use an FVA to determine a business case. You don't use a business case to inform an FVA.
Just a couple more questions on this, and then we can have a tea break, whilst also finishing Mrs. Dickinson's evidence in chief. So it's a double whammy. You referred to the risk of double counting in your previous last answer, but one, when you were talking about the risks of what Kent have done.
Yeah.
I just want you to be clear to the inspector as to what are the things that are being double counted in your risk being double counted in your opinion.
So the whole point of the developer margin is to allow for risk, and if you manage to manage the risk, then you get your margin. If you then say, no, we want all of our margin at 15% and we want all of our risk covered, it's a bit like putting your money in a government bond and saying, I want the return as though Apple shares have just hit the jackpot. You can't have the two. So your risk either needs to be on the cost side, and then you don't have profit and other contingencies, etc.
Like a business case, that one.
Yeah. Or it needs to be on the, I'm taking the risk on the share options and I'm really hoping this is going to take off big time because I've put it in the developer risk side of things. And that's what developers do. They assess the risk, they put a price to the risk, they come up with a plan to deliver it, and that's their potential for profit.
But what
so
happens
you can't
if you
double count.
What happens if you do both? You say that you need to put risk either with the developer or on the contingency risk side. What happens if you try and not just do one or the other, but you say you've got to have profit and you've got to have all the risk built in?
So if you don't marry the two together and say, right, okay, well, I'm going to put more risk in, so I need to reduce my more cost risk, so I need to reduce my developer return. So if they don't talk to each other and you keep cost risk high and profit high, you create false FVA outcomes.
And what's happened here so far as Kent's work goes?
Well, I think I can't say it any more clearer that we've taken all the costs and put them into the FVA structure without adjusting the FVA structure, which means you are getting a position that is not apples and apples.
If the approach that Kent are urging on this inquiry were taken not just here for this for these applications, but more widely. So if their approach was taken up, say theoretically by our inspector, by the Secretary of State, and applied everywhere, the approach that Kent are urging, what implications would that have more generally, in your opinion?
Well, the net outcome would be catastrophic in terms of delivery, because nothing would get planning consent, because all of my schemes would be coming through showing that they're technically unviable when you're sat there with developers and investors wanting to bring things forward. So it would be absolutely catastrophic for the Secretary of State's ambitions and for the government's ambitions for growth, because they are reliant on the private sector delivering.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dickinson.
Right, so that's your evidence. Oh, well done. Right, Mr. Young, if you're still there, we're going to have
Yeah.
we're going to have a break now, our usual morning break, and then you can do your questions. If that's all right.
Lovely. Thank you. And the fact it's arrived earlier than 3 hours is most welcome.
Well, yeah, for everyone. All right, so it's 5 to 11, so we will have a break until 11:15, and then we'll hear Mr. Young. Okay? Thank you. Mr. Young is, yeah, now hang on a minute, because you are now on the big screen. Don't know if you can see, but that's all people at home can see as well. Do you think
See a little picture of the room. They can see what we can see on the telly.
they can see a little?
Okay.
It's. They can hear, I hope. Well, no doubt you'll tell us if they can't, but it just helps, I think, makes it a bit more real if Mr. Young is shown in glorious Technicolor.
I mean, the main issue has been people hearing, because I think people do other things whilst they're...
Yes.
And Mr. Young is a far better prospect to look at, I suspect, than the wider
Than
room.
me? And you as well, of course. Of course.
I meant more in the fact that you can't really see much in the room.
No, okay, all right. Well,
Wasn't-
if everybody's happy, then we'll proceed then. Okay, so the inquiry is now resumed. Thank you. So now we are going to have the questions from Mr. Young to Mr. Dickinson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. So, good morning.
Morning.
If you could take up the PPG on financial viability, you'll find that, I think, as CD 16.11. Just tell me when you're there.
Yeah, 2.6. I didn't open it as a separate tab, and I should. And new. Open the tab. Yeah.
Good. Okay. So if you could go within that, please, to paragraph 10. I think we've all become familiar with how it's numbered. And you should have a heading, standardised inputs to viability assessment.
Just getting
Just
there.
tell me when.
Bear with me. Yeah, I'm there.
Thank you. So it says, what are the principles for carrying out a viability assessment?
Yeah.
And then it says this, viability assessment is a process for assessing whether a site is financially viable. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
By looking at whether the value generated by development is more than the cost of developing. And
Yeah.
that, of course, is what it seeks to do, doesn't it?
That's the purpose of the technical study. What it doesn't tell you is how you use it. Yeah.
Yeah. This includes looking at key elements of gross development value, costs, land value, landowner premium, and developer return. Those are all relevant factors, aren't they?
Yeah.
One of the reasons that viability is important in the planning system, we see in the next paragraph, this national planning guidance sets out the government's recommended approach to viability assessment for planning. The approach supports accountability for communities to enable them to understand the key inputs to and outcomes of viability assessment. So it should be all transparent and capable of being understood by local communities, yes?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the consequence of that is really so that they understand, why contributions are made, why they're not made, why roads are funded, why contributions towards roads are required, timing of roads,
No,
and so on.
it doesn't mention roads.
Okay, let's carry on then. All right, and if you go to paragraph 12, how should costs be defined for the purpose of viability assessment?
But you need to look at the trigger.
Just
No,
answer the question, if
but
you will.
you
If
need
you
to
go
look at-
that- I hadn't asked you a question. I'd asked you to go to the section. So if you'd be so kind as to do that, it says, how should costs be defined for the purpose of viability assessment? Do you have that?
Yeah.
It says assessments of costs should be based on evidence which is reflective of local market conditions. As far as possible, costs should be identified at the plan making stage. Obviously, we're not at our plan making stage because there is no up-to-date plan. Plan makers should identify where costs are unknown and identify where further viability assessment may support a planning application. Costs include first of all, build costs, do you see that?
Yes.
Abnormal costs, things like contaminated sites, listed buildings, and so on.
Yeah.
Yes. Site-specific infrastructure costs,
Yeah.
which might include access roads. Do you see that?
Yeah.
An access road is a road, isn't it?
I didn't say they shouldn't be in the costs. I said the purpose of you were talking about the purpose of the FVA, and the purpose of the FVA is triggered by paragraph 59 of the MPP, paragraph 56 to 59 of the MPPF, and that's under a section called planning conditions and obligations. And the purpose of doing the FVA, yes, is to make sure all the costs and values in there. Absolutely, and that's what the PPG does. But the purpose of the FVA isn't to then dissect each of those individual costs and say, oh, is the cost of a retail centre right? Or are you making enough money on the science park? It's to say, when you look at the scheme in totality, are you making enough contributions to the wider planning gain package in accordance with the obligations and conditions section? So we just need to be really careful what we then end up using the information for. So yes, all of the costs, as much as can reasonably be available, should be in there. So should the values. But as the RICS guidance says, you're going to need estimates. It's going to be indicative. The outcomes are not definitive, etc. So we need to be careful we're not straying out of our lane and we end up trying to do a business plan assessment for example, Kent Science Park. Because that would, if every interested party came in and tried to use the FVA, which is intended under paragraph 59 to look at conditions and obligations, we'd be here for a year and a day. We probably are already, but we would never do what the Secretary of State's asking, which is reform the planning system to be able to be quicker, clearer, etc.
Okay. Just so we're clear, though, you agree that as part of a viability appraisal, you should look at the cost of site-specific infrastructure.
I already agreed that, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And that would include roads, wouldn't it?
Clearly, because if there were roads in the proposal, yeah.
Yeah, okay. We'll come back to some other items that we need to consider. But if you go forward, so we have to go back to the start of the PPG, and we can see paragraph 1 begins, plans should set out the contributions expected. Do you see that?
Hang on.
What paragraph are you going to?
So paragraph 1 of the same document.
Yeah. Right, okay.
Plans should set out the contributions expected from development. This should include setting out the levels and types of affordable housing provision required, along with other infrastructure, such as that needed for education, health, transport, flood and water management, green and digital infrastructure. So transport infrastructure would be a form of infrastructure, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you need it to be able to access the site, so you couldn't deliver the scheme without doing the road.
Yeah, so crucial to look at, not just affordable housing, but all the other infrastructure that's needed. Schools obviously fall under the heading education, don't they?
Yes. And that's part that comes under the 59 clause of planning obligations and conditions, yeah.
GP surgeries come under the heading of health.
Yeah.
Roads come under the heading of transport.
That's not a planning benefit, it's something that's required to access the site.
I think part of your case may be to claim the delivery of the roads as a benefit, but
no, it's just of no. I think my case, I don't have I'm not here as a viability witness. I'm here to make sure that the viability evidence that has been given isn't misconstrued. And I have a huge amount of experience on really complex schemes, and I know how this should be applied. And you should not be using the FVA to test a business case or the financial case for a road or for anything else. The sole purpose, as I set out in my evidence in chief, is to be able to assess whether or not you're delivering enough planning benefits, if you can deliver more planning benefits. It's not the role of the decision maker, and this bit's obviously in the plan making bit, but it's not the role of the decision maker to step in and say, you're not making enough profit. You need to go away, redo your sums and come back when your scheme's more viable, because otherwise we're going to have to reduce the contributions. That is not the process. And if it was, the impact would be seismic.
Okay, so if we go back to paragraph 1, and it refers to transport in the context of infrastructure, which is relevant to setting the levels.
Yeah, we're aligned. We're aligned, the cost is in there.
Forgive me. So we look at setting the levels of and types of affordable housing alongside other infrastructure. So it isn't just the affordable housing that's relevant, it's other infrastructure, yes?
But this is the local plan bit.
Is that a yes? Is it
No,
other
no, because
infrastructure?
I'm talking about decision making and you're in the local plan bit of the PPG.
Yeah, well, we don't have a local plan, and we'll come on to...
Yeah, but you can go to the decision-making bit of the
people. You need to come on to the section about big sites.
But you can't apply...
And then just, if you forgive me, Mr. Dickinson, just if we could focus on paragraph 1.
Sorry, sir, you can't apply the wrong bit of the guidance.
Honestly, this isn't going to work unless I put my question. My question to you is, if you have a look at that, it says should include setting out levels and types of affordable housing provision along with other infrastructure. Is other infrastructure something that's relevant?
So you're using the bit of the PPG that refers to plan making.
Please? Is it relevant?
I've already said all of the infrastructure is part of an FVA under the decision-making process.
Okay, and transport would obviously include roads, wouldn't it?
Clearly.
Good. Okay. If we go then to your issue about the local plan, because I understand what you're saying. If we go to paragraph 5, it has the heading: Why should strategic sites be assessed for viability and plan making? Do you see that?
Oh, sorry, I've gone too far.
5.
Oh, so we're still in the plan making bit, yeah?
We are.
Okay, sorry, I went down to the decision making bit. Hang on, I just need to go back. Bear with me, I'm a bit of a technophobe. I'm not very good on this machine.
Don't worry.
It's not my normal one.
Just
Thank you.
Paragraph 5 if you can.
I'll get there, bear with me. Yes.
Okay, so why should strategic sites be assessed for viability and plan making? We don't have an up-to-date plan in this case, do we?
No, we don't, no.
No, but we are all agreed that this is a strategic scale site.
Yeah, they did, however, so...
Just on a yes or no for that.
Yeah, this is
these are both strategic scale sites. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's important to consider the specific circumstances of strategic sites. Plan makers can undertake site-specific viability assessment for sites that are critical to delivering the strategic priorities of the plan. And I think your evidence today has confirmed, hasn't it, that you see this site as critical to delivering the strategic priorities for Swale.
I absolutely think it has the potential to be, if the Secretary of State was to determine it positively, yes.
Yeah, it goes on to say this could include, for example, large sites that provide a significant proportion of plan supply, sites that enable or unlock other development sites or sites within priority regeneration areas. This is undoubtedly a large site, but it's also a site that could provide a significant proportion of supply. Is that right?
Yeah, consistent with paragraph 77 of the NPPF.
Yeah. Okay, so we are agreed about the relevance of this site, and I don't think it's your case to say that the inspector should ignore viability evidence in respect of this site. That's not your case.
I didn't know if you were going to go on to talk about the fact that this was done.
Focus on that question if you can.
Sorry, no, absolutely. It's up to the decision maker, not me, as per paragraph 59, to determine what weight should be given to the viability evidence.
Okay, so if we go back to paragraph 12, and how should costs be defined for purpose of viability, we dealt with build costs, abnormal costs.
Are we still in the local plan bit?
We are in the set heading standardised inputs to viability
Ah,
assessments.
here we are.
So
Yeah,
that's the section.
I'm there.
And if you go to paragraph 12,
Yeah.
it says, and we looked at this, we looked at the first 2 bullet points and the third one, site-specific infrastructure costs. So that's a relevant factor, which might include access roads, sustainable drainage, and so on. Okay, now the key thing in respect of this is, of course, this isn't a situation where we've just got an access road onto an individual site. The roads are a fundamental part of your client's proposals, aren't they?
Yeah, no, none of the homes can be occupied until the roads are completed, so pretty critical.
Absolutely, and you obviously will know the scale of costs associated with those roads, won't you?
I've heard a lot about different opinions of costs, yes.
Yeah. What's the cost of the roads, please?
It's set out in... I thought use one of your documents, maybe, best. So the strategic infrastructure is summarised, I think, in Mr. Spilsbury's evidence in chief note.
Yeah.
Do you want me to read them out, or...?
I was just whether you could just tell us what the cost of the strategic roads and motorway junction is.
Yeah, so it's 195.5 million.
Okay, we've got a dispute about those costs, but you're aware, obviously, that on your case, it's certainly around £200 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. So that is obviously a very substantial cost, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a significant upfront infrastructure cost that only a master developer delivered scheme could hope to achieve.
And so when we see in the PPG, when it's important to get site-specific infrastructure costs like access roads, we're talking about something of a far greater magnitude as a cost in terms of this development than just a simple access road, aren't we?
Yeah, I think 200 million, as you surmised it. Yes, absolutely. It's a significant cost.
Okay, and then if we turn the page on paragraph 12, on the hard copy of your electronic, it's the next bullet point down, you need to also look at the total cost of all relevant policy requirements. So that includes contributions towards affordable housing and infrastructure, community infrastructure levy, and so on. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Now, in your case, of course, as you rightly and accurately confirm, the infrastructure cost associated with these roads is actually entirely being paid for entirely by the developments themselves, yes?
Yes, that's what I've heard, yeah.
Yeah, so in terms of it being a policy requirement, we're not with a local plan, unfortunately, that's up to date and provides that, but there's no doubt that it is a requirement of this site to deliver those roads and indeed do so before housing is delivered.
Obviously, the Aspinall Verde work was done, I think, with Stantec.
Is that a yes, first of all? Just sorry for me suggesting that, but the inspector might find it helpful. Could I just have a yes or no?
Do you want to reframe your question?
Yeah, by all means. So, is it the case that you accept that the roads here are a necessary infrastructure requirement for the development of both sites?
Yes, I mentioned that just now because of the obligations, that the restrictions on being able to occupy the units.
Okay, and then other things that need to be taken into account. Next bullet point, general finance costs. Well, we must always take account of finance, mustn't we?
Yeah.
Next one, professional project management, sales, etc. So all the professional fees, that has to be taken into account as well.
Yeah.
And then explicit reference to project contingency costs should be included in circumstances where scheme-specific assessment is deemed necessary with a justification for contingency relevant to project risk and developer return. So if we just unpack that, if we just unpack that, what we can see is that if there are circumstances where scheme-specific assessment is deemed necessary, well, we've agreed this is a very large strategic site. So scheme-specific assessment is required, isn't it?
This guidance doesn't just relate to scheme specific, it's for plan makers as well. So it's for plan makers and decision takers. And just to be really clear about it, it isn't the fact that it's a strategic site that at the decision making stage means you need to do a viability. At the plan making stage, if it's a strategic site, you need to do the viability. And that's what Aspinall Verdi were doing with Stantec when it tested the idea for the garden settlements. And our site was one of those sites, and it was tested in exactly the way that the PPG says, and it did include the roads, so it did do exactly as you're asking. This also, so the reason for doing the FVA is if you're not at the application decision-making stage, is only if you're not compliant with the planning policy.
I know you say that, but I'm afraid I think we're just at odds of this, because you've got a very, very expensive road, and we want to know if it can be afforded.
Where's the policy?
So we've been looking at, just help me with this. It says explicit reference, I put to you, explicit reference to project contingency costs. So project contingency costs are relevant to viability.
You made an assertion, however. Please humour me. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. But you've made an assertion and you've left it and you didn't let me comment on it. And the assertion was fundamentally wrong. So I think it's really important that you can't make your personal statement, which is your view of what FVA is for, and then not allow me to say that's wrong. I'm an expert. I'm allowed to have a view as to whether you're right and wrong. And I don't want to be disrespectful in any way, but by making a statement and adding a question to it and saying I have to say yes or no, I feel is a little bit unfair, because my first point is, no, the FVA is not done, and I think I've been really clear on this. The FVA is not done to assess the strategic infrastructure. The FVA, as per the section I took you to in the MPPF, which is the trigger for doing the FVA, otherwise there's no FVA at all. So if I was sat here with a completely commercial scheme, if my client had gone, we just want to do a massive science park, there would be no need for an FVA. The only reason for the FVA is if you're not delivering the required level of planning benefits. So we need to be very, very careful. Yes, contingency needs to be in there. Yes, it needs to be appropriate. I don't disagree with you whatsoever. I'm happy to answer that question, but please don't lead me and then ask a different question.
I do just note that the assertion that's just been responded to is one for which Kent has not adduced any evidence at all. That what Mr. Young said, well, we disagree, this is what an FVA is for, sort of thing. Kent has not adduced any evidence on what the purpose is of doing an FVA in these circumstances. The only relevant evidence is from this witness so far, and Kent doesn't have any more witnesses.
Yeah, you'll forgive me if I put to this witness what we disagree with.
Only if it's supported by your case. Of course you can, but you've got to support.
And the PPG, please. If we can just stick with the PPG. I will, Ms. Dickinson, I don't want to cause you any concern. I will put the proposition that I understand you're making. Okay, but I just want to deal with contingency first. May I continue with that?
Yeah, so can you ask me the question about contingency in isolation?
Okay. Yes, so my specific question is, it's quite clear when carrying out viability work that the things that you need to look at include project contingency costs, yes?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and it should be included in circumstances where scheme-specific assessment is deemed necessary. Your point, I think, and this may be where there's the sort of dispute over the way I put the question, is that you say, well, the circumstances here mean that there isn't a need for a scheme-specific assessment. Is that right?
No, I can absolutely see that there's been a dispute between the council, the decision maker as it was, and the applicant, and that they have tried to remedy that between themselves, and they have successfully remedied that between themselves. Where the dispute comes is how you are framing the use of FVAs. And the use of FVAs at the local plan making stage is one thing. And at that stage, you are required to do an FVA for a strategic site. At the decision-making stage, it's a very different set of circumstances, because you can only do it if you're not meeting the asked for obligations in the plan. And generally, that falls on residential schemes, because the targeted proportion of affordable housing, particularly in the current market conditions, can be really challenging alongside everything else. So my point was, if we were policy compliant in the council's eyes and we were delivering everything they required in terms of paragraph 59, there would be no hook to get into the PPG FVA at the decision-making stage. Or if we were delivering a wholly commercial scheme and there was no question over the planning benefits and whether we were meeting them, you would have no hook, no policy basis to be able to ask for an FVA, because there's no local plan policy and there's no MPPF guidance or PPG or anything that says every scheme that comes forward that's big at the decision-making stage, no matter what it's doing, needs to have an FVA to prove it's deliverable. Please, can you show me where that policy exists? Because it doesn't.
I'm afraid you don't get to ask me questions, but you'll forgive me if I carry on. On the contingency issue, and I will come back to your point about why it would be important to look at viability in a moment. And then it says, with a justification for contingency relative to project risk and developer's return. Now there's three concepts there. There's contingency, there's project risk, and there's developer return.
Sorry, Mr. Young.
Do we agree those are three
Mr. Young,
separate things?
sorry, I'm just wondering, sorry, we've had such a to and fro. I'm just wondering where we are now in the PPG. Are we
in the PPG,
paragraph 12, is it?
paragraph 14 now, sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
sorry. Right, okay. Sorry.
Paragraph 14.
Oh, I asked, wasn't it? And this is how should land value be defined, is it? Or not? No.
It says, how should costs be defined for the purpose of viability assessments?
Hold on. 14.
And at bottom, it's paragraph 14.
Hang on, that's not.
Do you know what I think?
Okay.
I think it's possible. Heavens knows why. I think there might actually be more than one paragraph 14 on here.
Oh, there'll be one in the decision-making bit and one in the plan-making bit.
If you look on page, I think the one that Mr. Young's got in mind is on our one. It's page 9 of 21 in the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, we're in the plan-making bit, not in the decision-making bit.
Mr. Simons is right. There are two paragraph 14s.
Oh gosh, that is just bananas, isn't it? Two paragraph 14s.
I think in fairness, it's probably meant to be paragraph 12, because I think it may be just a labelling error in the document.
Doesn't it say 12? It's how should costs be defined for the purpose of the viability assessment. You're saying that one, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah. In the version I've got printed out here in front of me.
Yeah, I think it's a typo.
0.14.
It's a typo, isn't it?
If you look at the ID reference, it is 012.
That's right. It's a typo.
12. Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Yeah, but you're in 0112 anyway.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think that's probably what I said before. And then I've looked down and looked at paragraph 14. It's the one that deals with finance costs, professional project fees, explicit reference to project. Yeah. Okay.
And which bullet are we going to next?
Well, we were just on the last one.
Last bullet, right?
Just continue with that.
Yeah.
If I may.
Of course.
It says explicit reference to project contingency costs, which we've covered, should be included in circumstances where scheme-specific assessment is deemed necessary, with a justification for contingency relative to project risk and developer's return. Okay. So those are three, Mr. Dickinson. Those are three specific concepts: contingency, project risk, and developer's return. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and what we need to do is not mix them up, obviously, but recognise what each one is. Contingency relates to the cost of a project being greater than anticipated, yes?
Oh, I don't like. There's specific definitions for this in terms of depending whether a QS, etc. It's to provide a buffer, whether it be at specific points in the scheme that there's a bit of a cash flow difference, whether it be there's a complete cost overrun. You have a contingency for lots of different reasons. It doesn't solely relate to cost, no.
Okay. Project risk is a separate concept because it says contingency relative to. So project risk is a separate item, isn't it?
No, I would say it says relative to. It doesn't say contingency, comma, project risk. It says contingency relative to project risk and developer return. So you've got one family of issues and then another family of issues.
Okay, so you don't think that contingency and project risk are separate concepts?
No, they're absolutely in the context of FVA. So I'm taking, it's not me, it's what the PPG says. This isn't Claire Dickinson. It says relative contingency. So you need to use the right amount of contingency for project risk. And the reason that I feel comforted that what I'm saying to the inspector to report to the Secretary of State is reasonable is if I look at a project like Battersea Power Station, okay, we've got 5% on a scheme with £1.25 billion of cost just going into the power station itself. We've got a 5% contingency. We don't then have, so I can just explain to the inspector why I say, we don't then have a project risk allowance like 10% on top of that. And indeed, if we tried to, it would have a big red cross put through it. What we do have is an IRR that's appropriate to the project risk in its totality, and that takes into lots of different things. But contingency relates specifically to the project risk in this context. Now, in other contexts, like if you're doing an outline business case, it's completely different. But this is FVA world, and we can't do a pick and mix.
So you've been very clear to the inquiry. You don't think that contingency and project risk are different things in the context of this case?
I've said that you use project risk to inform the contingency level, which is what's being done here. And I have never seen, so my experience is I have never seen in an FVA, which is what this guidance relates to, a contingency, then a project risk, and then a developer return, because that project risk can sit on either side. The developer return is a risk-adjusted return, so if you have a lower contingency, you have a higher risk-adjusted return. If you put all your stuff in your contingency, then that's taken into account the project risk in that way, and then you can have a higher developer return. That's how it works.
But my question is much more simple. So my question is, do you think that contingency and project risk, when you don't think they're separate concepts, yes or no?
I am reading what it says, and it doesn't say they're separate.
No. Just it's a no. Okay, they're not separate. Okay, that's helpful because that explains your client's position and your failure to understand the risks in this case. There's contingency associated with additional costs and so on, and you haven't properly looked at risk, project risk in this case.
Or perhaps you've not properly looked at the FVA. I'm really sorry. There's two ways of looking at this. You're trying to get me to do a business case approach and then somehow shoehorn it into an FVA. I'm talking about the FVAs that I've seen the respective parties have done, that the authority has signed off and said we're in agreement with. I'm talking about an FVA that has been agreed. So my concern is that you are trying to amalgamate and try and use OBA stuff with an FVA, and that isn't appropriate.
The local authority were very clear in Mr. Orr's report that actually there were significant risks associated with the viability because specifically of the infrastructure costs. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, and that's reflected in the return levels.
So when you say it's signed off by the local authority, it's signed off with a very significant caveat, which is that actually on the major costs, very substantial road costs in this case, there is significant risk attached to the viability. That's when you say it's been signed off, you mean signed off with that enormous caveat, don't you?
Yep, and in the context of all of my evidence in chief, I'm sure the inspector understands that I'm saying you need to then put that in that much bigger context. There is agreement on the FVA. It is normal to get to a point and say, on balance, we are happy at the point of the application being determined that we've achieved the balance of releasing land to deliver housing alongside maximising our benefits. And the council have looked at it and they have said they are happy. If you take the approach that you are intimating, as I set out in my evidence in chief, you would decimate. We would not have all of the schemes that I have actually advised on, done the viability on, and have actually been delivered. Because delivery isn't linked to an FVA. It's just a test in planning as one of a number of considerations to ascertain whether or not you can deliver more planning benefits. So I think that's where we've got a misunderstanding. If I was coming to you and say, I need to make a strategic business case for a road, and I gave you an FVA, I absolutely agree with your approach to this. But that isn't what the inspector has in front of her. She has an FVA that needs to be set in the context of paragraph 59.
Okay. And then the third concept, if we just stick with this paragraph, is the developer return. And do you recognise that that is a separate concept as well?
Yes.
Yes. And what's been agreed through the viability evidence of Mr. Mitford-Slade and Mr. Spilsbury and the Statement of Common Ground is that the appropriate return for a developer on this project is 15%.
So that's the targeted,
Just
the 15% is the correct figure. Yeah,
that is what is
exactly.
agreed,
Yeah.
yes. And Mr. Spilsbury wasn't challenged over that or suggested any other figure for the developer profit. That is the figure that is in the Statement of Common Ground, isn't it?
That's the risk-adjusted return for this scheme that's targeted.
Okay, now I come back to your point, which is, I think, to say that if we've got a policy-compliant level of affordable housing, and that's a discussion others are having, then there is no need to look at viability. That's your case, isn't it?
Technically, yes.
Yeah, so no matter what the cost of the road, no matter what the cost of other infrastructure, no matter what the sales values, the finance costs, no matter what the abnormals, all the other components, none of that matters. If we sign a section 106 that says the affordable housing will be delivered in a policy compliant level, then everything else is irrelevant in your view, isn't it?
So it's not my view, it's what paragraph...
Just a yes or no on that.
No, I'm not going to say... I apologise, I'm not going to say yes or no, because this isn't about me. It's about what the guidance says.
Please let her finish, Chris. But Mr. She is trying to answer the question.
It says...
Just with a yes or no at the start. Mr. Simons and I are absolutely at one on this. He said the same thing to my witnesses. I've said the same to him. It really helps the inquiry. So if I could just have a yes or no to that. Would you like me to repeat the question?
No, I think your question is, if we were absolutely policy compliant, would we need to do viability?
Your case is you don't take account of anything else. You were
going to ask me a question.
Yes, your case, I'm just asking you, your case is, just so I'm clear on a yes or no, your case is, if we are policy compliant on the affordable housing, then it doesn't matter about what the costs are, what the revenue is, what the costs of the road are, what the costs of the schools are, or anything of that kind.
No, because
You've got to let her finish if you're going to do it like that.
Affordable housing is not the only obligation. So if we weren't meeting the obligation of schools, then we could also be asked to do an FVA.
Okay, I understand your point. Now you realise that this is a very large proposal that's at appeal. Yes, obviously.
Clearly.
Yeah. And so you made a very fair point there, which is you need to look at the other obligations, okay? And if we go back to paragraph 1 and think about the concept of other obligations. It refers, as we saw, to setting the levels and types of affordable housing, which of course you'll be discussing with others. Along with other infrastructure, which we've agreed includes the roads.
Yeah.
Now, in this case, it is an obligation in respect of your scheme that these roads are delivered, isn't it? It is a planning obligation.
Yes.
Yes. So the roads are a planning obligation in the context of this particular proposal.
Yes.
And they are by far the most significant obligation upon your clients.
Yeah. No, I think they probably are. Yeah, they're
Okay.
200 million.
So the inspector is in a case where by far the largest obligation that is imposed upon your clients is being investigated by Kent County Council to see if it can be afforded. That's what's happening in this case, isn't it?
No. That there's no. Again, we're back in the same situation. Your obligation is that we deliver a road. We are accepting that obligation and delivering a road. There is no dispute over or not. We are obligated to deliver the road. So there is no policy to say for each of the obligations, you then need to prove that you can financially afford that road or it's viable to deliver that road. The requirement is, this is the obligation, are you doing it? We are doing it. So the road is nothing to do with this. The question then is, of the remaining planning obligations that we're being asked about, are we being reasonable or could we afford more? Is there a shortfall? And if I take your road number, the answer is we can afford less, not we can afford more.
Okay, so the FVA was produced by your clients, by Mr. Mitford Slade, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was submitted to the local authority, wasn't it?
Sorry, just drinking, yeah.
I can see. And so it was submitted to the local authority, and the purpose it was submitted to the local authority was for the local authority to scrutinise it, yes?
Yes.
To see if the affordable housing could be afforded, yes?
No. And I did check this, and I think it's in Mr. Al's evidence.
I'm ever so sorry, did you just say no? That wasn't the...
Yeah, it's not assessed to see if you can afford it. It was actually assessed to see could we afford more. And I think this is where we keep tripping up, is that we weren't asked to produce, because there's no planning basis for it, we weren't asked to evidence that we had a scheme which is viable in the way that you're looking at it. We were asked to prove that the amount of affordable housing that we were providing alongside the other package of benefits was the maximum that we could deliver. And I did set that out really clearly in my evidence in chief, that is the requirement of this whole process, of the FVA process.
Do you think the local authority would have wanted to satisfy themselves as to whether, in the context of a big strategic site with big infrastructure costs, the affordable housing could be afforded? Do you think the local authority would have been wanting to know that?
No.
No. Okay. I'm going to suggest this is where you're wrong. This is part of financial viability appraisal work. It is to see whether you can afford what is being provided and whether you have credible evidence to demonstrate that, and whether your viability demonstrates that it's an appropriate level that's being suggested. I leave aside disputes about whether you are at the appropriate level.
Could we just pause there before that's answered and just ask, because, see my note of yesterday that I read out, I am concerned, again, that what's happening here is that Mr. Young is developing a thesis that is not supported anywhere in any of the evidence that's already finished on the purpose of what financial viability appraisals are for. None of his witnesses spoke to what the purpose of financial viability appraisals are for. You remember I asked quite a lot of questions about whether they knew what the purpose of financial viability appraisals are for, and was hit with a bit of a brick wall on all of that because Kent don't do financial viability appraisals. We've got a witness here who does do them, and he can put questions to her, but I don't want the questions to be put unfairly, which is to say on the basis of things that are not Kent's case, again.
Okay, so I just need to be clear about whether we can actually talk about financial viability appraisals, because it would appear that what's being suggested is we can't really talk about that because there is only one purpose, and that is if you can't afford the affordable housing. But the difficulty is, and let me phrase it this way in my question, your position, and it's helpful to get clarity on this, your position is, if a developer says, look, we can afford the roads, then that's the end of the story. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so there's no need to investigate it.
There's no policy. There's no policy requirement for the. It's very clear that the risk associated with delivery sits with the developer, not with the decision maker, or if you're preparing a local plan, the plan maker. But the risk of delivery sits with the developer. That is an absolutely key principle. It's not a Claire Dickinson principle. It is a key principle. And therefore, I listed earlier some big schemes that have faced this. None of this is new. This isn't the first scheme to ever have high upfront infrastructure costs, challenges, etc. It's every scheme I work on. It's hard on day one, because if it wasn't hard on day one, everyone would be a developer. Like, it's really, really difficult. And as I explained in terms of my scope and what my role is, I sit with developers and I go, come on, tell me, how can you make this work? What funding arrangements have you got? Who are you going to get into contracts with to be able to procure really efficiently? How do you measure your returns within your business? And they say, well, look, on this one, this can happen, that can happen, that can happen. And I say, so you're confident you can deliver these obligations? Yes, absolutely. It fits within our long-term business plan, for example. And I then turn around and say, well, we need to test it to make sure that using standardised inputs, which is the big requirement and is in the MPPF, using standardised assumptions and a consistent methodology, that stacks up so that in decision making, there is a transparent and fair process. If I rocked in here with all of the different complicated financial models that developers work to, and I try and explain those, that would be horrific for planning, and it would slow everything down. So viability has emerged as a litmus test. Are we getting enough out of this application? Not prove to me you have a funder, a contractor, a detailed design cost estimate of what Battersea Power Station is going to cost to be able to deliver. That does not happen. And if we're to deliver the Secretary of State's objectives, which is growth, you would just absolutely stymie that in the water, because an FVA is not something that an applicant makes a decision on commercially. That it's not a decision-making tool. It's a testing tool in the same way that you have other testing tools for retail impact and et cetera, It is just a tool. And this is why I wanted to comment on it, because it's really alarming that it's being misconstrued in this way.
So just assist me with this then. In terms of the issue of the road, what you say is, if there is an obligation on us to provide the road, then that is sufficient. There's no need to consider anything else.
Yeah, the cost goes in, and we've got the £200 million of cost in. That goes in. There's then a viability to assess how much can we then contribute towards all of the other contributions. And when Aspinall Verdi did their study, They came out with the same answer. They put the cost of the road in and they came up with 20% affordable housing. They did that strategic assessment. Swale decided not to take that work forward and to progress the plan for whatever reason. But we are completely consistent with how we're approaching this. The infrastructure is affecting the viability. We'd have oodles of affordable housing if we weren't delivering a road, but we are, and therefore that cost goes in and we show what the impact is on affordable housing and other obligations. The council has reviewed it and there is agreement that the FVA is agreed, and that's set out.
Okay, in terms of the contingency, you said you've only ever seen a contingency of 5%, is that right?
That isn't what I said, no. I said that I said that I had checked because there's been this, would I again fear, because, and this is why I don't like using precedent, there was the reference to is it Essex, the three developments, 43,000, I can't remember what it was, that was being relied on, and there was the inspector's decision, and that was being used to say, oh, it seems sensible to be using the outline business case type contingencies to be able to inform this very specific assessment. So I checked it. So, well, is that something that has then, from that inspector's decision, I know it's not because I do reps to local plans all the time, but I checked it and I went to BMPP, who have done 100 or more viability studies, and at the local plan stage, so the equivalent stage, they have never ever seen anything along those lines, and they're categoric. They have never used more than 5%. Have I used more contingency? My other schemes aren't under scrutiny. But yes, of course you can use more contingency. And Mr. Mitford Slade here has used more contingency. He's used 20% on the strategic infrastructure. So I think we're absolutely aligned in terms of what we're saying. It's just the outcome of it you think should have even more contingency in there. So I'm not saying you never use more than 5%. I'm working on Euston. Like, Euston's a big old project. You know, we're going to need to take a view on contingency.
Okay, that's very helpful. I thought you had said only ever use 5%, but you've been very clear about that, so thank you for that. Can we also go back to the PPG, please, and could we look at, well, I hope it's paragraph 14. It certainly comes after 13 and before 15.
About benchmark land, it starts what factors should be considered to establish benchmark land value.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Do you have that, Ms. Dickinson?
Yes, sorry, yes.
Okay, and when we do viability appraisals, obviously, one of the things that is being done is to look at what the appropriate return for the landowner is, yes?
No, not the appropriate return. We're looking at what the benchmark land value is. So what's an appropriate EUV plus premium?
Yeah, so
it's standardised. So obviously it's a standardised, it's non-applicant specific, so it's standardised. So in this case, the guidance tells us to use EUV plus premium.
Yeah, and nobody obviously knows what the plus is. So just help me with this. What you were doing with benchmark, what one was doing with benchmark land value is seeing what is the appropriate return to the landowner, yes or no?
What's the appropriate value for the land for there to be sufficient incentivisation for the land to be released? So maybe that is the same as what you're saying.
Yeah, it's the return, that's fine. And then if we look at this, then it talks about how you do benchmark land value. If you go down to the, after the bullet points, the fourth paragraph below that, it says where viability assessment is used. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Where viability assessment is used to inform decision making, under no circumstances will the price paid for the land be a relevant justification for failing to accord with relevant policies of the plan. So you can't turn around and say, well, we're not going to do affordable housing because we paid too much for the land. That's what that's saying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Local authorities can request data on the price paid for land or the price expected to be paid through an option or promotion agreement. So the local authority can ask for that information, can't they?
Yes, they didn't, but yes, they could.
No, we have asked for that information. So that
Yeah, and you were told no. Yeah.
Yes, okay. But you recognise that the policy specifically allows for an authority to ask for it.
I'm aware you can ask for it. I've never been, in all my career, I've never ever seen anyone provide it because it would just lead to a lot of dispute. And there's appeal decisions, obviously Parkhurst, etc., where this became a very big issue.
Yeah, I mean, the landowner there was asking, I think, for 32 times, the plus was 32 times the existing use value on the Territorial Army site. But my question is much more specific, which is that we have asked for it,
Yeah.
and it's not been provided.
Yeah.
So the inference is, obviously, that actually it doesn't correspond with the benchmark land value, does it?
Hang on, what inference? That's what?
That's a bit of a leap.
But I'm saying inference in the context of the same comments that I've made before. That's not something that any of Mr. Young's witnesses inferred. If it's something that he has inferred, it's a bit too late for that. Seen my note yesterday. And it's not fair to put the questions to the witness on the basis of things that are no part of Kent's case.
We have asked for the promotion agreements.
No, I know that. No, there wasn't that. It was the inference bit. It was you said... Forgive me.
The inference is that if you're not revealing it, then it isn't aligned with the benchmark land value.
No, I know that's your inference, but that's an inference you're drawing. It's not an inference that any of your witnesses have talked about. It's an inference. It's a Mr. Young inference, and it goes back to the thing that I mentioned yesterday. I can't cross-examine you as much as it may have been useful to. It's not fair for Kent to be making an assertion like that only now, days after it's not got any witnesses to draw that inference. That's an inference on the evidence that requires an expert judgment or whatever, and it's not one that any of Kent's people have made other than you.
Benchmark land value is something that does need to be considered.
It's agreed, though. It's in the statement. It's agreed. Mr. Spilsbury
yes.
agrees it, and there's no consequence. There's absolutely zero consequence to the line that you're taking. Because if I was to turn around and say, "Oh yeah, they told me they're getting £1 million a hectare," so what? That just means the developer profit is less, and there's an agreement between two, and they haven't. But there's agreement between two people that one person's taking less profit and one's taking more of land. Who cares? I can't put that in as evidence and say, "Oh, you've got to have regard to it," because you just turn around and say, "Claire, you're barking mad. We're at less than £400 a square foot values here. How are you ever going to get land that value?" So if they've done some cracking deal, it's of no relevance to planning decision making. You have asked for it and they have said no to you. But all I care about is the planning decision making process. And it's of zero relevance. You want to know about it because you think this is about deliverability, etc. But it isn't. I've been really clear what the purpose of an FBA is.
In terms of your evidence, forgive me, I'm not going to suggest you're being barking mad about anything. Okay, I'm listening to your answers, okay, and taking them on board. Nobody's suggesting that to you at all, okay? Just help me
I didn't think you would.
Delivery rates. The delivery rate, if you take up your proof of evidence,
Yeah.
you helpfully provide at page 25 a section on phasing and delivery.
Sorry, what section again?
So the witness's evidence, page 25, and there's a section headed phasing and delivery.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have that? Thank you. Okay, and if you have a look at your 4.44,
Yes.
you've got 4.44.1 northern site. It's assumed that acquisition of third-party land approvals and technical design can be achieved by mid to late 2027, yes?
No, so you just need to read a little bit before that. For example, I say, for example, on the basis of planning permission being granted in January 2026. Well, clearly, given that the hearing is now, the inquiry is now going to be continuing to October, I didn't know that when I wrote it. But that's why I intentionally said, for example. So if you were to say that slips by a year, let's hope not, but if that slips by a year, then my example dates then would slip by a year.
Okay, all right. So the position is that obviously it corresponds with a date, a decision at that date.
Yeah.
As you say, it seems unlikely now.
Yeah.
But what we do is we add on the additional time that relates to the actual decision. And
yeah.
So where you say it's assumed that acquisition third-party land approved can be achieved by mid to late 2027, allow for construction of the Northern Relief Road in early 2028 alongside the first homes, which translates into first occupations 2028, early 2029. If the decision is 6 months later, then we'd say the middle of 2029 to the end of 2029, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, in that, obviously, you've referred to the acquisition of third-party land, and at the moment, obviously, we know there is third-party land, but we do not know the intentions of the landowners, do we?
No.
No. So, if it becomes necessary, because Swale and Tremple are not willing to allow that land to be provided by agreement, then obviously there would be a CPO process, wouldn't there?
I'm not the witness to ask about that, but I heard the conversations about it and presume that could be an option, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And all I'm saying, I'm not asking you any CPO questions, but simply on your issue of delivery, that is going to add, I would suggest, a very significant, well, let's say 18 months to 2 years to that delivery time scale, isn't it?
We can't, we're not, no one's, I don't know, are we being asked to assume that a CPO will indeed be happening, or is that on the assumption?
The assumption of the question.
That it might be.
On the basis that we've no idea of what those landowners' intentions are, and they're not included in the 3.28 million that's in the viability appraisal, then if we just assume a CPO is required, then obviously you can expect that delivery, if it's, let's say it's in mid to late 2029, to be put back a couple of years. Is that fair?
Timescale, absolutely agree with you, and that's precisely why I didn't, in looking at what weight should be given to the housing benefits, I spoke about lots of things, but I didn't go on about the timing of the homes and making a big deal about they're going to be delivered really quickly, because I'm realistic and pragmatic, and clearly everyone wants them to be delivered as quickly as possible, and it would be sad if it ends up having to be a longer lead-in. But I would hope, given the direction of paragraph 77 D of the MPPF, which says make a realistic assessment of likely rates of delivery given the lead-in times for large-scale sites, and identify opportunities for supporting rapid implementation, such as through joint ventures, locally led development corporations. Well, that's talking to the planning authorities working with us to try and make this stuff happen really quickly. So I'm ever the positive, and hope, I'd love my dates to be right. Clearly the decision's going to be later, but I don't feel it changes the weight that I've given to the benefits.
You know, and look, we're not getting into that. That's for other people, we're planning witnesses and so on, okay? And I'm not getting into the trajectory of fibre land supply either. I just want to be clear about the timescale. And then the southern site is obviously dependent on the same Northern Relief Road, isn't it?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's fine, that's helpful. And then if we just turn the page.
Sorry, we're still on the PPG. Sorry, I've had a senior moment,
yeah.
Sorry. Bear with me. I'm there.
Okay, and at 4.47, you said a realistic assumption of the scheme, and you gave oral evidence on this, is for the scheme to be averaging 40 homes per annum for 20 years. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, and as you rightly say, it depends where we are in the cycle, not the best particular stage in the cycle now, but the delivery will range from 250 to 500 per annum, obviously depending on where we are and how far through the development we are, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, now, for that to be achieved, 400 a year, we need to think about what is your case on these deposits, because there's been a lot of mention in the financial viability appraisal. The only thing I need to ask you, because that's a matter that we've raised, is simply these are the rates that you stand by, aren't they? These are the rates that you say are realistic.
The 250 say that we're
250 to 500, yeah.
Yeah, and that we're trying to average 400. Yeah, clearly it's
That's
in my
fine.
evidence. Yeah.
That's all I need to ask you.
But I did do
Standing by
modelling.
those rates.
So what I did do, again, as part of my due diligence, I did for my own personal benefit, I took all of Mr. Mitford-Slade's assessments and I did do common sense testing before I wrote any of this as to what that would mean using structures that I'm really confident with, because I work a lot with master developers, and I made sure I was comfortable with, I didn't just get given stuff and say it. I've gone through and worked out how bigger chunks will national house builders be buying, how many of those will there be, what might an RP do, and I was doing lots and lots of testing. And then I spoke to the client and I asked them about Beeston, and I understood how they were going to structure this. I spoke to Mr. Mitford-Slade. So I didn't just get some numbers, I really thought about them.
Forgive me, and I've not been clear. I'm not arguing against your numbers. I'm asking whether you stand by the numbers.
Yes, I stand by my
The reason I asked
evidence.
yeah, absolutely. See, the point I will just put to you is that those numbers and the delivery that you're talking about is wholly inconsistent with the scale of deposits that Mr. Mitford-Slade requires in his financial viability appraisal, because we're talking about thousands and thousands of houses being secured, not deposits, I should say, because I think we heard yesterday, but the forward payments, wholly inconsistent with your rate of delivery.
Absolutely not. Again, I went through and did my own due diligence and checked it, and I agreed with the approach that was being taken. You know, I've seen examples where house builders are paying 100%. So I heard your maths and the 10%. That isn't my experience. And I'm not sat here alone. And I'm only stood here at a strategic level saying what feels right. But evidence was given on this by the applicant and Mr. Mitford-Slade. And I appreciate you have, as the barrister, you have a different opinion. But I'm here to say I consider the approach to be reasonable.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm ever so sorry because this keeps coming up here. So Mr. Spilsbury has provided the evidence on this, and what was put to him was 10, 20, 30 and 33% of the forward cost or total cost of the plot. So it's Mr. Spilsbury's evidence. I know that's a narrative that the applicant is running with, but Mr. Spilsbury dealt with 10, 20, 30 and 33%, and in cross-examination, since it was a new point, I dealt with 10, 20 and 30%. So just so we're clear, those are the figures, and even on 30%, or even on 33%, it's still 4,500 homes they're taking deposits from. That's wholly inconsistent with your delivery of 400 a year, because that's around about 10 years worth.
No,
Even
because
33%.
it's multiple and they're all paying elements of it, and everything's happening cumulatively, and it's RPs and it's SMEs and it's older person's housing, and it's not as this isn't persimmon. Like, this is really complex. This is like urban and civic style model. Again, we're at risk of not apples and apples. I can only say, in my opinion, I consider the figures to be appropriate, and I have put them in here, and I'm listening to what the MPPF says, and I'm listening to what the Secretary of State saying, and there's obviously the working paper that's just come out about the government are going to do more to get stuff happening quickly, and there's the National Housing Bank. I'm saying looking forward, we're in a good place.
Okay. Final point is, just want to be clear, you make clear in your evidence about your qualifications as a planner, and you, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, you appeared before the inquiry as a town and country planner. Is that correct?
I'm not really big on qualifications. I'm big on what I do and what.
Just ever so, if you just.
I have a planning degree. Yes, I've got a planning degree. That's what I did at university.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of the RICS, you're not a member of the RICS, is that right?
No, and I'm absolutely not required to be to interpret the PPG or the MPPF.
And I wasn't suggesting that, but if I start putting RICS guidance to you, that's a different matter. But what
I'm more than capable. PPG, I'm more than happy.
I wanted to know if you're a surveyor.
No.
And an RICS member. And the answer is no.
No.
Good. Okay. I put the PPG to you. Okay. And I put to you the various components where it's quite clear that transport is a relevant consideration, access and roads is a relevant consideration, and also relevant is if it's an obligation, and the road is an obligation. So you do understand why my client is concerned about whether the road can be afforded. Do you understand that at least? Concern, yes. Relates to planning decision making, no. Okay, that's where we disagree. We think it is relevant to decision making because just help me with this.
Well, hang on. No, it's really important this because he keeps saying this. There is no evidence from Kent at all as to why viability is said to be relevant to planning decision making. It's in the PPG. No, it's not.
The PPG, no. Mr. Simons, you cannot deny the PPG.
Oh gosh.
Obligations.
No. Just let me just finish. Let me just finish. The what's happening, and it's not with respect particularly subtle. What's happening now is that Mr. Young is giving evidence on what he thinks the PPG says and how that parlays into presumably what's going to be in his closing submissions that obviously we await with intense interest. But what they haven't got, and it's just a hole that they just haven't got it. There's no evidence from Kent at all in relation to anything or the guidance or policy. No, I haven't finished the sentence yet. I know they've produced lots of evidence. No. But about no evidence from Kent at all as to how and why it is that viability is actually material on the facts of this case to a planning decision based in planning policy and guidance. They've just not done it, and they've not. Mr. Young said he's been asking questions about what the relevant triggers are for doing a viability appraisal, an FVA, and it was said to Mrs. Dickinson, do you really say that all these things are irrelevant to, road, he gave a big list and said, do you really say it's all irrelevant to whether you'd need to do it in the first place? That question from earlier on. Again, he's having to put it in that way, do you really say, sort of thing, because he's not got any evidence to the contrary. So you're in a situation, I say the inquiry's in a situation where Mrs. Dickinson's evidence on all the things that she said is unchallenged by any evidence to the contrary by Kent County Council, and it's not see yesterday again appropriate for and I do sort of say this now, but also it's going to be relevant if Mr. Young tries to do all of this in closings without any evidence. We're making exactly the same point then too in October. It's not appropriate for him to try and develop this now by saying, oh well, it's all in the PPG. If it was simple as barristers doing that ourselves, we wouldn't need planning inquiries. We could just tell you what we think, and it's all blindingly obvious, and we'd do our closings at the beginning and save everyone 6 months of work. So anyway, they haven't got a case on this. I'm sorry to say, it's too late now.
Yeah, the suggestion somehow that you can't look at the cost of the road and see if it can be afforded when the road is a primary obligation in this proposal is just wrong. But I'm still cross-examining, so you'll forgive me if I put the point that we just need to deal with. Do you say, Mr. Dickinson, that if this secures planning permission and then the obligations are not met, so the schools are not delivered because an application is made to remove them, and other obligations, including obligations relating to social care and so on. Do you say that's irrelevant, that might happen in the future?
The decision maker can only take into account the application that is in front of them. I don't understand how we can expect anyone to crystal ball gaze.
See, once a major development has been granted planning permission, which is what your clients seek, a very large planning permission, and let's assume they built the road, and let's assume that they have, or roads I should say, a motorway junction, and they then start building the houses, but they come back and say, well, I'm really sorry, but we can't afford to provide the schools, which are probably the third biggest item in all of this. Do you not think Kent, seeing whether the proposal is genuinely viable now to avoid that scenario, is not a relevant consideration?
Absolutely not, because
Absolutely
if you take your approach, then you would never consent anything. And I'm sat here, planning permission is a gateway to delivery. If we don't secure planning, we can do nothing. And at the moment we're sat here, Sittingbourne hasn't had what it should have had. The deprivation is real. It has a real human effect. The homes haven't been delivered. So if you think that because you have a different view on contingency that's on the basis of an outline business appraisal that has no relevance to FVA in any way, shape or form, that we're providing too many benefits for Sittingbourne and therefore our permission shouldn't be allowed just in case, that's entirely wrong. And I do not believe that's what I'm hearing the Secretary of State is telling the development industry and decision makers to do.
Just, you said there a moment ago, I do have to pick you up on this, you said there wouldn't be consent for anything if we did this. Let's imagine your scheme where the roads didn't cost as much. So you didn't need to provide roads to the tune of 200 or 360 million pounds. And Kent looked at the figures. They could see that perhaps the roads only cost 10 million, just a standard sort of access way. And it was very clear that everything could be afforded. In that scenario, Kent wouldn't need to be worried like they're worried now, would they?
I mean, that's like complete, the roads don't cost 10 million. I don't understand the point of your question. Let's assume we put 20-storey towers on the site. I don't understand a hypothetical question. My point is the applicant, and the risk sits with the applicant. The applicant has put forward a position. When that is tested independently using standardised assumptions, it is confirmed and verified that we are delivering in excess of the maximum viable benefits package, way in excess of what you think it should be. My position is there is no recourse to that. If you're delivering more, that is a high five moment. Mr. Oust and the Swale team have done a sterling job. They've secured a cracking deal, and that is brilliant. Now, all of that risk now sits with the developer to get on and deliver. There is no policy basis to say you can't allow a scheme because effectively it looks too good.
Okay, so we don't need to worry about whatever's promised, so long as it's in the Section 106. Never mind that you can apply after 5 years to remove it, as is happening at Chilmington Green. No matter that power and that ability, not a relevant consideration at all if it can't be afforded.
I can't take away the fact that there's Section 106B. That is a fact, and it's there for a reason. And Matthew Pennycook speaking the other day understands that circumstances can change, but that there needs to be a position where you say, we're going with this. Swale's independent assessor said, we're going with this. I've looked at it at a high level using my skills, and I consider the appropriate policy tests have been met. That's where I am. I'm not going to sit here and crystal ball gaze. I can only, as an expert, I can only advise on the information that is in front of me today, and I would have thought the decision maker can only determine on the basis of the planning policies and other material considerations that sit before her and the Secretary of State.
Okay, could you take up, please, Mr. Finch's proof of evidence? I do need to put this to you, I think. Take up Mr. Finch's proof of evidence.
You have a reference?
I'll give you. It's
39.6.1. 39.6.1.
Oh, I don't know what I've done. Oh gosh. Yeah. Oh, crikey.
I'm happy for a hard copy to be passed up, even if it's marked or whatever, but...
No, don't worry. I think we'll just... tell me if it's not working and you can borrow it.
Yeah, I've lost my link.
Which paragraph is it, Chris? And then I'll just...
it's section 5.
Yeah, I'll get...
Oh, I might have a hard copy. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, thank you.
Not this and I'll look online.
I thought... No, I haven't got it here. It's in the other room. Would you mind if I borrowed it, Mum? Thank you.
Could you just give me the CD number? Yeah.
6.1 PDF 10.
Can you just bear with me, Mr. Young, just a moment, please?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
36. Oh, there we go. No, we don't. 161, right, okay. Hang on, yep. Page 10, did you say? Yeah, all right, Mr. Young, got it, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're in section 5, and it says 5.1, the County Council does not ordinarily investigate the viability of development on which it is consulted, nor does it require planning applications to be subject to viability appraisals, save where it is required by policy. So the general position is they're not generally going to investigate these matters. You've probably read that and aware of that, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. However, it says at 5.2, as recognised in policy, which is referred to above, the County Council is aware of the inherent difficulties, both physical and financial, of delivering the infrastructure required for developments at scale. And Mr. Finch gave evidence on that, didn't he?
I didn't hear Mr. Finch's evidence. I apologise.
Okay. That's fine. I completely understand. He referred to, in his experience, public money is needed for these big sites. He says, it's therefore appropriate that the County Council should be appraised of and, where necessary, take steps to satisfy itself of a development's ability to deliver necessary infrastructure and ensure the County Council services and the lives of the residents are not impacted by any shortcomings. Do you not recognise that that is a legitimate concern for the County Council?
Unfortunately, I think that the way that he's approached his assessment of it isn't in the context of planning. So he's approached it, as is apparent from the paragraph below, in the context of outline business, sort of case territory and costings. I'm not aware that there was any objection on in the statement of case. I wasn't aware this was a concern. And I don't agree, because they've asked for an obligation of, you're framing this as an obligation of a road, and we're delivering the road. There is no, and I think I keep saying this, I feel a bit like a broken record, there is no planning test requirement to prove delivery, fundability, viability, whatever ility you want to add to it, of the road. Now, if Kent wants to have a separate discussion outside of planning, and say, guys, how are we going to work together? What should we do? That would be completely in accordance with paragraph 77 part D that I ran out, where we should be working together in partnership to make it happen. I do not agree that Mr. Finch's concerns about the residents trump, and these are very high level concerns, trump the growth of Sittingbourne, the non-delivery of Sittingbourne, the shortfall in housing needs in Sittingbourne, the affordable housing needs in Sittingbourne. So no, I don't agree. And I understand Mr. Finch is giving evidence on something very focused, but I'm here looking at housing and the wider benefits.
Paragraph 5.5 next then, please. It says, understanding Mr. Finch's evidence to the inquiry, understanding infrastructure costs and making appropriate contingency for lack of detailed design at the point of approval and for the potential for cost overruns is therefore critical to understanding whether development is viable and whether it can afford to deliver the necessary infrastructure. So we've set out in terms exactly what the concern is and why that concern exists, and the infrastructure is, of course, part of the obligations, isn't it?
That's a personal concern, but it's not a planning test.
He's expressing concerns in relation to the infrastructure, which is a fundamental obligation of this proposal, yes?
But lots of people can express concerns, but it doesn't mean that it turns into a material planning consideration. It's not what planning policy is asking us to test. So I completely respect that Mr. Finch has an opinion in the same way I've got an opinion. But I am looking at this in the context of what are FVAs for, what role do they have in the planning decision-making process, and what's the implication of you taking what is a very focused, narrow view of Kent County Council worried about cost overruns on a road, and then applying that A to this scheme, but then B more widely. And it's incredibly dangerous. It's wrong. It's fundamentally wrong. The approach that's being taken is not right.
Just so we're clear, it isn't just the road. The road is a major concern, but the risk that the schools won't be delivered, the other contributions won't pay. Those are real concerns when a scheme isn't viable. Okay, so just so we're clear, it isn't just the road. Kent's got a lot of things to be concerned about here at this inquiry. Are you aware of that?
And that will be picked up by the decision maker on balance.
Yeah, you're aware of it. Good. Okay. 7.7 then. Ooh. It is imperative that before any planning permission is granted, that there is sufficient confidence about the ability of the applicant to deliver the necessary major road infrastructure upon which this proposal is predicated, and sufficient revenue generated to fund the social infrastructure, such as the schools, and all other identified and necessary Section 106 contributions which arise from the proposal. He set it out in terms, doesn't he?
Sorry, what paragraph are you going to there?
Ever so sorry, madam, 7.7.
I see. Thank you.
So he's raising a concern both of all about the delivery of necessary road infrastructure, and then he's also raising a concern about sufficient revenue generated to fund the social infrastructure, such as schools and all other identified Section 106 contributions. So again, County Council being very clear what its concern is and why it's interested in this issue, isn't it?
It's not a policy test.
Okay, and just so we finally finish on this topic, okay, the highway costs in this case are extraordinarily high, aren't they?
I'm not a QS. I'm not going to comment on the QS elements of it.
Okay.
You did ask me at the beginning, is it a significant cost? I said, yes, it is.
Yeah, I would go further. I'd say it's actually, to put it to you, these are extraordinary costs, aren't they? I mean, 200 million or 360 million, extraordinarily high, aren't they?
They're high compared to the projects I'm working on. They're not unusual for me to see these costs.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much indeed. You've been very patient with me, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Right, what time is it? 1:45. Should we do a little bit more? Or do you want to break and...
I really don't mind.
Just to say, I'm just saying, in case he logs off at any point, I've only got a couple of questions of re-examination in respect of what he said, but Mr. Young, I presume he'll watch back on YouTube so that he can see what sort of thing rather than doing it now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You can't
Yeah.
re-examine now.
No, and I'm not suggesting. I'm just saying. I'm just letting him know that there will be a couple of questions that deal with some of the things he's just been asking. And I do want to say before we move on that I do want to just I know I keep banging this drum, but it is important because we're going to have to come back to it in closings. It sounds like Mr. Young is developing a sort of planning thesis, and I do want to say that if that is a planning thesis that makes its way into his closing submissions, then we're going to have a problem, because it's, well, see yesterday, I won't repeat it. By a planning thesis, what I'm talking about are on what the policy justification is for doing FVA, what the planning purposes are in respect of doing an FVA, and what the materiality of FVA and its outputs are to an overall planning decision in the balance, those sorts of things. Those are all planning matters. And Mr. Young's a very experienced barrister, but he, like me, doesn't have a single qualification when it comes to planning. And so it's, I do just note, because next time we see him, we'll see him tomorrow, won't we? But then ultimately it's going to be planning evidence and closings, that if that's what makes its way into Kent's closings, there's going to be an immediate objection from us, because I've not had an opportunity to cross-examine any of that.
Yeah, I understand what my learned friend is saying. I put to the witness and made clear our concerns as set out in the evidence of Mr. Firth. As far as the PPG is concerned, I'm afraid that is a matter which will have to be dealt with in closing submissions.
Well, I'll just leave it like this, because obviously I'm not going to ask Mr. Young to write his closing submissions now on the telly, but I'll have no objection so long as whatever he says in the PPG is supported by evidence of his own witnesses. I will have an immediate, and I will probably butt in. I'll be given the discourtesy of butting in if what he starts to do is make points about the PPG that aren't supported by any of his own witnesses. Then there'll be a problem. We of course recognise that Kent has concerns. I'm not saying that they don't. The question is whether how they should be dealt with by the planning decision maker, and that's a matter for evidence of planners and ultimately for your decision, obviously. So as long as Kent sticks in its closings within its evidence from its witnesses, that's fine.
Whether you want to say anything else, but I mean, I would say that if you have these concerns, obviously you can raise them as the closing is given, but you also have other recourses, of course, don't you? Well, you apply for costs, for example, if you feel there's a...
Oh, you mean my concerns?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, oh, of course. No. I mean, that's why but in order to avoid, I don't want to... That is, of course, true that we have other recourses, and I did say yesterday in my note that what we were not doing at that stage was putting in a cost application against Kent at that stage. But of course, we always have that option. The reason I'm saying what I'm saying now, and the reason I said what I was saying yesterday, is to make clear where we stand and to try and avoid the need to do that in the future. But obviously, we might not be able to, but we'll see.
I think we should take a break.
Yeah, good idea.
Before we do. Can I say a couple of things? One, while Mr. Young is still on, I think I remember that a note is being submitted by Kent tomorrow, just clarifying what their case is. Is that right?
That was what we discussed.
That was what we discussed a few days ago.
It is. May I just? So it is, but unfortunately, the relevant people at the top are not available to approve that tomorrow, but it will be provided next week. It needs to be approved because we need to be to get the approval as we have throughout the whole process.
Thank you. The other point I want to make, I hope it will be understood, there were various points in the exchanges about delivery, and there's been this recent Wimbledon case. I'm not going to ask this witness any questions about delivery or the relevance of it. It may come up for Mr. Bashforth. We're still considering the implications of that case and what it means for our case, but I just wanted to make that clear.
Could I just ask, the Nottingham case? What's that?
No, the Wimbledon case.
Oh, Wimbledon.
Case.
Oh, is it Nottingham? Oh,
No.
okay. I don't know.
So many cases.
And you said about this note that Mr. Young's going to be provided and needs approval for. Sorry, can you just remind me what that was about?
That was, do you remember, in response to my note yesterday when I raised concerns?
Oh, that.
Mr. Young said that one option was that he would reduce his position to writing, and so that, and I said
okay.
we'd reflect once we'd received that.
Right, okay. Yep, that's fine. All right, Mr. Young, you can go to the High Court now if you want to.
I've got to go, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hopefully, because, yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So I look forward to seeing you tomorrow then.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye. And then in the meantime, for all the rest of you here, we will adjourn then for lunch.
And I think that was billed for half an hour and was an hour and a half or so. Two. But I think we'll still be fine. Sorry. Yeah, I think do we have to finish early today? I can't remember.
No, I don't.
No, yeah, so we'll be fine.
Yeah, no, I don't think we do.
Still on, because my chief was shorter than expected.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Mr. Young was a bit longer than expected.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we will adjourn till 10 to 2 then. All right, thank you. got that on. Please could everybody who has a pass hand them, if you're not going to be here tomorrow, can you please pop them through the post box at the front? Do you know where that is? You let yourself out of this door. There's a box at the side and you can put them in there. Or if you want to give them to Mr. Dickinson, I'm sure he would do whatever with them. But it's important that and please everybody else who's going to be here tomorrow, make sure that by the time we finish tomorrow that you hand your passes in. All right? So no one, apart from myself and the programme officers, are allowed to keep their passes. Oh, I'm sure you can. Yeah, but... and probably you, Councillor, but nobody else, all right? So please make sure you do that. Right, okay, jolly good. So we're going to have Mr. Pereira now.
Yes, been a while, but I'm back.
Yeah, jolly good. All right, so look forward to your questions.
Ah, thank you. Good. So, Ms. Dickinson, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. You'll need to speak up a little bit because I couldn't.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Yeah, thank you. So I've got a few points, just a few general points to understand what your evidence is dealing with and not dealing with. Then we will look at DM8, and then there are some very general points that I'll pick up at the end, but that'll be the order of events, okay?
Thank you.
That's okay. So I've read Mr. Bashforth's proof, and I know that he also gives evidence on some housing matters, but as we understand it, you're dealing with questions concerning type mix, delivery rates, and affordable housing, and policy DM8.
Yeah, that's correct.
Broadly it. And broader housing matters for Mr. Bashforth.
Yeah.
I think. There are some things that he deals with without reference to your evidence, you see, and some things that he does. So
yeah.
That's what I'm...
That's
let me
fair.
say out loud. That's how I'm gauging where the lines are. And obviously planning balance matters for him, not for him.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, when it comes to affordable housing, the planning authority, you've read Mr. Digan's proof.
Yes.
So they do attach positive weight, expressed in whatever way, to the affordable housing delivery and the housing delivery. Okay? So the questions I'm going to ask you in relation to affordable housing are really kind of premised on the basis that the Secretary of State does grant planning permission. And the question is, how much delivery should be expected, and what does policy DM8 expect? Okay?
Yep.
That's the general theme. And one of the things that you were keen to emphasise that was a legitimate role of the FDA is to ask the question, is the development delivering enough?
Yes.
Okay. You and I won't fall out over that. Good.
I'm quite compliant, you see.
Good. And that's important when it comes to affordable housing because, as you have pointed out, Swale have declared an affordable housing emergency, haven't they?
Yes.
And it's right to note they haven't declared a housing emergency specifically. There's an affordable housing emergency.
Sometimes the language gets a little bit loose, and I think that probably the affordable housing emergency is implicit as part of the housing emergency. So when I read I think it's 13.16, the Cabinet report, which relates to the housing emergency, it's wider in terms of what it picks up, because it talks about, for example, normal local working families are starting to be pushed out. So it is wider, and it also acknowledges that the reason that the affordable housing bit's a problem is because it's linked to the market housing. So there's a housing problem, and then there's an affordable housing emergency specifically that you're speaking to central government about.
Yeah, specifically, and we accept that there isn't a 5-year housing land supply. Obviously, that's agreed between us.
Yeah.
I might take you back to that report, but I may not. What we can say is that in answering the question I've just given, you're basing your view on that report, aren't you, that we looked at?
The housing emergency. I think I've read a lot more than just that one report. I've read lots of things.
But specifically when answering that question, I think you were going back to the way it was expressed in that report.
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 cabinet reports because there's updates quite regularly. So
Okay.
I'm building up that, but yeah.
All right, well, if I have to go back, we'll go back, but let's focus on the policy question. Now, so let's turn then to DM8. And I want to just see what the common ground is between us before seeing where we part company.
Are you in the policy itself?
Yeah, we don't have to turn it up just yet.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask some general questions, and when we need to look at the policy in detail, we will. So, the planning authority and the applicant are agreed on the minimum contribution that's justified by the current FDA. That's the
20.83 across the two.
overall
Yeah.
split between the two, right? We're also agreed that there should be an upwards-only review mechanism.
Yes.
We're agreed that the development plan basis for that is policy DM8.
Yes.
Remember the inspector said it
Yeah.
there, and then
Part 5 and 6, yeah.
yeah, parts 5 and 6 exactly, and the difference between us is Mr. Dickinson says broadly, there's one exception, but broadly, DM8 correctly interpreted and applied seeks 40%, and you say correctly interpreted and applied it seeks 10%.
Yes.
Thank you. And I say broadly because there's one part which you will have seen in his evidence. He says Highsted North, that bit of the master plan, should be treated as an urban extension to Sittingbourne, attracting a 10%.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's the big picture difference between us, right? Now, you were asked in chief to comment on the planning authority's view that it was 40%. And I just want to play back to you my note of what you said, and then ask you a question. You said, I've tried to stress test, and if I genuinely thought it should be 40%, I would say 40%.
Yeah. If that was my interpretation of reading the policy.
Yes, right. So that tells us, doesn't it, that it's also agreed between us that the appropriate target level is the target level that is generated by DM8 when properly interpreted and applied.
No.
Well, you said, yes, I would, if that was my interpretation of the policy, you just said.
If I interpreted
Yeah.
the policy as saying this is a other rural area,
Yeah.
then by being another rural area, I'd be required, it would be 40%.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that I think that across the whole of Swale, the minimum, like the targeted requirement's 40%.
No. So put aside the whole of Swale, for this development, if you had thought that the correct interpretation and application of DM8 led to a target of 40%, you would have advised your client that that was the appropriate target to have.
I would have said that's the policy aspiration, yeah.
Yeah, and I think because you emphasised very passionately, if I might say so, what our Secretary of State is asking of us,
Yeah.
and what national policy is asking of us, and so if you had interpreted it and applied it as requiring 40% as a target, I think it's fair to say, isn't it, that the cap in the 106 would be at 40%, if that was your advice?
I think there would be a debate, and I haven't played it through because I don't consider that is the position. I think there would be a discussion because of the mechanics of why you've got the 35 and the 40. And it is to get to that balance of achieving the 27.7 overall, and that is set out in the supporting text to the policy. So I can't say to you that would definitely be my position. No, I would need to do further analysis.
So I just want you to make sure that you've understood the premise of my question. The premise of my question isn't, do you agree with 40%?
No.
The premise of my question isn't, do you agree, do you approve of policy DM8 if it was to say 40%? The premise of my question is simply, if policy DM8, properly interpreted, required 40% from this development, would that then be the cap that you would advise your clients to have as the maximum in the review clause in the 106?
I think if it was worded absolutely that explicitly with no other provisions, etc., I would be surprised if it. So my concern is that I look at the other Sittingbourne site, for example, that's an urban extension, and there was a clause to that. It said it's 10% in Sittingbourne except for on the urban extension site to the north, and that says it will actually be nil because of the SIL payments, etc. And it is common ground between us that the infrastructure costs associated with this site are exceptional. I think that was in the original committee report. So I would say I would struggle that you would take a position that wouldn't be more similar to how you've taken with the Sittingbourne extension to the north and apply some sort of adjustment. And also I think you would look at the scale of the supply that's coming forward against your needs and say, actually, we're getting to a point where you're delivering so much that maybe we need a bit of a balance. So I don't think it's quite as easy as you are saying, but if... so I don't know.
Okay. You are putting this proposal forward as one that does comply with policy DM8, aren't you?
Yeah, because it's delivering the maximum viable. Yes.
Yes. That's your case. But part of that is because it's also delivering above 10% on each application, which you say is the target minimum level set by DM8.
Yeah, I don't think that's per se the policy compliance. I'd say that's in excess.
And by the way, sorry, let me just go back to that. You say yes because it's delivering the maximum it can.
Yeah.
But under the policy review, as you have it in the 106, it might not be delivering the maximum it can. It might have capacity to deliver more than 27.7 on a review, but it would be capped at that, right?
Policy is required to have a target, and that target, as per the MPPF, is intended to relate to the identified need. The identified need is 27%,
Sure.
so we shouldn't be asked to deliver more than what the need is,
Right.
because then it's...
Yeah, but that tells us, doesn't it, that you're tagging what the need is to what the policy asks for.
No, I'm tagging it to the SHMA.
All right, let's go to the policy. So it is at CD 13.1, para 238. And I'm only asking about mechanics at the moment before we get on to interpretation. I just want to understand, to use Mr. Young's phrase, I want to understand what your case is. Now, I must stop. Right, so you've got policy DM8.
Whereabouts are you, sorry? In the...
Sorry, I am on... I believe it starts... the page number... Oh, yes, they are. On my copy, the actual bold text words start at paragraph 240.
240.
Sorry, page 240.
Oh, okay. Mine's 2...
It might be 241.
Oh, sorry, on the PDF, yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
We've got the table, which I'll come back to. But it sets different targets, doesn't it? Table.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we've got stuff to do with what sort of housing, affordable housing. And then we've got paragraph 5. And if we look at 5C, where an applicant can demonstrate that providing the full housing provision would result in the scheme becoming unviable, a reduced requirement may be considered, subject to, and then there being a review clause, right?
Mm.
Now, the way that would normally work, and just let's take it in stages. Where it says providing the full affordable housing provision there, that's referring to the provision that's sought under the table, I think, isn't it? Otherwise, because you need to know if it's falling short from what's expected.
Yeah, what's targeted, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if it falls short of 10% in a 10% case, 40% in a 40% case, right? And if you were then to have a review clause because of 5C, it would be normal, wouldn't it, to cap the review clause at the target level that you're not reaching, but that you might reach on a review.
Yeah, and if you take Faversham and the scheme was coming in at 30%, then you'd be trying to get to 35.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if
That's
this
fair.
is a 40% case,
Yes.
the application of paragraph 5C would logically lead to a 40% cap, wouldn't it?
Big if, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, we got to discuss the ifs, but just the mechanics of the policy, that's how it works, right?
In theory, yeah.
And the reason that you, and this came up in evidence in chief, the reason that you turn to paragraph 6 for your review clause is because you say, we're not a 5C case because we're a 10% case and we're already providing more than 10%. So if there's going to be a review clause in our case, it needs to be tagged to need, and we look to the SHLA for that. Or the SHMA or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. Great. Now, let's look then at this question of whether we're 10% or 40%, all right? We're doing two things here. We're interpreting the policy and then we're applying the policy, right?
Yeah, Claire.
And we all know, because we do these things, that the cases say that interpretation's a question of law and application's a question of planning judgment, right? But it's appropriate to test the interpretation that's being put on a policy by a party to see how it stacks up, right? So to an extent it's a matter of submission, but to an extent I want to explore it with you, right? And see where we go. Now, I want to see just if you agree with this. The starting point, obviously, is just the words of the policy, right?
Yeah.
The words of the policy. And we should try and just understand them as they're written, right? As they're stated.
Yeah.
Yeah? And we should try and avoid putting a gloss on them or substituting in words that aren't there.
Yeah.
Yeah? Now, just go to the supporting text. So let's just rewind.
Yeah.
7.3, delivering a wide choice of quality homes.
So which one are you at? 7.3?
7.3.1.
Oh, sorry, you're at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. We've got some background information, haven't we? Kind of current at the time the plan was adopted. Reference to the MPPF as it then was. Yep.
Yeah.
Reference to some document called Laying the Foundations. Reference to the 2015 SHMA. Reference to the housing strategy. Reference to the housing market assessment. 736, reference to the PVA.
Oh, we're down there. Hang on, you moved really
Yeah,
quick.
I'm just.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, don't worry.
Sorry, I was still on 733. Hang on, what are you going past?
I'm just,
Yeah.
these are all factual references of things.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to keep up. Sorry.
Stuff. And then we actually at 7.37 get on to a reference to the policy itself. Policy DMA aims as far as possible.
Bear with me 2 seconds. Yeah, 737 is quite important.
737, yeah, of course it's
738,
important.
Yeah, we suddenly scooted a lot.
Tell me when you're ready for me to carry on, and I'll carry on.
Yeah, it's pages. Yeah.
Okay.
Hang on.
I'll be quiet. And you
Yeah,
tell.
right, I'm down to DM8 now.
You mean 7.3.7?
Oh, sorry, that's why I was confused. Yeah, sorry, I thought you were getting down to the policy.
No, that's
no.
all right. I
Sorry.
wouldn't go that fast. I said 7.3.7,
Oh.
then gets on to mention policy DM8.
Yes.
And it gives a broad description of the policy and what it's trying to do. But of course, it's not the policy, right?
No.
So it says, sets out affordable housing percentages, etc. Reflects delivery of the local plan, talks about market areas, and so on. I mean, we can all read it, and then the next paragraph talks about viability testing. And then there's stuff about the mechanics of delivery, on-site, off-site, type and mix and all that stuff, right?
Yep.
Okay, and then we eventually come to the actual policy, right?
So which paragraph are you on? Are you at?
I'm now in the blue or purple or whatever
okay,
eyes your
okay.
colour gives it box.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And just to agree, some very, very simple questions of fact. This policy is the result of work done on a local plan, right?
Yes.
Evidence-based
Yeah.
and all that.
Yeah.
And that includes the PBA viability appraisal.
Yeah.
And obviously, when that evidence is created, there are then judgments that have to be made about what a policy should actually say. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. And those include not just like straightforward planning judgments, but political judgments as well. How does the council as a political body wish things to be done, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's important, isn't it, that we, when we're applying a policy, are faithful to what the policy actually says.
Well, what's intended as well by reading the policy in the whole? What's intended by the policy? Yes.
Well, there are problems, aren't there, if the words of the policy say one thing and then someone else says, well, it might say that, but it intends this. Because then we're having to read in something, aren't we?
Yeah, I don't know where you're going, so it depends what you're going to say. The
Depends what
wording
we're going to
says.
say.
Yeah.
Fair
So
point.
I'm like,
Let's hold intention in mind.
yeah.
Let's hold intention in mind. The intention is, isn't it? It is to secure the supply of affordable housing.
So the purpose of the structure of this policy, as described by the inspector at the local plan inquiry, is to provide a methodology and a framework.
Yeah.
So I think that's quite important. I think I use that language in my evidence. So it's a methodology and a framework. She recognised, I don't know if it was a man or a lady. It was. She recognised it was going to be difficult and that the policy would benefit from an early review, and that there were going to need to be judgments. So I think that is a really important context as to the how and why the policy came to be in this format. And since then, people have struggled in interpreting it. I mean, even Mr. Dygan in his committee report talks about postcode areas, and then in the statement of case we talk about settlement boundaries. Yeah. So it isn't the clearest policy I've ever seen.
Let's see if we can help with the struggle, shall we? So let's go to the let's look at the policy and let's just agree some basic things, right? It could have said, but it doesn't say, 40% will only be sought in higher sales value areas. It could have said that, but it doesn't say that, right? Could have had that as a test.
That would be unusual, but yes.
Right.
Yeah.
It could have said 40% will only be sought in certain postcode areas, but it doesn't say that either, does it?
No, it talks about the local housing market area. Yeah.
Right. It could have said this policy shall be interpreted by reference to the PBA viability assessment. It doesn't say that either, does it?
No, no, that would be inappropriate because it was so old. Yeah.
Right. So there are lots of things it could have said, but let's look at what it does say. So it has a table, right? And paragraph 1 says, in accordance with the affordable housing target ranges and as an appropriate to the local housing market areas as follows, provision will be made for affordable housing, right? Isle of Sheppey, not relevant. We've got some, I'm going to miss out Sittingbourne for now, just to see the other bits. Strategic site at Northwest Sittingbourne, that's an allocation, wasn't it, MU1? Faversham Town and urban extensions, all other rural areas, and then all areas. And we can agree, can't we, that if you don't fall within the first 4 under the box, you by default fall under all other rural areas, don't you?
No, except that I think that's the challenge, because I think that you could be in more than one of the boxes potentially, and I think that's the issue, because we are clearly very much part of the Sittingbourne local housing market area. That's the market area we're in. So you then need, which is why you then need to say, oh, you could be in one or you could be in another, which is where I think I was struggling initially. And at that point, you need to use the framework, the methodology, and say what's sensible.
So
and
we should,
that was the process I went through.
So we should try and avoid an interpretation that comes that steps into that complication, shouldn't we, if it's available to us? That's that happens with your interpretation.
I don't think I'm alone, because there have been other appeals which have had
Stick with the
similar
question.
struggles.
That happens with your interpretation, doesn't it? We have to look back to the methodology and so on.
No, I just read the policy and its supporting text together. That's what I'm reading, the policy and the supporting text. Because the
Answer the question,
supporting,
please. With your interpretation, we have to look back to the PBA methodology, don't we?
no, I'm going back to what the supporting text says, that says policy DM8 sets out affordable housing percentages which will be sought in proposals in different market areas.
Yeah.
Viability is most affected in the housing market areas of Sheppey, Sittingbourne and Iwade, and hence a lower percentage of affordable housing will be sought in these areas.
Good.
So I'm not going back to PBA, I'm going back to the supporting text of policy DM8.
So we won't need to go back to PBA for my questions and for you to answer them. Is that right? No, but we don't have, in order to help the inspector with this policy and its interpretation, we don't have to look back at the PBA report. Or do we?
I don't feel, it depends what the question is, if you're going to ask me about the PBA
any of them.
report.
I asked you, I said on your interpretation, we have to go back to the PBA methodology, and you said no. So I want to just confirm with you that for us to interpret this policy on your evidence, we don't need to go back to the PBA methodology. Simple question.
Yeah, my preference would, the text says would be the starting point for decision making on development proposals linked to the PBA report. It might be useful for the inspector to go back to it, but I don't feel it's overly necessary, apart from to be able to understand the methodology that's relied on in the application of the resulting policy.
Right.
I'm not sure you can completely say there's no need to ever have any regard to it.
For this case, on your interpretation of the policy, do we need to go back to look at the PBA 2015 viability material or not? Yes or no, please?
I think we have better viability evidence today, so if you want me to say yes or no, I'll say no.
I want you to give your expert opinion. Because
Yeah.
in your proof, you have done that. In your evidence in chief, you also did, because you referred to the update heat map.
Yeah,
Right. But
and then I updated again
Exactly.
to be able to show what the current day situation is, so it's helping in interpreting and applying the policy.
right, so we do have to have in mind and look at that methodology on your interpretation of the policy.
The methodology is really important because that's what the inspector sets out
Okay. Which inspector?
of the local plan.
Right, but we're here applying the. You know that normally when one has to apply a development plan policy, one doesn't go into some
Yeah.
forensic archaeology of
Normally-
let me finish, of what the supporting material was for the plan, or indeed what the inspector said in their report on the plan. We don't normally do that, do we?
No, normally, however, a policy isn't being used to try and do two things, and which it is here. So, I think this is the real challenge with DM8. A DM8 is being used to try and make sure there's growth in Sittingbourne, but then is effectively, because of the viability and reducing the percentage of affordable housing, because values are really low in this area compared to other bits of the borough. But then in doing that, by failing to say this is the clear areas, etc., you're then not able to achieve that because you're trying to define the boundary of it so closely.
So your evidence is the policy doesn't clearly define the relevant area.
Note the, and as I said in chief, the policy links to the local housing market area. It doesn't relate to postcodes. It doesn't relate to anything else. It's the local housing market area.
Okay, that's your evidence. I get that. Now, if we just look at the policy, the table's got a heading area, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yep. And then it doesn't say anything about Sittingbourne area or Sittingbourne market area. It says Sittingbourne town. Do you see those words? Sittingbourne town.
Yeah.
Right? It says Sittingbourne town, and then it says urban extensions. And obviously, once one knows where the town is, one can know whether a development is an urban extension to that town, right? And if we just turn up, please. If we turn up, please. Can we turn up page 15 of the plan? Of the plan. Of the plan. I think it's page 15.
2 secs.
Hang on, I'm doubting my notes, so give me a... No. One moment. Don't worry, I'll get there. What about? Yeah, why not? Why not? Hang on, I know where I'm going. It's just that my page reference is wrong. So let me just get it, and then 1 moment. Yeah, hang on. Sorry, my tech is failing. Give me a minute. Can you find ST3? Yeah, ST3. Page 57, I am told. Yeah.
57?
Page 57, it seems to be.
Hang on.
Yeah. So these are in the strategic policies of the plan.
PDF 7, 57.
On mine, it's
Yeah,
it's
I'm
policy
there.
ST3
Thank
that we
you.
want. Yeah. So if we look, we've got policy ST3, and this is the settlement strategy. Talks about main borough, urban centre of Sittingbourne, provide the primary focus, and then it talks about other centres, and then it refers to the proposals map, and so on. And then if we just keep going through the text, we find, if we go to 4.3.5, which is a few pages on, it's page 59 in mine.
0.5, because I'm at point...
4.3.35.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, that's misreading. Okay?
Yeah.
We've got the settlement tiers, we've got Sittingbourne, we've got the other areas. Okay. And then If you look at policy ST4, page 61,
Page 61.
on mine it's page 61.
Oh, yes, sorry, I'm there, yeah.
We've got all the development plan targets. We then got a list of the Sittingbourne allocations.
Yes.
And we've got, for example, land northwest of Sittingbourne, which is referred to, isn't it, in that table, DM8. And we've got other allocations here. And then we've got other areas, Sheerness, Faversham, etc., etc., etc. And then we are told, if you go to page 4.3.43, sorry, paragraph 4.3.43, all right. We are told the Sittingbourne area covers the main town, the rural local service centres, Tenham, Newington, and how did you pronounce that before? Iwade, and a series of villages lying in the countryside, etc.
Yeah.
And then Sittingbourne town is the largest centre in the borough, with a 2011 population of, and so on. Our vision here is, and so on. And so the plan in its strategy differentiates between Sittingbourne area and Sittingbourne town, doesn't it?
I'm not sure we're looking at the right bit, though. I think I'd be looking at 5.3.21.
Well, before we go there, if you're looking at this bit, what
Yeah.
I've put to you is correct, right?
Yeah, this is the town centre area, yeah.
Right? The plan differentiates between the wider Sittingbourne area and Sittingbourne town in this paragraph.
Yes, yes.
And if we want to know what Sittingbourne town is, we can go to the proposals map and we'll see a red line around,
yeah, it's very tight red line, yeah.
around the urban area.
Yes.
Right? And just pausing there, that's the proposals map that goes with ST3, isn't it?
I'll take your word for
Yeah.
it.
Just pausing there, if we were to simply interpret policy DM8 so that when it says Sittingbourne town, which is what it says in that table, Sittingbourne town and urban extensions, you're looking as though I'm saying something.
Yeah, I think
Well, just let me put the question to you. We can agree as a matter of fact, because it's there in policy DM8. In the area, it says Sittingbourne town, right? Correct?
yeah, it's just this isn't in relation to housing per se.
It's
So-
the development strategy, and I've just taken you to all the allocations that just came before it.
Yeah, so
Right.
it's talking about the allocations, but obviously we're not an allocation, so
No.
it's requiring interpretation and application, and the DM8 doesn't it. There's the precursor to the table because it didn't know our site was going to be here. There's the precursor to the table that says local housing market area, and Sittingbourne town isn't a local housing market area.
No, it's not. But in the table, it says Sittingbourne town.
Yeah, urban
And
extensions
do
and
you
Iwade.
at least agree that
The town boundary,
put
yeah,
your
the town boundary is the town boundary.
put your site to one side,
Yeah.
because DM8 has to apply to all sites, right?
The town boundary is the town boundary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Now listen to my question. DM8 has to be applied to all sites that come forward, where there are 11 or more, right? And that's why, from the council's point of view, this part of the case is important, because the interpretation that the Secretary of State aligns with will have implications for housing delivery, right? Affordable housing delivery across the borough. So it's important
Yes.
we get this right.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. You accept, because it's there written, that DM8 in the table says Sittingbourne town.
That's one of the bits, yeah.
Do you accept that when it says Sittingbourne town, it means Sittingbourne town?
I accept the boundary of the
as-
town centre, yeah. Yeah.
Not the town centre, the town, the urban area of Sittingbourne.
That very tight boundary, yeah.
Yeah. So when it says Sittingbourne town, it means Sittingbourne town as defined ST3 proposals map. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes. You're agreeing with me. I just want to check that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And so
I just have never said it's in the town. I've said it's an urban part of an urban extension. So I'm a bit confused about the town.
I know that's your case, but we've just got to go through this in stages.
Yeah.
And so when you say it's an urban extension, you're saying it's an urban extension to Sittingbourne Town, as we've just...
No,
Right.
I'm saying it's part of the local housing market area of Sittingbourne, and it's an urban extension within that framework.
Okay. So just pause there. So if we go back to policy DM8, so that I understand where you're coming from. Yes, it's yeah, around 241. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So look back at the table. So we're agreed on what Sittingbourne Town is. Let's put aside your application for now, because we're just on interpreting the policy. So there, when it says urban extensions in that part of the table, right? Sittingbourne Town, urban extensions. Yeah. Can we agree it's talking about urban extensions to Sittingbourne Town, right?
No, I don't. That isn't. It's a comma. Otherwise, it would say urban extensions to Sittingbourne Town, including Sittingbourne Town. No,
Okay.
I don't agree with that. I'm taking the bit that's above it,
Well,
which says as appropriate to the local housing market area. So I don't agree. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Is there an urban extensions housing market area? I don't think there
No,
is.
but there is a definition of the local housing market areas.
Is there an urban extensions housing market area? There isn't, is there?
Is there an urban...
Doesn't make sense, does it?
But the plan defines Sittingbourne's local housing market area, and we're in it.
Can you answer my question? There isn't an urban extension.
No, you didn't
right.
do. No, and it would be so much easier if there had been a proper interpretation of what was meant by the policy, but it couldn't be.
So just go look at the Faversham one, right?
Which Faversham one?
The Faversham entry. It says Faversham Town and urban extensions. So is that also? Do you say that means urban extensions generally, rather than just or urban extensions to Faversham Town?
No, I would say that means Faversham Town and urban extensions within the Faversham local housing market area.
Yeah, I mean, just go back to Sittingbourne. The reason there's not an and there is because just grammatically, you've got a list and they put the and before the last item in the list. Sittingbourne Town, urban extensions and Highsted. I mean, that's...
Yeah, so urban extensions within the local housing market area of Sittingbourne.
Where's that written? How do you get that from Sittingbourne Town? How do you jump?
There's a comma. Number one says, in accordance with the affordable housing target ranges and as appropriate to the local housing market areas as follows.
Yeah.
And then one of the local housing market areas is Sittingbourne, and Sittingbourne...
It doesn't say Sittingbourne.
Okay, well, if you go to 5.3...
It says Sittingbourne Town. Do you see that?
Can we go to 5.3.21, please? So you can see why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's a table and it says Sittingbourne, local housing market area.
5.3. Yeah. Yes.
Are you ready? Sorry. So I've to be able to help me, because there are no maps, and if you look at the Sittingbourne, and I did look at the red line around Sittingbourne, and I thought, golly, this doesn't make much sense in the context of the scale of 85% of growth of Swale needs to go to the Sittingbourne area and to the Isle of Sheppey area. So I was thinking, how are they expecting to be able to achieve that? So I then reread the policy and said, actually it says local housing market area. So then I looked at what's described as the Sittingbourne local housing market area, and it is a much bigger area than it doesn't say Sittingbourne Town Centre. It says that if you keep going down in the table, it's defined. So it says Sittingbourne Local Housing Market Area on one page, and then the next page tells you the two areas that form part of the Sittingbourne Housing Market Area. And it does...
I'm not with you at all. What table?
5.3.21's paragraph.
Oh no, I think the inspector's in the wrong... That's in the wrong bit, Ma'am.
Oh, 5.
Page PDF 103. Sorry.
Right, okay.
Yep.
So it sets out the 3 housing market areas. And if you're outside of that, you're in the rural. But we're clearly in the Sittingbourne Local Housing Market Area.
Okay. Let's just agree a few things, right? Firstly, the table in policy DM8 does not say Sittingbourne Local Housing Market Area. It says Sittingbourne Town.
But the table needs to be read with the introduction to the table, which says, look at the local housing market area.
Can we just agree it says Sittingbourne Town, Miss Dickinson? Do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Fine. That's your case.
Because you need to read the policy in its entirety. You can't just take a little bit of the policy and read it. You need to take the instruction of what the policy is talking about so you can interpret it. And it's saying this policy needs to be read in the context of local housing market areas. And the housing market area that comprises Sittingbourne urban extensions to Sittingbourne and Iwade is a local housing market area.
Yeah, and if it meant Sittingbourne market area, there wouldn't be a need to mention Iwade separately, would there? Because
there would, because it links back to this.
Because this tells us that Iwade is already part of the Sittingbourne market area.
This table gives us the detail that we need to better understand, because it explains the much wider area. So it gives you and it's probably because it was recognised that this red line was very, very hard to interpret, and they were looking at it as a local housing market area. You can't achieve the growth that's being aspired to. How do you get the whole of a borough's growth in Sittingbourne Town Centre, like 85% in Sittingbourne Town Centre? It doesn't make sense.
Yes, if this was a local planning inquiry and this inspector was examining the policy, your points might be valid, but we're not here to go behind the wisdom of...
I'm not. I'm reading
we're just applying,
the plan.
Applying DM8, and
I'm reading
we're
5.
We're also told what the purpose of this policy, the purpose of this table is as well, aren't we? Table 5.3.1, the purpose of housing in the local housing market areas, and there's no cross-reference here that the housing market areas are to be used to interpret policy DM8, is there?
Well, likewise, in ST3, it doesn't say that the town centre should be interpreted as a local housing market area. DM8 says local housing market area. The plan, this isn't about interpretation. It is a table in the plan that tells me what the local housing market area is. I don't think I can be criticised for interpreting what is set out in the plan. Okay. It's there. It's not my personal interpretation. It says this is the housing market areas of Swale.
So go back to DM8. Go back to DM8.
Yes.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, 241.
So, just to be clear then, on your approach, when it says area in the second row of the table,
Yes.
and when it says Sittingbourne Town, we're to read that as Sittingbourne Local Housing Market Area.
Yeah, so those two together, Sittingbourne Town, Urban Extensions and Iwade, along with the strategic site, they are one local housing market area. Faversham is another local market area, and Isle of Sheppey is another. They're different.
Yeah, so just to be clear, when we read Sittingbourne Town, you read that as Sittingbourne Local Housing Market Area.
That's not what she said. She has answered.
I'll keep
But
saying
she-
it.
she did
I
literally
do
just
not
answer.
agree with you. I read it as Sittingbourne Town, urban extensions and iWade within the Sittingbourne local housing market area as set out by the plan itself. I don't read it in the way you're trying to say I do.
Okay, no, that's fine. And so when it says urban extensions, you read that to mean any urban extensions in the Sittingbourne local housing market area.
Yes, I do.
Right, that's what I'm trying to understand. Okay, and in order to know where the Sittingbourne local housing market area is
Yep.
geographically,
Yep.
where do we need to go?
Where I just took you.
Yeah.
Actually, it's postal areas at M9, ME9, M10.
Sorry, so we go back to,
The table that's entitled local housing market areas.
yep, okay, so then we have to look at, someone has to look at what postcode they're in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way.
Yes, yes. So in order then to find out where the Sittingbourne local housing market area is, we have to go to this table and look at ME9 and ME10 postcodes, right?
That's the way Swale Council elected to approach, informed by the advice they had had and that then went through inquiry. That's the way that they chose to structure their policy. It's incredibly unusual and it is not ideal and it's not a structure I would ever recommend. No. It's also how the case officer makes reference to it in the committee report.
Yeah, let me just put an alternative to you and see if it makes sense. I know you won't agree with it. I want to see if it's a functional, if we can apply the policy in the way that I'm going to suggest to you, right? When we read Sittingbourne Town in DM8, we treat it as Sittingbourne Town as defined under ST3 in the plan and referred to in the supporting text of the part of the policy I just took you to, right? Yep. That then gives us, then we can identify an area, can't we? We can identify an area of Sittingbourne Town, right?
Yeah.
Right? And then we can ask ourselves, is the development an urban extension to that area?
It doesn't say to that area. It says an urban extension within the local housing market area.
Yeah, I know that's your interpretation of the policy.
But that's my expert view, so I don't agree with you. So
I know you don't agree with me. I'm putting it to you on a hypothetical basis. Can this interpretation work?
No.
Okay, so if Sittingbourne Town is the red line around ST3, it's not possible to know whether any development is an urban extension to that geographical area.
It wasn't. No, unfortunately, that wasn't considered as part of the formulation of the policy. But the local housing market area is clear.
I'm not asking you that question. I'm asking you this question. Once you've identified Sittingbourne Town, in accordance with the red line in policy ST3, is it then possible, with any hypothetical development, to identify whether it's an urban extension to Sittingbourne Town? Yes or no?
You'd look at the characteristics of an urban settlement, so its scale, etc., and you would say, is it in the Sittingbourne local housing market area and can it qualify as an urban extension?
Yeah, all right. Well, I won't put the question a third time. Now, is your case, nevertheless, that this is an urban extension to Sittingbourne? Because I understood you and Mr. Bashford to be both saying that.
Yeah, I believe it's in my evidence. Should I try and find that?
Yes.
718.1.
Yeah.
718.1 of my evidence says that.
That it's an urban extension to Sittingbourne, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can read it. My position is that the scheme is an urban extension to Sittingbourne, providing investment in infrastructure and jobs which will support the growth of Sittingbourne. It is within the Sittingbourne local housing market area, and in the pricing of this area, 10% affordable housing is sought.
Yeah. Now, I appreciate what you've said in answers to my questions about the market area, but certainly it seems when you were writing your evidence, it seemed relevant to describe the development as an urban extension to Sittingbourne rather than an urban extension generally, right?
I think that I refer to the local housing market area.
You do, but you refer to it as an urban extension to Sittingbourne, and the reason that that's relevant...
I'm not going to say it's an urban extension to Faversham, am I?
Can I finish? The reason that's relevant is because if you interpret the table in DM8 as I'm suggesting, which is it applies to Sittingbourne Town and urban extensions to Sittingbourne Town, you only land at 10% if it's an urban extension to Sittingbourne, Miss Dickinson, and that seemed to be yours and Mr. Bashforth's position in your written evidence.
Well, hopefully I've clarified that you need to read that paragraph in full, not just the first bit of it, and hopefully I've taken you to the relevant bit of the policy to help you understand how I interpreted it.
Thank you for helping me. Now, because it follows from your interpretation, doesn't it, that it doesn't need to be an urban extension to Sittingbourne. It just needs to be an urban extension within the Sittingbourne local housing market area to get to 10%.
Yeah, I can make an amendment to it.
You can if you want to.
But yeah, if that's bad use of language, because I didn't quite, because I didn't come from your interpretation, I didn't view the word to quite so sensitively. I apologise.
Okay.
To be absolutely clear then, what you're saying is that it's not an urban extension to Sittingbourne Town, it's an urban extension to Sittingbourne housing market area. Is that right?
No, I'm saying I haven't referred anywhere to Sittingbourne Town. I'm just talking about the area of Sittingbourne. It's been misconstrued a little bit, but I'm just saying this is an urban extension in the local housing market area of Sittingbourne, and that's great for Sittingbourne. It is clearly going to give direct benefits to Sittingbourne. I didn't say it was in the town or part of the town or that the boundary of the town would change or anything along those lines.
All right. I can deal with the rest on interpretation in submission. I do need to ask you some questions about heat maps and all of that stuff. So you let me just, I want to turn up can we just turn up Mr. Bashforth's evidence, please? So it's 37.11.2. Okay, and paragraph 5.28, because he relies on or refers to your evidence there. It's page 29.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on a minute, please.
Oops. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you there, Mum?
Yeah, what paragraph?
It's 5.28 on
Okay,
page 29. I'm just going here because hopefully it will.
29.
Page 29,
Okay.
PDF. 5.28.
Yep.
Okay, and I think this is a fair characterization of things. So he's there talking about the different areas, And he says, as Section 7 of Claire Dickinson's evidence explains, the differentiation in affordable housing percentage rates were based on future values. That's, broadly speaking, correct, isn't it?
I think what Mr. Bashforth, I don't want to put words in his mouth, is referring to is the methodology.
Yeah. And so you have, haven't you, undertaken a kind of update of the heat map? I think you were taken to it in chief.
Yeah, I actually took the inspector to the wrong one. I was meant to go over the page, but yes, I have.
Well, what I wanted to take you to was your proof of evidence on page 52.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, and so this is a pounds per square foot sold, and this is 2023 to 2025.
Yes.
This is an update from Quad, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we can see the site, so we can see part of the urban area of Sittingbourne is in the lowest value area, the blue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Part of the urban area of Sittingbourne, as it happens, the southern part, is in the higher value areas, isn't it?
In the rural bits.
Well, just south of the blue,
Yeah.
that's actually in the Sittingbourne urban area still, isn't it? Part of that.
Yes, so the local housing market area would embrace that wider area, and it is recognised that there are little spots of higher prices in the local plan. So in these tables I took you to, it says that in that local housing market area, there's bits which have relatively high prices and reasonable levels of demand, and then it says there's bits which have low quality housing and is more affordable. So yes, there's variances within the housing market area.
Yeah. And if you look at the appeals site, there is a little bit of kind of blue shadow where the Relief Road and the Country Park is in that kind of thin bit.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it looks like, doesn't it, the site's certainly not in the lowest area. And it varies from, I mean, the thing's quite difficult to read, but it's kind of yellow upwards, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's an indication, and it shows you that by no means is the site, any of the residential development in the site, within the higher value parts of the borough.
Yeah.
It really highlights the Isle of Sheppey being really, really low. It highlights Sittingbourne being low, and then it highlights the east of the borough being high. So it really helps to understand. The only reason it's there is not to try and pinpoint by maybe a 6-bedroom detached house that was sold versus a 2-bedroom semi, because the data here isn't intended to be the basis on which you interpret the policy. All it was doing is reaffirming that this isn't, the local housing market area isn't up with the higher value parts of the borough. That was it.
Yeah, the higher value parts being what colours?
The east.
These are the kind of last two categories on your plan, are they?
So the Faversham, Faversham obviously is trying to secure 35% affordable housing, because it's much more viable.
Yeah, and now the viability appraisal agrees, doesn't it? Future sales values of, I think, 390 or 395 blended.
Yeah, I think they range, yeah.
390 for north, 395 for south.
Yeah.
Which puts everything within the red line in that, not in the highest category, okay, but in the second from highest category when it comes to
Trying to read it.
sales values, right?
Oh no, it's in the, I think it was 380. So it's very much in the in the orange, and I think that the better way to look at it
Well,
is...
Of course, I've got those values right, haven't I? 390 and 395. I'm taking them from Mr. Mitford-Slade's evidence because,
Yeah.
yeah.
But what, if you go to where he got those from, he's referring to like Spring Acres, Applegate, Amber Fields, and they're all at around that 380 level. And so to make sure we're being really careful here, because this is new build, so this is new build, this is second hand. So this is much more similar product, much more comparable. This could be anything. So this can be all sorts of quality, all sorts of specification, maybe not comparable whatsoever. So what we have to be very, this is intended to show that what the borough found when they prepared the policy hasn't changed. What the borough found in terms of there's bits of the borough which are much higher values consistently, as opposed to the Isle of Sheppey and Sittingbourne, and then we use the actual values for the actual product from here, and this is new build stock, so we need to compare that. And what this shows you is when you look at Mr. Mitford-Slade and you look at where all those different sites are, you've got one in Iwade, you've got one to the west, you've got one to the north, it's all around the local housing market area, and they're all at the same levels, they're all at that 380 level. So there's no material difference on our site to the rest of the housing market area of Sittingbourne.
I'm just putting you a simple question, so let's take it in stages. Mr. Mitford-Slade, and I think it's agreed with the council, has used a blended rate of £390 a square foot for the northern site, correct?
Yeah, including placemaking, yeah.
Yeah, because it includes placemaking, because you're going to make a place, that's your case. And £395 a square foot for the southern site.
Yeah.
Right. And if one was to look at your plan here and think about what the future is, that's the expression that Mr. Bashforth uses. He says these things are based on the future values. The whole of the site is painted orange, isn't it? It's in that second from highest value area.
Well, that will be great if we get there. But at the time of this application being determined, we are required to look at values today. And it's great if you think values are going to increase that much. That isn't the evidence that's before us.
I'm using the values that you've used and we've agreed in the FDA as of
You're not
today.
comparing apples and apples. This is second-hand, general. This is new build. So you can't put... So Mr. Mitford-Slade, when the figures that are backing up the 380, they're for new build, and that's a completely... There'll be an increase, 10-15%, compared to second-hand market,
Right.
etc., etc. So then after that sale, it all adjusts again. So you can't just take new build prices and compare them to second-hand market prices.
Well, we're concerned with the question. So this only happens on your interpretation of the policy, right? It doesn't happen on our interpretation of the policy. On your interpretation of the policy, there's something important about the sales values that one might get from a site in a particular area. And all I'm saying to you is the sales values that the FDA is based on are ones which are in the second highest category on your plan at figure 7.4. That's the only point I'm putting to you.
Yeah, as I say, I have concerns with how you're layering those two bits of information.
Okay. Right. Now, let's do just some general points, please. Yes. At various points in your proof, we can go to the references if you want. You're putting it in a straightforward way, critical of the planning authority and its decision making, and what you say is they don't have a plan to turn around the housing challenges that they're facing.
Yeah, I don't mean to be critical in that way. It's just I thought it was common ground that the policies are out of date. So I'm not intending to be disparaging in any way.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Dygan's put some evidence in Appendix 5 of his proof about the steps that are being taken on the emerging local plan. They're factual and in the public domain. I don't think any of that's in dispute, is it?
No.
No. Thank you. And as far as this application is concerned, I don't think it's your position, is it, that in December 2024, when the council was resolving what to do with these planning applications, what did you say? No, it was November, was it? In November 2024, that it should have approved them at that point in time, because as you know, there were outstanding objections on nature conservation. There was a concern from National Highways and so on. You're aware of that, right?
I'm aware of that. I wasn't appointed at the time, so
Okay,
I don't think
fine. Well,
it's appropriate. I was appointed after the Secretary of State recovered the scheme.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Well, then I won't ask you any more about that. You said in chief about DM8 that it's out of date, and then you were asked by Mr. Simons, or it might have been by the inspector actually, what bit of the framework doesn't it comply with?
Yeah.
And you said the boosting bit, and then you said that the framework, it's a 2015 plan, and there have been subsequent iterations of the framework, right?
Yeah.
I think I'm fairly characterising. That boosting part, boost significantly and so on, has been in the framework since 2012, I think.
Yeah, it's the reform that goes with the reform of the planning system, and is it paragraph 77 about large sites, and then 50 or 69 that talks about linking the jobs, the economy. It's that whole premise of we need to be being a lot more proactive.
Yes. But as an affordable housing policy, there may be points made about the strategy of the plan and housing delivery generally and so on. But as an affordable housing policy, do you have anything specific to say about inconsistency with the framework policies on affordable housing? And
I haven't put anything in my evidence absolutely specifically, no.
fine, thank you.
No, I do think it's out of date, but it's in. So I'm told to read the MPPF in the round. I'm told to read the local plan in the round. I haven't, in my evidence, done a side-by-side comparison and said this bit of the policy is out of date. So that's what I'm saying. I think the overall ethos is it isn't doing what planning reform is asking us to do, and I don't think it's. So I have a concern that it isn't reflecting the most up-to-date position of the MPPF in its read in the whole.
Yeah. Well, I can't cross-examine you, and I won't cross-examine you on a general concern not written down in your
Yeah, it's not
evidence.
in my evidence, no.
No, fine. Good. Can we just carry on, because I may finish before a break if you're happy. If you're happy, I'm just picking up some loose ends. Yes. I think what's happened?
Just saying, speeding up because we want to get outside.
Yeah. Can we turn up? I think we do need to turn up the framework for something. So, MPPF. I want to turn up paragraph 77 actually
Yeah.
of the MPPF. Okay. This proposal fits within the context of Para 77, doesn't it? Supply of large numbers of new homes can often be best achieved through planning for larger scale development. such as new settlements or significant extensions to existing villages and towns, etc.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Okay. And obviously, one of the important things to consider here, and it's part of the planning balance, but I just want to understand where your evidence ends. One of the things to consider here are the various environmental harms and so on that come with delivering development at this scale, right?
Yes, that's not in my evidence, but yeah.
Not in your evidence, and that's where we hand over to Mr. Bashforth,
Yeah.
isn't it? Thank you. And to the extent that you say, which you do in your evidence, that the sites in the what you call the optimum area for growth, Thames Gateway, all the rest of that, that question about the balance of benefits and impacts still arises, doesn't it? For Mr. Bashforth,
Yeah.
that question still arises.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, a few other points. Am I keeping you awake, Mr. Simons? It's all right. Sorry. I'll let you know. You go ahead. I'll let you know when I've finished, and then.
I think it's me more than you, don't worry.
Breaks coming soon. Yes. Just a few other points. Delivery rates. I'm not going to cross-examine you on delivery rates, but obviously there's a difference between you and Mr. Dygan on the question of the extent to which 5-year housing land supply would be contributed to by the development, right?
Yeah.
And I've seen what your evidence says. To an extent, that question is dependent upon the delivery of the major infrastructure, isn't it? The roads in particular.
Yeah.
And so your assessment of the overall timescales for delivery depends upon a view being taken about how quickly that consenting and infrastructure building can take place, right?
Yeah, and I haven't made a big thing about 5-year supply, etc. But I do recognise that, going back to your paragraph 77, that the government, this isn't a short-term fix. So we're not just looking for the next 5 years, the next parliamentary period to increase housing supply. This is a step change for the future. And it is recognised that there's longer lead-in times with large-scale schemes. So I guess where I get to is we need to do something quickly, otherwise we're just it's going to keep getting worse and worse, which, I go back to my introduction when I said about the government accepts, Secretary of State accepts, it means that some sites that aren't allocated are going to need to be given consent if we're going to achieve the difference that we need to achieve. So it's a big step change that's going to be required, and large sites are really important to it. And I hope it means we can deliver this large site very, very quickly. But if there are delays, there are delays.
Thank you. I need to just backtrack on one thing just to make our position clear and where I'm going to put questions. I'd asked you about urban extension. Is it an urban extension to Sittingbourne? And then you'd given me your answer. I didn't, and I haven't cross-examined you on the question, if it needs to be an urban extension to Sittingbourne, is it an urban extension to Sittingbourne? Right? Mr. Bashforth says the same thing. He says in his evidence, I consider it's an urban extension to Sittingbourne. And because of the focus of your evidence, which is on the more, what I might call the more technical sides of the housing delivery, whereas Mr. Bashforth is a planner, I'm just making it clear, to the extent I need to put those questions, I'm going to put them to him. There's a signpost for you if ever
No, I think that's
there
fair.
was one.
Thank you.
Okay. A final point. It's a minor point. You mentioned the. You have a figure for the numbers of affordable housing, and you say it's more affordable housing than has been delivered in the last decade.
Yeah.
And although it's not in his evidence, written in his evidence, I'm just going to say it to you. So Mr. Dickinson has checked, and he says there have been 1,919 affordable homes delivered in the decade, which is marginally above the figure you give. It may not matter very much, but just as on a point of detail.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to reconcile it, I was using the figures
Yeah.
from table 6.7, affordable housing completions, on page 43 of my evidence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which is 11 years. You have to knock off 88. So I was comparing our 1,700 to 1,520. I think the point is, it's a lot.
It's a lot. Okay.
It's not about, I'm not trying to be clever or anything, but it's significant. I was just trying to prove the scale and significance.
Fine. Can we take a break there, and then I'll look at my notes and have a chat with those behind me, and I may have one or two other things to put, or I may not. I think I've been about an hour and a half, so that works.
10 to 2
What's going on? This inquiry changing.
Gold star for me.
If it helps, I've got about 5 minutes. I've got one question, effectively.
You don't know what you've got, Matt, not knowing. Yeah, I've got.
Okay, well, let's say, should we have a break to past 3?
Sure.
Yes.
A little bit scrappy.
DMA's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the gift that we'll give. What I've done now, this is my 4th DMA inquiry.
So obvious what it
It's
means.
so obvious. It's blindingly obvious what it means. It's just. It's my 4th. Well, arguing about it. It's my 4th one.
So you're the one responsible for
Every single one of all the other ones in the core documents where it's been debated, it's been me.
Upton Court, Swan Street, and
Well, Wise's Lane was a weird one, but it was there as well. It was early. We have the last two before this one were the two where we started getting into the heat.
for very complicated. Is it in Sittingbourne Town?
Is it in
Is it when it's saying Sittingbourne Town?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Exactly.
Well, it's easy.
terrible policy.
It's a rubbish
It's
policy.
easy. It's
Awful
easy.
policy. 'Cause
Oh, come on, you can't think it's easy. It's really not. It's bullshit. The policy.
It's the classic thing where if you went to court, both parties would say it's very simple, very straightforward, and reach opposite
especially when
conclusions.
you know in the fact you then got green wedges.
The fundamental logic of it, taking a step back from the wording, makes a
So
sort
you
of sense
can't
because they were
actually
obviously
get out
desperately
of
worried
sitting
about.
past the red light.
I know, I remember having a look at that policy, and I was like,
It's like they designed
Either
the
Sheffield
policy to
screwed,
deliberately
no one
not
wants
delivering
to
housing.
buying houses there. So you need to make sure.
maybe that's the strategy to get your plan passed. If everybody
And
disagrees
ditto
about what
to
it
an
means,
extent.
surely on
Faversham
one
is doing very
interpretation it's
well,
going to be
everyone,
sound.
and so
I guess that's why they put it there.
perhaps you can afford to layer over some more.
The inspectors
It's
can
like
kind of size set
concept
that, can't
of
they?
it.
Yeah,
It's like, oh,
they can.
But I mean, they
Early
should have just
review.
done. They should
Yeah.
have done like a sort of plan of housing market area.
this is going to be okay for a couple of years. It's all going to go wrong. Let's do it every
Until you need to like redo all the info and
Introduced
then
with the phrase that
No one does it.
This is for exactly. It's an interesting one. Like, presumably, were you at the examination?
Us three, so everyone take their seats, please.
There's a minor difference, but he doesn't.
I
Yeah.
think it refers to like 11, when it cites 11 more or less, don't have affordable. Yeah.
Everybody ready? Right, inquiry is now resumed. So, more questions?
No, there aren't any more. One thing I should say is I haven't asked questions about these other decision letters and appeals, which I understand Mr. Simons is entirely responsible for. But we may...
His cases.
His cases, indeed. But we will...
Right, all right.
We will refer to them in closing. So that's how I'm going to deal with that. And
No objection from us on that. I think all of us agree that all the cases are somewhat different from one another, and you need to, in the end, to reach your own view on this case anyway.
so that's that. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dickinson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops. So I have got a few questions. Oh, Mr. Bell. Sorry, Mr. Bell. Yes, please, carry on.
That's my last questions as well.
Oh,
So, yes, no more me. Mr. Barnes is hopefully coming in October. So,
Coming tomorrow,
no, I'm not instructed to
Oh, yes,
assist
you've
with
got
106, and I'm going on holiday, yes,
Of course
myself.
you are. Very good. We'll have a wonderful time.
My final
Yes.
question, but
I feel quite privileged. Yeah.
but I'll start
Is
out
it
by
a good
kind of-
one? I'm feeling...
I don't. No one's presenting me with a book voucher or anything, so it's quite upsetting. But just to be very clear, so the position the Fife Parish Group has is that we're in alignment with Kent, that we don't think the scheme is viable. Mr. Young cross-examined you on that. I don't have anything to add to that. We were going to be looking at kind of investigating the interpretation of DM8 with you. Mr. Pereira has dealt with that, so I don't have anything further to say on that. We agree with Swale's approach to DM8, and we also think that the review mechanism should contain provision to go up to 40%. I have one question for you, and it's a very simple question, and it is just to confirm that you've not been involved in the master planning of this scheme, have you?
No, I was appointed in November 2024.
Thank you.
Or December, yeah.
And that's my question.
Oh, wow. That was a go out with a drop mic.
That's mine, yeah.
You're not going anywhere, though.
Right. My questions are all on sort of things that you haven't really been asked about, so hopefully. So in your proof, just to clarify, the affordable housing level,
Yeah.
it is different for the two sites. If the northern site were to be approved and the southern site not, so in other words, the other scenario, which is where just one will go ahead,
Yeah.
is it right to say that the level of affordable housing would be, I think it was at 11.28 or something like that
It was
percent?
Mr. Mitford Slade's evidence, wasn't it? And I intentionally didn't replicate it in case it changed.
Confirm the answer if you'd like from the 106.
I wouldn't mind to have the, oh,
There
I
were
see,
lots of
okay.
scenarios, weren't there? No, I can look it up on this one.
It's just that you said, I think you mentioned it in your proof in 4.8, which is why I was asking a question about it.
I'm sure it's in here. Here we go.
Yeah, 11.28. But you didn't address the issue of if just the northern site were to be...
Yes, it's sorry.
missing.
11.28 if it's just the northern site. Absolutely. I was misunderstanding you. I was thinking about other things. Yes. And that
Thank
is set out in 4.8 of my evidence.
Well, it is, but you haven't actually specifically addressed the scenario that just the northern site and not the southern site were to be.
No, I think I comment on it.
You
So
might
I
well.
think what I do is in my analysis in 8.9,
8.9.
yeah, the final paragraph,
Uh-huh.
I say I do address that I appreciate that in terms of scale on contribution, the southern site contributes more.
Mhm.
And I say, in view of this, I consider my opinion very substantial weight to benefits on the scheme level to be well evidenced and supported. But in reaching this conclusion, I acknowledge it may be considered due to the scale of the southern site contributes more to the scheme benefits than the north site. So I make a loose reference acknowledging the two and that the sum of the parts together is greater.
But you obviously appreciate the southern site wouldn't come forward on its own.
Without, yeah. So so it's the north on its own.
Yeah. Okie dokes. Thank you. Now I'm just a little bit confused, or maybe you don't know, but the development is proposed to be phased, isn't it?
Yes.
And there is an indicative. Well, sorry, actually, that there is a strategic phasing plan, which I think is one of the application parameter plans, isn't it?
I think that's right.
Could would you tell me what? Perhaps we could just have a quick look at that. I mean, in perhaps a southern site.
Trying to get the right. I think
217 is the north.
Let's have a look at the south.
Yeah, 8.8 in the south.
I think it's 8.8. It's core document 8.8.
Okay. Oh, come on. It takes a little while to open. Tell me when you've got that.
Yeah, I will. I'm just opening it.
If it's just a single question, I can load my computer.
Well, it might be or it might not.
Yeah, it's not
Sure
loading.
yet.
Oh, it's up.
Yeah, it
Got
just
it.
takes a while to open, I think.
Yeah.
Right, so we've got this strategic phasing, which we've been told is one of the parameters plans for approval.
Yeah.
But, hang on a minute, let me just enlarge it slightly so I can actually read the key. But they aren't sort of, it isn't sort of like a discrete phasing. It seems to be that there are concurrent, or at least I'm presuming there are, like for example, phase 1.
Yeah.
Oh God, I've made it so hard. I've made it so large now. I can't see the whole thing. Hang on a minute. Just a minute. Sorry. Okay. So phase 1, for example, which is this sort of turquoisey colour, that comprises quite a number of bits, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's got a bit of Oakwood. It's got Highsted North. It's got a bit of Highsted Village on both sides of the road. So I'm assuming that each of these parts would be subject to would be subject to some sort of detailed phasing. Is that what you understand?
Yeah, so the 106 sets it out. The housing phasing for the purpose of the affordable housing on 106 probably will be a little bit different to this, and I think there are discussions about what those phasing plans may be, but they will make sure they also relate to the review mechanisms, because the reviews, and it's important it's done in the section 106 session, I guess, because otherwise it could be misleading, but the reviews happen at certain points, so we need to make sure that ties into the wider delivery. But there will be large phases which the master developer will be able to break out and sell off to plot developers and they will then put in their reserve matters applications, but then no more than certain numbers of occupations can happen across the site, across the scheme, until the master developer has to do a review and then potentially change the proportion of affordable housing for future plot developers to pick up and increase. So that phasing is dealt with in the 106, specifically in relation to housing.
We'll be looking at that.
It will definitely be worth coming back to phasing, because the 106 on looking it through says quite a bit about phasing.
Yeah,
is there, right?
And we have thought, and I was involved in the initial discussions about it to make sure it worked practically, but I haven't been involved more recently as the drafting's progressed, etc.
So it will be the master developer who will be involved with the affordable housing and making sure that different phases.
Yeah, exactly.
And presumably at the end there'll be some sort of reconciliation.
Exactly. And I think
maybe it's best to discuss this when we're looking at the.
No, I think I describe it. But I want to make sure I send you to the right.
Okay.
That's right. Here we are. I thought there was a bit. I think paragraph 4.25 to 4.29.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I was going to ask you about that. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. So that's the bit which says, which starts to describe the first control being the housing phase delivery statement, which will be responsibility of the master developer. And then from that, so that will then say across the next X number of units, we need to make sure these 106 obligations are met.
Across the phase?
Yeah, exactly. So you say what the phase is, you submit it to the authority.
So each phase will have a housing phase delivery statement with it?
Yes.
I see, okay.
And the precise definitions, etc. of that, I would rather...
yeah. But they won't necessarily have the same proportion of affordable housing.
Every phase is required to deliver a minimum of, so overall it's required to deliver a minimum of 20.83. So that is a requirement. What you could do in theory is if you have an RP that wants to deliver a lot more of the affordable standalone, you could have one plot that's 100% market and one plot that's 100% affordable. It's probably very unlikely because most of the house builders will deliver it on their own. So there's a little bit of flexibility, but it is consistent delivery of the affordable housing through the scheme to create mixed and balanced communities. And there are controls within that.
I see. Okay, well, let's wait till we see what it says in the section 106. I think that's probably...
And that reconciles backwards and forwards, so you always know where you were and where you're going to be next.
Right, okay.
So it's a statement that stays alive with the scheme.
But each phase comprising of presumably different sizes of different numbers of plots, but each phase will have a minimum of the 27 whatever it is.
20.83.
And in the north.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, so it's 22.5 and 11 point, yeah.
Yeah, I see.
28.
Right, okay. And so why would there need to be this backwards and forwards then?
Oh, not back. So just say when you submit it, it's just really transparent for everyone.
Right,
that you can say to date we've delivered X thousand homes. You confirm that, so everyone knows where you're at. There's this number of affordable, this number of market. The next phase is going to be this number of units. It's on these locations, and this is going to have this amount of affordable housing. And if you've done a review and the review mechanism has said you need to do more affordable homes, then that's the time when you have to start increasing the affordable housing as part of that. So you don't sell plots which don't have certainty as to what their uplift is going to be.
No, but presumably it might be that there are that phases are being developed concurrently if you have different houses. Presumably.
Yes.
What would each phase be delivered by one house builder, or would it be quite a number of...
No, so which is why you've got the master developer is in control of that process and responsible for that process. So say a phase was 1,000, they could only sell the plots up to the 1,000. They can't sell more than that until they've been through the next process to confirm what the next stage is. Then they can sell the next lot of plots, but they can't sell more than that. And no plot developer can start with an application for reserved matters unless you've gone through that first hurdle. So there's always a control of the master developer being gatekeeper of the 106 obligations.
But so the phases won't necessarily be the same size of plots.
No.
But supposing it was 1,000 then, so you might have several house builders building on that.
Yeah.
But would you have would you have the phases then, if they're that size, would you have the phases one after the other, or might you have more than one phase being developed at the same time?
You could have particularly with the north and the south.
Oh well, yeah, the north and south.
Yeah, definitely you could have things happening concurrently, absolutely.
Okay. Anyway, there'd be more information, will there, on the phasing and the section 106?
Yes, more to discuss in the 106 session in October.
Thank you. Rightio. Now, another thing that I was interested in is the split between the different affordable housing products, and in particular, the split between social and affordable rent.
Yes.
Obviously, these are different products, and there's going to be 60%.
Yes.
And it seems you're saying that the registered provider would decide what they wanted to provide, but I would have thought that really that ought to be specified in the section 106, shouldn't it? Because social rent is a lower value product and a more affordable product than affordable rent, and obviously sometimes it's quite difficult to encourage the provision of social rent in this sort of scheme. So I don't know
really important point. And this in a way is a little bit of a hangover of the old affordable housing programmes and the new, so where the RPs get their grant from. Mm-hmm. You could at one point only get grant funding for affordable rent, not for social rent. Yeah. That's now changed, and at the moment you can only get grant for social rent, not affordable rent. So the reason we've got the slash is that's how the council themselves had dealt with it, because there is this uncertainty in the world of delivery as to where the government's going to go. At the moment, it would be social rent, because that's what RPs want to deliver, and that's the priority. But I'm just recognising that both come under the same definition in the MPPF. So I'm reflecting the definition in the MPPF. It wasn't done for any other reason apart from to give the RPs the flexibility to be able to reflect what policy and priorities are at the time.
If it helps, at the moment, I know you've not seen it in much detail, the 106 does say, just as Mr Dickinson says, 60-40 between, the 40 is intermediate obviously, the 60 in the current drafting is social rented dwellings or affordable rented dwellings, so as you've just said, it doesn't disentangle within that. And then it says all such other mixes may be agreed with the council. So there's that.
So the council does have a say.
It does have that element of flex, as it were. Such other mixes may be agreed with the council as agreed pursuant to the terms of this schedule. So there is that. There's that. I don't know what you call it, but a sort of
and that
catch-all
bit,
or whatever, fallback.
That bit of the provision is intended to be for the households in the highest need. So if the funding's there and the priority's there for social rent, there's absolutely no issue with it. It's just making sure we're not shutting down and we end up being at odds with definitions. Obviously, definitions change in the MPPF, etc. That's the only reason it's a slash.
But if it says 60% social or affordable, then still not quite sure how we can assure that people in most need actually would be provided for. Or, I mean, maybe because of the values in this particular area, people could afford affordable rent. I don't know. Do you know?
Well, where I have got, hang on, it's in my evidence, I've got the rents. I put the rents in. So, table 4.1.
Right. Let's have a look. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, that demonstrates the issue, doesn't it?
Yes,
really?
it does, but there's one important difference. One includes service charges and one doesn't. But nevertheless, if you're on a very low income, that's still a material difference.
So service charges are, I see, right, including affordable rent, right,
Yeah.
okay.
And I'm happy to take away and speak to the team further about the 106 and how that deals with that. But as I say, at the moment, it was intended to be future-proofed, all intended to be for households on the housing waiting list, all intended to have all of the normal controls associated with them or to be defined in accordance with the MPPF. We just don't have a mechanism as at today. And what we don't want to do, given where the council's at the moment, where it's got stuck with Section 106 affordable homes, given what's happened in Chilmington, which is linked to the affordable homes, what I don't want is a 106 that, in trying to do the right thing at the point of determination, then becomes a problem in the future. But I absolutely hear you, that is there a way we can achieve both things?
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, well obviously, I mean the SHMA presumably must divide them out, doesn't it?
Got my SHMA section, I can't remember off the top of my head, it's quite a big document. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Bear with me. No, it groups them together.
Oh.
I think. Oh, unless I might have added them together. Hang on, page 69, table 4.8. Hang on. Bear with me.
Thank you.
Can't remember. Sure don't. Yes, it does. It groups them together.
It does a slash, as
Yeah.
it were.
Which is what I replicated.
Right, okay. I don't know what the Mr. Mitford Slade's work.
Should I double check?
Yeah, whether that actually took account of
I think
social rent, or whether it had a mix, or
I think it was a blended rate, and I think it got agreed.
yeah, I mean,
Hang on. Oh, affordable. He's put affordable rent.
yeah.
I think it was a blend, as you say, on
Yeah.
an agreed basis.
Well, that's not a blend. If it's just affordable rent.
No.
it's-
What I'm saying is, I think we can.
Oh, yes,
we can
a
put in
blended
note,
rate.
It is a blended rate
Yeah.
that he's used on an agreed basis with the council, but we can confirm what that rate is.
Okay. I just think it is important to make sure that, especially as there is a lot of local deprivation,
Yes.
that affordable homes actually go to people who can afford them.
I mean, we're obviously completely on board.
And I mean, I know we're not talking about higher, value areas like I had to deal with in Surrey,
Yeah.
but nevertheless, it's still the same that people, houses are expensive.
Could we maybe
aren't they?
take it away and
Yeah.
talk with the council? I'm just thinking there's some thinking to do there, because we haven't got an obvious. If we had a SHMA disaggregation, that would have been quite useful.
When's the next one due?
That's a good question. Probably not for a bit.
Is it not every 5 years?
I imagine they'll do it in advance of the new local plan.
Is it 5 years, Mr. Tigan?
So it was done in 2015 and 2020, and you would think that it's every 5 years. But so I've asked them about that yesterday and today, and they've confirmed that they are trying to do it, but nobody's engaged at this stage to do
No.
it.
Right.
I suppose they're quite resource intensive, aren't they, probably, to do?
Yeah.
The question then might be one about what a sort of robust evidence base would be for, but we can talk to the council about it, an
Yeah.
evidence base on which to base a disaggregation.
But I mean, there's bound to be another one, I would have thought, before this actually comes online, I would have thought.
I don't know, because I think it depends on whether or not it's synced up at all with the emerging local plan
Must be,
exercise.
mustn't it? I mean, you couldn't.
Yeah.
Is there nothing, there isn't any requirement to do a schma every so often?
I don't think
is
so.
there?
I don't think there is.
You're meant to do it regularly.
Regularly. Well,
Right, well. Anyway,
But I'm more than happy.
we can certainly just talk
just
to
have a
council
look
about
and
it.
see.
Yeah,
That would be-
just to have and absolutely hear you and share your views completely.
Okay, thank you very much.
We'll
And
take
the
that
email
away.
from the policy officer indicates that should the new local plan approach and timetable to be agreed by the full council at the end of the month, then we'll be looking to update the housing market assessment evidence before the Regulation 19 consultation, which will be held in the summer of next year.
Sorry, to update the schma
Yes,
before summer next year, so summer 26.
26.
Yeah,
Depends how long this one takes then.
well, that's true. So anyway, you're saying looking to update it before Reg 19.
Which is next summer.
Yes.
Well,
As in the
I
Reg
thought
19
it-
is next summer.
I
but
thought they weren't going to do it until they got the Secretary of State's
I
decision.
think that's on the
I
assumption.
mean, that's on the assumption that that a decision is made within and this obviously is over to yourself and the Secretary of State as to how long that takes, but assuming something like 6 months.
What, for me or for the Secretary of State?
I wouldn't be so bold as it's just a guess. It's certainly not anything other than that.
Okay, let's not dwell on that. Right, next question then. First homes, they aren't, well, there's no requirement anyway now, is there, for the 25%?
No.
But they are still counted as an affordable product, aren't they?
Yes.
So any provision for those?
So again, if you go to
I have read your shoot, by the way.
I'm reminding myself
telling
as
me.
well.
But maybe I missed it.
I don't
Yeah.
want to. So not first homes as first homes,
Right.
but 420 just says that we give flexibility, and that could include discount market sale along with discount market rent, and provides provisions to ensure that homes remain at a discount for future occupiers. So the definition is broad, and I think it might even say, or other tenures is brought in through the MPPF or something. I can't quite remember. But if that was to be the right product, yes. First homes hasn't been very popular.
No. That's presumably why they've dropped the 25%.
Yeah.
Okay, dokes. I talked about that, so that's fine. Right, talked about that. Yes, a Power 440. Power 440.
People with disabilities.
Yes. You talked about accessible homes, or affordable homes will be accessible and adaptable. What about market homes?
I can't remember, I'm sorry.
I mean, you haven't said anything about that, or did you?
No, I haven't. I mean, obviously they need to be provided to the base standard, but I don't recall any provision beyond that.
I think there is a requirement, isn't there, in the
Can't
building
remember.
regulations? Is there?
Building regulations there is, yeah.
But not the sort of normal ones, but the up ones that are.
M4, 2 and 3, isn't it?
Ma'am, I'm aware that there was a commitment in the environmental statement, and I believe that's been carried through to the draft conditions.
Right.
So that would be for market homes as well, would it?
Yes.
Oh, right, okay.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll deal with that when we...
To come back, I think we need to come back just to make sure that it does cover both. I think we need to come back to that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Next, I just wondered whether 437, you talk about homes for older people.
Yes.
So you say that there would be a minimum of 5%, I think you say somewhere, don't you? Yes, 5%.
Of the affordable,
and
a proportion affordable. Sorry, I'm being...
5% of homes would be for older people and a proportion of affordable. That hasn't been decided, has it? Or what the proportion would be?
No.
So will that be set out, do you think?
I don't know if that may be... I think possibly given the duration of the scheme, I think maybe the concern was exactly what will, because needs for older people change quite considerably and new supply comes online, so it's whether it's sheltered, extra care, etc., and that in turn can have other implications. So I think that it would be picked up as part of the housing, that process with the master developer.
That's how the current 106 is drafted. Yeah. It's picked up in the housing phase delivery statement process that Mrs. Dickinson has, in the current drafting.
That's it.
That the Mrs. Dickinson's been describing, i.e. that there be a statement that sets out, among other things, tenure mix for the extra care and how much of it's affordable, etc. So that's currently how it's built into the mechanisms of the 106.
I see. Okay.
It's whether it's C2 or whether it's C3, sheltered, etc. And the SHMA refers to both. And so it would be picked up as to what the needs are at the time.
So, but there's no proposal, is there, or is there, to build a care home or a care home on the site?
Yeah, there's the description of development, I'm pretty sure, includes C2.
It says sheltered / extra care, brackets, use class C2 and use class C3.
So it could be, or it might not, if you're saying, it's or C2 or C3, is it?
Yeah, so, it says and specialist accommodation use class C2 for the south. Because, obviously, you say that it's over a long time and things could change, but they're only going to change with a greater proportion of people, older people, needing to be accommodated, I would think, the way things are going. Yeah, it's the precise nature of that need and what operator it is and what operational structure they utilise. So it's not a case of do we provide homes for old people or not, it's more exactly what is it. In the same way for intermediate, we're saying is it shared ownership or discount market sale, and the 106 is intended to be the controls for that.
Jokes. What about lifetime homes? Any provision for them? $440, I think you. Is there some reference to it, or no? There isn't.
No, that's the accessibility. I don't recall seeing a reference to lifetime homes.
They're a bit different, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think that's the way things are going, isn't it? That actually, homes should be able to accommodate people in different stages of their lives, and they should be adaptable.
I don't know if they're talking about that. My answer
I'm
is...
presuming they are, if they're talking. Are you talking about that?
Yeah, we're trying to...
Yeah, I thought you were, yeah. That's all right. Mr. Gearing, yes.
Sorry, as I understand, the M42 and then M43 of the building regulations replaced what was an earlier policy on lifetime homes. Sorry, that's what I was just coming over to say. So by dealing with it under the building regs requirements relating to M42 standards, M43 standards, it kind of covers that off.
Ma'am, that accords with our understanding as well, and it's reflected in the condition.
Sorry?
Lifetime Homes has been replaced with the M42 standard, and we've reflected that in the conditions.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I'm nearly finished. Oh yes, you mentioned self-build, I think.
Yes.
So, I can't remember where it is now. Oh yes, here we are. Next one, 441. There's a self-build register. Did you happen to know the sort of numbers on it?
My head, I got 77. But I think maybe it's I haven't got the most up-to-date figure on the top. I know, off the top of my head. It wasn't massive, but again, this scheme's being delivered over a long time, so people will keep adding to it.
But
and
it's up to 68 plots anyway.
yeah, we're providing up to 68. I think demand's just really unpredictable, because it's so down to the individual. So we're making provision for it. And obviously, individuals don't necessarily want to be in certain they want to be in certain locations, etc. So I think it's really important that the schemes have the potential. And then if there's take up, great.
And that will be the master developer again.
Yeah.
If I can help, just because it's just questions of fact, or that your question.
Yeah, of course.
That what we're told on the website for Swale is that as of base date 30th of October 2024, sounds like the most recent base date.
Yeah.
We're told there that the council, Swale, has 127 individuals seeking 128 plots and 5 associations seeking 32 plots for self-build and custom.
Sorry, 5 associations.
Sorry, yeah. So 127 individuals seeking 128 plots, and then 5 associations seeking 32 plots. Yeah.
Presumably they're people that get together.
They're groups potentially of people.
So it's it's a reasonable amount, isn't it? A bit more than your 77 anyway.
I had the 7.
Huh?
I had the 7.
Well, that's true. Okay, fine. No, that's fine. Thank you very much. That's helpful. Yes, you said that you didn't rely on the fact that the development would contribute to short-term housing land supply, i.e. 5-year housing land supply. I mean, you seem to be quite optimistic, and I know you're not obviously an optimistic person, but I mean, to be quite honest, there's an awful lot to do before houses can be occupied, isn't there? I mean, for example, the northern site would have to be sorted out, wouldn't it? The land, we've talked about that. All the infrastructure would have to go in, and I think we've heard from Mr. Peters and others from National Highways about the sort of the lead-in time likely for that, even though quite a lot of the work has been done already. So, it seems fairly unlikely, doesn't it, that in the 5 years after the Secretary of State makes her decision, that there would be actually there might be houses on the ground, but any occupation.
I wouldn't disagree with that summary, and I don't want to be sat here saying yes, we're contributing to 5-year housing supply. It would be great if we could, but that isn't what I've said.
Okay. I think that's everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Almost there, Mrs. Dickinson. just a couple of
Is it,
bits.
it isn't Mrs. Is it?
I'm sorry.
Well, by
No,
being
don't.
divorced, but yeah.
Miss Dickinson.
I mean, I
Miss
just-
Dickinson. I've called
I've just.
from another.
I think I will refer to you as Ms. Dickinson.
Right,
Thank you.
Um,
Quite like that.
Miss Dickinson, almost there. The just a couple of bits in relation to things that Mr. Young asked, and then a couple of bits in relation to what Mr. Pereira asked. So, on Mr. Young, there were two things. The first one is about CPO, and Mr. Young mentioned to you in one of his questions that there was no figure. So you're going to have to cast your mind back now. He mentioned to you in one of his questions that there's no figure in the FVAs, or the cost plans, or wherever, no figure in the FVAs to account for his points about, you know, CPO land value, CPO compensation. He was talking about ransoms last week and all of that stuff. He says not in the FVAs. Do you remember that topic?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I quite heard it in that way that he was phrasing it, but if you phrase it in that way, yes, I absolutely understand. Yeah.
Should CPO, should the theoretical value of a, we don't know obviously if there need to be a CPO, but he criticises the FVA process for not making assumptions about what CPO compensation will be and putting them in. Is he right to do that, in your opinion?
No.
And why is that?
Lots of my schemes have had CPO potential risks. We wouldn't put in the potential compensation claims generally, nor would any of my competitors. Actually had a scheme yesterday consented, recommended for approval, which has got CPO, and the CPO cost is it's not in the FVA. And
So why wouldn't you want to put it in though?
A, commercially sensitive, prejudicing your negotiation, etc. So that it's I wouldn't want to be prejudicing what happens at a lands tribunal, CPO discussion, etc. Similar to rights of light. But also it would be a market value.
What do you mean by that?
So the guidance is very clear that we should only have benchmark land value being taken into account at the FVA stage, and therefore whatever the market value is of something generally isn't included. It is generally the benchmark land value, which is based on existing use value. So it could be reasonable for the existing use value to be included, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is included in the red line, because the red line, pardon?
Well, it is included.
Yeah.
I mean, you mean the council-owned land, the
Yeah,
land
so
that will be owned by the council.
The red line goes around the entirety of the application area,
Yes,
and obviously the benchmark land value is applied on the 110,000 per hectare or whatever it is to that entire area. So there's already an allowance built in to that base FVA of existing use value. What we can't do is start second guessing some sort of commercial deal, and therefore generally that would not ever be included in FVAs.
Okay. So if we get, and we don't know, but if we get in October in Mr. Young's closing submissions a criticism of Mr. Mitford-Slade for not including a theoretical commercial deal on, or whatever, or CPO sum for compensation in respect of that land, what would be your response?
My response would be that he should have asked Mr. Mitford-Slade if it was included in the base benchmark land value, yes or no. And yes, it would be, but no, he hasn't included any compensation value, and that's entirely appropriate.
Okay. And last thing on Mr. Young's questions to you. You said repeatedly to him, try and play this back, spool this back.
Do we have to?
I'm sorry, yeah. He said to you, Kent have concerns, don't you appreciate our concerns, he said. Yeah. And you said repeatedly, they're not policy concerns, they're not planning policy concerns. I'm just summarising to try and remind you of what was going on. And then he said, I've got to put something to you. And the thing that he put to you when he said that was Mr. Finch's proof of evidence in section 5 and then also in section 7. So just turn it up if you would.
No.
Just one more time. the two bits that he took you to.
Yes, we found
Well
it.
done.
Thanks.
So Mr. Finch's proof of evidence,
Yeah.
and there were two bits he took you to. The first one was section 5, which is on page 10.
Yeah.
So what I want to understand is this the answer? Does this section 5 on page 10 set out a planning analysis of the reason that's supportive, obviously, of Kent's justification for using FVAs in the way that they are in the case before the inspector?
No.
Is there any planning policy analysis that Mr. Finch does in this bit to support his approach to using FVAs in the way that Kent are seeking to do here?
No, absolutely not.
The other paragraph that he took you to on the same theme was actually on page 13 of the proof of evidence in section 7. And section 7 is a section that's called reasons for considering viability in this case. Have you got that, madam, as well? Yeah. Just have a scan down the page.
Yeah.
It was 7.7 you were taken to, but we look at the whole section. Is there a planning policy, or a national, local, or PPG, you name it, anywhere in sight? Well, anything, actually, in section 7, full stop. But, I mean, in particular, anything that is supportive of Kent's approach to using FVAs in the way that they're seeking.
No, there's no material. There's no reference to planning policy, guidance, etc. And there's no material planning considerations here in terms of what you would use to inform a planning decision.
So...
And I think I expressed some of these concerns in my evidence in chief, where it was like, trying to dispel some of the myths that you have to prove it's viable, you have to prove that is not the requirement of the PPG.
That's what I'm asking you, because Mr. Young said he disagreed, and then in order to substantiate that position, he took you to these sections.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm asking you,
Nope.
Has Kent, in its evidence as a whole, set out a planning analysis that supports its approach to FVAs?
No, because everything is about, in 7.7, confidence in the ability to deliver, and that isn't the planning policy test. So there's no reference here to the approach that's set out in paragraph 59 of the MPPF, the PPG, or any other guidance that you would refer to that would enable you to be able to undertake what is an FVA. This is a completely different exercise.
So can I ask, I'm going to leave Mr. Young's case now just after one more question on it. The inspector's heard it all now. We've spent a month examining it. All of the witnesses, lots of spreadsheets like you wouldn't believe, Mr. Dickinson, lots of spreadsheets.
I love a spreadsheet.
But what do you say the inspector should recommend that the Secretary of State actually do with this part of the case? Obviously, I'm not asking you about the whole case, because that'll be for Mr. Bashforth, but this part of the case, the inspector's heard a lot about it now, lots and lots and days of evidence. In your opinion, what's your professional advice to the inspector as to how she should make a recommendation on Kent's case on this to the Secretary of State?
Viability evidence has been provided by the applicant and has been reviewed by the council, by a specialist independent assessor. They have reached agreement, and they agree that the maximum contributions are being secured in terms of the planning obligations, and obviously what that then relates to, that there is inevitably an element of risk associated with a scheme of this nature and size, but that the approach that's been taken has followed normal practice and guidance and appropriate risk-adjusted returns for the developer, and therefore conclude that it's the maximum viable position.
And what of Kent's evidence? That what if anything, to say about that?
Well, that bit's just, there's a risk. There's always risks associated with schemes of this nature, but there's no basis on which to determine. I mean, it's difficult because I wouldn't want to say there's no basis on which to determine the scheme, to say it needs to be deliverable, etc. But the only policy test is, can you afford to deliver more? No, under any circumstance we can't afford to deliver more. And therefore the conclusion is really straightforward.
Thank you. Last couple of questions. Changing tack to Mr. Pereira on DM8. So lots on DM8. More to come when I ask questions of Mr. Dygan on DM8. So nothing on the detail of the text, because you've said everything you want to say about that. But there was just one question that I wanted to pick up on. You were asked by Mr. Pereira, and I think also by the inspector also, about the consistency of DM8 with the MPPF. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Right. And just to cut a sort of long story short, Mr. Dygan's current position, and we'll see this in October, is that there is significant accordance between DM8 and the MPPF. But that was not always his position. And I just want to see whether or not, well, what comments you have on his previous position on this topic. And we'll just do it. It's identical in the north and the south, but I'll just ask you to take out the Southern officer's report that he wrote, which is called document 12.1.
.12.1.
Yeah.
Oh. 'When you get there, PDF 98, 7.7.1 is the paragraph. Has everyone got that? Have you got that? You should have paragraph 7.7.1, hopefully. Yeah. This is Mr. Dygan's report for the south. There's equivalent paragraph for the north as well, that says, I think it says, it's identical actually. It's 7.6.1 in the north, just for the inspector's note, not that it matters, but anyway. Right then, what is said at this stage, which is to say in November of last year, that the MPPF sets out the requirement for setting appropriate affordable housing levels, based of up-to-date evidence. DM8 sets out the approach to securing affordable housing on development proposals of 11 or more dwellings. The policies are underpinned by viability evidence, which is informed. So just stopping there, I suppose. The policies underpinned by viability evidence. What do you think Mr. Dygan's talking about when he says that? The Peterborough work.
Oh. The policies underpinned by viability evidence, which has informed a zonal approach, such that for Sittingbourne town urban extensions and Iwade, the affordable housing percentages to be sought is 10%. Percentages are set out for other locations, including all other rural areas, 40%. He then says the areas in policy DM8 are not defined on the policies map, which I think we have definitively established the correctness of now. He then says, in terms of conformity with the MPPF, policy DM8 carries limited weight. How do you interpret that?
I mean, that to me sounds as though the case officer doesn't consider that DM8 is in compliance with the MPPF, the up-to-date MPPF.
And what's your assessment of that position, of Mr. Dygan's position, as in but what's your extent of agreement or disagreement with it?
I said that I haven't done a side-by-side analysis, but I felt that the spirit of the two policies were not aligned, and that, for example, So I'd have to go through and set out the deficiencies. So, for example, authorities are asked to positively plan for large sites. That hasn't been done. So that's paragraph 77. So I think there's lots of areas where the need for growth and planning reform, because there's been big changes, are not reflected. And you cannot cookie cutter out affordable housing policy from housing policy, because you don't get affordable housing without market housing in the way that planning is structured at the moment. It's a subset. The large quantum of what's being delivered here is a subset, and DM8 is intended to be applied when you have market housing coming forward. What proportion of it is affordable?
This was his view in November, limited weight for DM8.
Yeah.
And you talked about big changes in the system through MPPFs, plural, over the years since the local plan was adopted. I think there have been five-ish, I'm not sure, but anyway, several MPPFs in the last few years. Of course, there was a new MPPF in December of December 2024, which post-dated this report to committee. So really, my question's about that change. His view in November 2024 was, in terms of conformity with the MPPF, DM8 gets limited weight. That was them. Then we get the new MPPF in December 2024. Is it your opinion that anything in the new MPPF, so 2020 December 24 MPPF versus the previous one, would be capable of changing this view about DM8, taking it from a limited weight to something different?
No.
Just to understand, why not?
Because the focus is even greater on housing delivery and being positive and enabling and linking infrastructure, jobs, homes, etc., large sites, planning for large sites. And then there's bigger changes that don't relate to us, but, clearly significant changes.
All right. Well, Mr. Dargan's got 2.5 months to think of an answer to that question now. But thank you very much, Ms. Dickinson. Those are all my questions.
Can I just say, this isn't a young Simon's ping ball complaint, but in the light of the way cross-examination went on conformity with the framework, I wasn't really expecting any re-examination on it, because the witness said she hadn't really dealt with it and she had some general concerns. I'm not complaining about that kind of formally, because the evidence comes out, but I'm just saying I think I may need to then cross-examine Mr. Bashforth on relationship between DM8 and MPPF, as it's now kind of
there's no objection
live
to that.
in that way, and I don't want an objection to be taken. I should have asked Ms. Dickinson.
There's absolutely no objection to that at all.
Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. So that concludes the viability evidence and Mr. Dickinson's evidence, doesn't it?
It does.
Yes. I've got Madonna holiday playing in my head.
Well done, you. Just bear a thought for us, stuck here.
Wow, that's remarkable. Yes, exactly. Not
What
quite.
did you say?
there
Sorry.
Sorry, it actually concludes the evidence for 3 months.
3 months. My goodness. Gosh. Well done, everyone. Then in that case.
yet. Can't believe it.
We're 9:30.
9:30.
So we're going to be doing, just to make it clear again, the section 106s, and if we
highways.
had time and it wasn't sort of 4 o'clock or something, happy to look at some of the conditions, but I have to tell you I haven't really had a chance to look at them in great detail, so we'll have to see. I mean, it will be a round table, so, you know. But I
Ma'am,
think
just to note, I think the conditions are still back and forth between the parties, and
that's even more reason not to look at them then. I mean, let's see how we get on, shall we?
Yeah. Is there a target finish time tomorrow, just out of interest?
Well, I mean, I don't want to finish too late. We've had, you know,
In a long month.
it's been quite a long time, hasn't it? So, I mean, quite like to finish about 4-ish, something like that.
Okay.
You won't be here anyway, Mr. Bell.
I won't.
Rainy
sadly.
Dorset, or wherever you're going.
Well, I will be listening in, I have to say, but I won't be appearing. Madam, I've just been asked by my clients, and appreciating how these sessions have been, as to whether there's an agenda for tomorrow.
No, I think I said that to Kent. Not really. I mean, my idea, where I usually do these things, is just to go through the documents and, you know, I have various comments. I mean, we'll basically... basically looking at the sort of first bit first and then going through the schedules. I've got particular points, questions to ask. And if anyone wants to raise points as we go along, then that's fine. I mean, it's a round table, so, you know, there can be discussion. I mean, we need to move it along a bit, but, you know, otherwise we'll never get anywhere. But, yeah, I'll lead it, and people can make, you know, comments as we go along. So I think if everybody can sort of draw in a bit people who are going to participate, that will be quite helpful.
I think Mr. Wild is going to be attending up on the screen. Just wanted to say, but
yes.
he won't be a primary. He's not leading the session, obviously, but he'll be there just in case any particular, you know, in case.
We won't have. I think I was told that perhaps it was a little bit difficult to hear when Mr. Young was sort of right up on the screen.
On the YouTube.
So I think it's best if we just have it as it is. And Mr. Wild obviously will be a sort of small person in the corner somewhere.
That's fine. That's fine by us.
And then obviously if he wants to speak, he can just raise his hand.
He might not need to, obviously, but it's just in case any questions of detail arise.
Yeah, is that all right? Good. Well, we say goodbye to Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mr. Bell, thank you for your participation and good humour and all the rest of it.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Kerno, our solicitor's also off as well.
Oh, yes, congratulations to you. I hear you're getting married. Yeah, lovely. And going to Australia as well. So. Indeed,
it was, yeah. He engaged after one of the sessions. His engagement was delayed because of the cross-examination in this case. So we've got a lot to answer for, I'm sorry to say. Oh, dear.
Well, I wish you well. I'm sure it'll be
Madam, I probably should say out of courtesy that I'm hoping to be back on closings day as Mr. Barnes's junior. So I will probably be seen but not heard, but it's because I would have written part of the closings, just if anything arises from it, but it does depend on me getting released. So.
That'd be very nice to see you then, Mr. Bell. Right, okay, everybody. So 9:30 tomorrow. We'll adjourn till then. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dickinson.